There is no fire alarm drill anticipated today. If it sounds, flee through the nearest fire exit by following the little green man above the doors. Make your way to the car park, muster point, and wait for the organiser of the meeting to tell you when it is safe to return. This is a smoke-free building. If you wish to smoke, there's a smoking shelter room, toilets are available in the stairwell of the building at each floor landing. Water is available in the reception. Finally, please make sure your telephones are either muted or switched off. So, this is the formal beginning of the meeting. Good morning, and welcome to the Strategic Planning Committee on Tuesday, the 3rd of November 2022. I'll be chairing Councillor World. To my right is the Vice Chair, Councillor Bonnie Daly, and our supporting evidence President at the end, Mr. Ed Freeman, our Service Team for Plan and Strategy Development Management, Mr. David Hunter, Plan and Solicitor, and Wendy Harris, and the Graphic Services Officer. Can I remind you all present, please, that this meeting is being video recorded from a sensational setup at the back, and audio recorded and is live streaming as ever. So, if you please make a contribution to the meeting by using the microphone, all those things will be recorded. I will now ask Wendy to start the meeting by doing a roll call for committee members.
I'll start with yourself, Councillor Armour. Councillor Daly.
Present.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Bailey hoping to join us later. We've got Councillor Blakey. Councillor Ingham.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Ledger.
Present.
And that's what I've got. Councillor Ledger. Councillor Martin.
Present.
Sorry.
I'm trying to turn it on for him already.
Councillor Pratt. Councillor Ryland. Present. Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Thank you. Chair, we are for today's meeting.
That's lovely. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll read along the ladies before long. So we now come to the section of our agenda item on public speaking, and I have 3 members of the public and 2 board members invited to speak. So if I can start, please, with Mr. Ray Lecky.
That's me.
Thank you very much. And you've got 3 minutes.
Just make clarify, I am an officer here, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity as well. I ask for a pay rise and please ignore me.
That's above my pay grade.
I know. Good morning, council and officers, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would like to raise my objections and concerns about the inclusion of A&OB land south of Heathfield Estate, known as 101 on your map, as an option for development. This site was recently subject to 2 previous planning applications which were rounded and unanimously rejected by the Town Council and the Devon Council of Delegated Officers, with nearly 200 letters of rejection for residents across Honiton here. I would encourage the committee to review its multitude of refusal reasons which the majority should still stand and give adequate grounds for removal from the site from the right line. Looking at the developer's latest presentation, it suggested constructing 79 dwellings. This would indicate still a significant development with an area of outstanding natural beauty, and would set a precedent not only for this development to go for further expansion into the adjoining fields, which would require construction regardless due to the need for access to this centre field site, but also for future expansion across other areas in this and other localities. The land at this site rises steeply from the northern existing residential boundary, which already increasingly suffer from runoff from the fields and flooding gardens and driveways, especially today, due to climate change. Building over this will only exacerbate the issue. The other major concern is due to the steeply rising topography, with the loss of privacy and amenity to the current residents all along the boundary. Any proposed 2-storey properties will be positioned to gain full advantage of views across the Blackdown Hills area of outstanding natural beauty. Basically, ripping up one area of natural beauty to give owners views of another. It's quite an odd way of preserving the natural beautiful environment we have here. The developers will also use the fact that it's within an area of outstanding natural beauty as their unique marketing strategy, alluding to the fact they destroy heartbeat in the process. We are aware of the pressures on the authority to provide enough land to develop for future housing. A&OB and national parks should always be a last resort, not just included to make up the erroneous government targets. These areas are of great importance to our economy and the enjoyment of all residents and visitors, which should be preserved at all costs. Your own draft plan goes to great lengths about protecting and enhancing our outstanding landscapes, biodiversity, habitats and species, which this site has in abundance. So the inclusion of this development seems to be greatly in contradiction to our own document. Could the committee and officers also confirm if Natural England and East Devon A&OB were consulted about the variations with regards to the redrawing of the settlement boundary of the latest policy map to include this site or the development of it? I thank the committee for allowing the opportunity to speak this morning, and I hope you can reverse your decision to include this beautiful area of development prior to consultation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Levy, very much. Just so I heard from, thank you, Mr. Levy, very much. I heard from people like people yesterday saying much the same thing. It has been heard, and I replied to all of them with the same answer, which is we will go to the consultation, but the key thing is for you to please respond to the consultation as you have done with other people.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we now go to the second public speaker, please, which is James Shamrock. Yeah, please come up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and those present. I'm a member of the Farringdon Parish Council, and I'm addressing the new community part of the agenda today. We've seen recently publicised, and it's in the local newspapers and so forth, the options that we'll be addressing in terms of the new town that is proposed. We're very concerned at the option 1, which will be covering and taking over the Farringdon area, even being renamed, which is a real concern to those who live in what is a well-established village. There are a lot of small hamlets there who will be surrounded by this proposal, and we do beg the pressure whether this is a suitable place now, when it's going to be effectively enveloping extra Cranbrook, when Cranbrook is still being developed, and also when it is going to be surrounding the Hill-Barton industrial estate. That is somewhere where the residents are and do take great issue with what is happening on that estate and the extent of the growth of that estate. There's a lot of noise pollution, there's a lot of odour, there's a lot of other pollutions there, and yet it seems to be a place that's being proposed as a suitable area for family housing. I would submit it is not a suitable place, and it is one that should be looked at very closely when you as councillors consider option one. Because Hill Barton is a blight on the area, and it will be a blight on any housing estate that comes forth. And I ask you please to carefully consider that. And if, when and where this may go to consultation, I do ask you as councillors take the opportunity to actually come out and see Farringdon, see the area. It's very easy, and I say with the greatest respect to all of those sitting here, but many of you come from outside that ward, and it concerns me that you are making decisions about something that you have not seen in person. You've not seen the area. You've not seen the beauty that the little hamlets of Farringdon and surrounding give to those people who live there. But you've also not seen Hill Barton, and you need to understand if you're going to build an estate there, that you need to think very carefully about the fact that it's going to affect a lot of families. I understand people at Cranbrook will already been affected by the airport. If you continue to build around the airport is going to be surrounded, and you can have a lot more complaints than those who live around there. So please, can we think very carefully before you decide to pursue this option? There's a lot more homework that needs to be done. And I appreciate you saying that that has to be done as part of a consultation. But I would ask you all to take the opportunity to come and see this area and really understand if you're going to push forward a plan along those lines, what will be lost as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, very much for that. And just to reassure you, I know this must be incredibly worrying for you at the moment, but of course there will be visits out there, definitely, and it's a very, very long process, this. But thank you for speaking to me. You're definitely today. Committee, before we go to the next speaker, can we, first of all, can everybody hear me at the moment? Yeah. And at the back. So say, this is Shaw at the back. Can you hear me okay?
I can if you don't drop your voice.
Okay. So what I've done is I've just turned up on, so committee, on the, I think, left-hand side of your widgets in front of you, there's a volume knob, or a volume, so yeah, if you could all turn that up to max, or up to 11, as they said in Spinal Tap, and apparently that would be because
I hasn't got any numbers, Jess.
well, no, I'm saying that's probably what it is. Is it keep going round and round?
Yeah.
So we've got to make a radio.
Okay.
Did I break it?
Yeah, no, Councillor Stewart, because you for London, so wash mics there. Okay, so that's worth a try. Right, thank you very much indeed for that. We can now go on to our third public speaker, which is Dr. Sally Basker.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present briefly. I'm the Chief Executive of Exercise. Let me start by noting that the previous consultancy roles, I had to produce similar documents to support policy development and understand how difficult it is, and I commend the authors for their work today. We're fully supportive of the economic strategy and look forward to playing our part. I welcome more land being allocated to Exercise Park. As we approach critical mass, companies will need rather than want to be. It is important to ensure that strategic policies do not curtail the current approach to development which is being promoted in England. I refer now to strategic policies 9, 10, 11, 12 and 16. With regard to policy 10, might I suggest that the name of the park is Exeter Science Park. The physical park exists, the legal entity exists, the brand is strong, and the trademarks have been registered. Exeter Science Park Limited is a small or medium-sized enterprise that is already blessed with governance, regulation, and complex multi-party agreements. Therefore, with regard to strategic policies 9 and 10, I suggest that local financial reference, rather than selectively quote from, existing agreements such as the outline planning permission, the gateway policy, and the district heating master agreement. Again, in strategic policies 9 and 10, I draw mental comparisons between the phrase highest standard in a property context and best endeavours in a legal context. We will need a range of facilities to meet user needs as they emerge to drive growth. If standards have to be mentioned, I suggest that they are well defined and measurable, like green excellent, net zero, or even A+. My last comment on strategic policy 10 concerns non-businesses or businesses that do not all align with science park objectives. It is unclear what is meant by non-business science park objectives, actually. Again, I suggest a local manager reference the outline planning permission and gateway policy. This should, I think, suffice. While we are pleased to see land being identified for business and technology park use to the north of the park and between south and the park and Southern Village, our preference would be the extension south towards Southampton, preferably with a physical link to the science park to benefit from the existing community and facilities to maximise the synergy between new residential communities and employment opportunities and to support links north and south of neighbourhoods. Finally, regarding strategic objective 16, I know that we've already identified the desire to connect to Clist Valley Regional Park in our own draft for future vision. We're keen to engage with and support this process. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Bassett. I'm sure all of those comments and those are officers. Thank you. We now come to, we have two members of the council who would like to speak. Councillor Search.
Chair, could we have some questions in answer? The first speaker said that some boundaries have been changed. I'd like Mr. Freeman to comment on the first speaker. And I'd also like him to explain why, listening to the third speaker, that there was no engagement made with Exeter Science Park, and why we were railroaded by the previous chairman and Mr. Freeman into starting at policy 8, when here we are a year later, you still didn't get it right and consult with the third party that is most connected with it. Why are we in this position? But first, the first speaker. I'd like to hear.
So, the first speaker being Mr. Levy about the one in Homs.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Professor, what do you want to ask about that?
Well, he mentioned about change of the boundary and on alignment on maps. I'd like Mr. Freeman to explain the accuracy of that, or if it's not correct, to explain that to us.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the site to referred to only one, it was covered in the site assessment work for Comittee that you received a meeting ago now, and it was one of the second choice sites for Comittee that was recommended for inclusion in consultation. I think the change in boundary that's referred to is that in the draft of the plan that came to a previous meeting, that site had, due to an error, been omitted, has now been included again. It was part of those sites in the site assessment work that was considered agreed on them. So it's not a new site. It's my point in terms of that. In terms of the science park, yes, clearly more engagement is needed with the science park, and I'm happy to do that. Obviously, the plan is at a draft stage, and there's further work that needs to be done in a number of areas. But I think the intent is clear from what's in the plan, and that's key in terms of this consultation. Happy to work with the science park company to refine the detailed wording of that policy as we move forward. But I would stress again that obviously this is a relatively early stage of plan production. The draft plan is for consultation purposes, and there'll be plenty of scope to refine and get those details right as we move forward.
We need to change.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunt. Yes, please.
Just to clarify, is this looked at both the August and September reports on Comittee 1, and there is no boundary as he stated. It was only in this present copy, and what's more, the AONB have not been consulted on the boundary change which affects their property, their AONB. So let's get the information correct, please.
Thank you. Take that. Do you want to go back in or is it open?
Well, it consists to be 100% accurate. So what I was referring to was the site assessment work, which was in the August Agenda. It built a area boundary, which I think is what Councillor Allen was referring to. It is now in this document, but it wasn't in the previous versions of the plan. That's one of the things that has been added in at this stage. In terms of the AONB boundary, we can't amend the AONB boundary, we're not proposing to, we don't draw AONB boundaries. That's naturally within the government that do that. So we're not looking to change the boundary in terms of the AONB, but we are proposing to consult on our sites, and consider that that would be very included in the plan once the built code boundary of Hamilton will be amended accordingly.
Thank you very much. Now can I call Councillor Alistair Bruce Neely.
Chairman and members of the committee, I put forward the comments below in my final attempt to highlight many of the inconsistencies.
Sorry, I'm sorry. And you need to be on microphone.
Chairman and members of the committee, I put forward the comments below in my final attempt to highlight many of the inconsistencies of the draft for you. You will all no doubt be aware of the Environment Agency objection to the plan based on pollution generating runoff into the river systems. There is nothing in the draft that guarantees that any future developments will be required to stand alone when it comes to controlling water-related issues with given development. And after shocking images of sewage discharging full on Sunday, this issue is paramount importance. It's encouraging to note that our paramount member, Councillor Jones, stated he would support reduction in the surface runoff linked to any future developments, and we seek to refuse it if not. However, he also correctly points out that the current NPDF framework does not allow us to refuse, which is nonsense, to use those words. A number of parishes and councils have already highlighted for you the inconsistencies of site selection based solely on whatever developers bring forward for consideration. The point was also been made that many potential sites which will also attract support from their respective communities have been overlooked. This shows how the sustainability test which is applied to all the planning applications is glaringly missing in the test applied to potential sites in this draft. How on earth can we have a twin track system like this in planning? The same rules should apply across the board. The basis of the sustainable development is enshrined in good planning, and during the course of your meetings, I and the parish have consistently demonstrated that Featherton is not a sustainable location for large-scale development. I had hoped, given this and the clear conclusions drawn from the Super Inquiry of 2014, that there would have been a selection of select sites better reflecting the modest 10% growth that this very committee proposed for Featherton. So at the very least, this committee must include a clear statement in the consultation draft that only modest level of growth is anticipated for Featherton in line with other Tier 4 settlements in the settlement hierarchy. Our communities are now going to be asked to rank sites with no terms of reference or access to the kind of information that will be available for an individual application. So, in order to get the best and most representative result of all the consultation, Featherton must be given the opportunity of facilitating a public meeting using a robust methodology in order that the community can state its preferences for development in Featherton and rank the second best sites as resolved by your committee as it's over the 70 feet. There is a major concern that the rely simply on online responses will not truly reflect the needs and aspirations of the community, nor that everyone has or wishes to use the internet. Further, after the unambiguous statement by the Secretary of State, Mr. Groves, that new developments should have consent of local communities, the consultation mechanism needs to be even more open and transparent than is currently planned. There are also a number of meetings coming up between councils, parishes and senior officers regarding the special status given to Featherton and Wimbledon in this draft. These also must be face-to-face meetings rather than Zoom. It must also follow that common sense must be available that the draft cannot proceed until these meetings and recommendations flowing from them are incorporated into the draft. So I must call on the committee to pause publication of the draft until these meetings are conducted. Do so, otherwise render them pointless. In conclusion, there are simply too many outstanding issues of this committee to realistically power forward with the public consultation phase. I in no way wish to belittle the considerable work undertaken so far by members and officers, but if it's not ready, it's not. And the delay at this stage will make for a stronger planning policy going forward, and one that actually reflects the real needs of our communities rather than the greed of developers and landowners. We should be known as a council that values community need over corporate greed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bruce. I think Mr. Gove in that same statement, unfortunately, restating his commitment to £300,000 a year. There was like a week when we had hope that the Conservatives weren't going to push on that. I'm really pleased that there are meetings coming up which will be involved in, and agree with you, they should be in person as well. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They should be held soon. I'll come to Ed in a minute. I can't see the argument for delay going to consultation because it's part of the consultation. During that period of time, all sorts of groups will be meeting and all sorts of groups will be submitting coordinated responses. But can I come to Ed just to see if you have anything further to add on that?
Thank you, Chair. Not really. I mean, I think fundamentally there are all sorts of controversial proposals within the local plan, and I think to move forward with local plan production, we need to hear the views of the community, town parish councils and other stakeholders and interested parties in those proposals in order for members to be able to have all of the information to move forward with decision making. So, and I think fundamentally the purposes of consulting on a plan at this stage is that, yes, it is a work in progress. There's still a lot of work to be done, and that consultation needs to inform that work.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Councillor Bruce. Now, Councillor Jeff York, please.
This is regarding my portfolio. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. The meeting today is probably the crunch decision on how this area will look for our children and our children's children. That's why getting this vital local plan right is so important. It is also vital that we provide the best communications and information so residents, businesses, farmers and landowners and developers know what we are doing and why. Just a couple of internet chatter remarks I picked up last week. Question to one of our MPs. How do the farming community feel about EDTC being allowed to build houses on agricultural land near Exeter Airport? And what are you doing to stop EDC and Tembridge District Council building all their housing estates as close to Exeter borders as they can? Clearly, the questioner was not aware the housing number requirement is provided by government. However, the MP's answer, many do have understandable concerns. He's referring to farmers. Unfortunately, I have no power as an MP to intervene in local planning matters, but I have been working on planning legislation which is working its way through Parliament. We do need more houses, but we need to build them in the right places with infrastructure first. Clearly, the MP doesn't accept any blame for the concerns raised. This exchange implies that it is the Council of Tembridge and East Devon are solely responsible to build loads of communities adjacent to Exeter, and the councils are to blame for building them with infrastructure afterwards, if at all. These comments really do not help cooperation and cohesion. We have got to get the real reasons out there of why we must build these extra communities and more and more estates, and why it's close to Exeter, and why green fields, and why the infrastructure like roads, transport, health, education, and the protection of habitat and biodiversity all need to be required. Remember, our MPs are working on new planning legislation, which we are led to believe will reduce the planning authority's powers even further, not enhance. So it's vital we get this plan through before the goalposts are changed again. This local plan is suggesting new community. The plan is saying we need the infrastructure. The plan says we need more healthcare, new sewage works, more schools, and further protection to our remaining countryside. But we as a district council are trying to remedy the missing jigsaw pieces from the last but one local plan with obtaining the promised finances for the MYA extension. We are trying to resolve the issues of transport by providing the long-promised green energy for the centralised heating. Plus, we have started the eagerly awaited town centre. We are now delivering the award-winning concept to improve and enhance substantial areas of the West End countryside with this Valley Regional Park. So at the same time of providing the missing completed by our children and their children. That's some challenge, but we must do it. And I believe if we and central government work together, rather than simply requiring us to provide planning permission for over 950 houses a year, every year, and at the same time remove funding, not only for infrastructure, but even down to the running costs of this council, that challenge is made even more difficult. We have a staffing emergency, we have a COVID emergency, or we had a COVID emergency, we have a climate change emergency, we have a housing emergency, and now we have an economic emergency. This new local plan is not only about resolving the housing emergency, but it is also providing the vital stepping stones to overcome all of our other emergencies. For my portfolio, plan is still sparse environment, biodiversity and nature gain. But once we have identified the housing locations, these plans will follow. And if I have anything to do with it, they will be substantial and they will be deliverable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Ingham.
Jim, it's interesting that Councillor Young was saying about the lack of infrastructure, that somehow perhaps that one of the local MPs, who didn't say which one, was perhaps responsible for this. When in actual fact it was Councillor Young and this administration that kicked the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan into touch some time ago, which prevented us formulating a coherent infrastructure for this district alongside Exeter and alongside Tinbridge. So I think it's a bit rich 2 years later to start blaming someone else for that. That's just one part. I also want to comment on what Councillor Bruce was saying. I understand his concerns and the communities are not being listened to, and I find it interesting that Mr. Freeman was saying that now is the time that we really must crack on and let the public speak. But over the last 18 months we've allowed landowners and developers to speak, and that's absolutely correct that we should do so. But it's only today that we hear from the head of Exeter Science Park. So during that time, we didn't listen to one of our key partners for our future. That, to me, invalidates this particular plan. And as for the councillors, I don't see this as the councillors' emerging local plan. It is the officers, because at key stages throughout all this, it was steered in one direction where we'd have alternatives, and we'd ask, what is the alternative to this? And we'd be told, well, then you don't have it, which would be ridiculous. This is like with the hierarchy. Instead of being given 3 or 4 coherent options, we were given 3 options of the same thing, which you admitted to yourself, Chair. And that's why I think we are in a very bad position Now, rather than being in a good position to move forward and to evaluate this, we had a very structured formulation so far by our officers with very little input by some of our key key authorities that, or enterprises that should have input to our policies, but we had those railroaded through on day one that we were considering the East Elm local plan, and when we said we'd like to look at the overall big picture, we were not allowed to do so because the chief, the key planning officer and the chair of this committee said we were not going to do so, and that's why we are in the awful position I believe we're in right now. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I'll come to Councillor Skinner. I think probably the best contribution on that subject is around agenda item 10, isn't it really, which is about the consultation, rather than in response to Councillor Young has just said. I mean, I'm tempted to take the fifth, but I don't think it's a good idea. GESP was out of control. The majority of members of this council did not agree that it was acting democratically and that it had gone up a level out of the grasp of these members, and that is why on a clear majority of this council voted to leave, and it did. And that's an old story, and I can understand Councillor, you wanted to get that half back out of the cupboard, but that has passed. When you're looking at the consultation that's going to go out, this is something that's been voted on consistently on this committee all the way through over the last 2 years. Nobody expects this to be a popularity contest. It's quite rightly the speaker of potential Newtown, Alison, talking about Councillor Brooks, talking about Fenton. These aren't easy things, but what you can't do is duck them. They have to be asked. Now, Councillor, you mentioned people being left out of certain phases and developers being allowed to speak. That was a clear function which you understood of the HELAR process. So the HELAR process wasn't going to be writing to people.
No, we're not questioning that. It's the people that were omitted, not the ones that were included. It's the people who were not consulted during the formulation of policy, and it was absolutely adamant we had to start with policy. That's what the chair at the time said, and the chief planning officer agreed. We had to start, I think it was section 8, chapter 8, which was policy.
Okay, noted. Councillor Skinner, if this is about what Councillor Young has just said, which I would have thought is something Councillor Young should publish and distribute to all members of this council to remind people about where we truly are, then I'm happy to hear from Councillor Skinner. If not, you can hold it to item 10. Your choice.
Well, I'm caught between a hard place and a rock because, as you know, I'm going to make my declarations later, and the conversation that I've had. Let me just finish, please, Chair. The conversations I've had with Damien are going to be one that I'm in such an awkward position that I'm more or less going to have to leave the meeting because of the declarations that I've got to make. So, what I will do, if you would allow me, is to make my piece now, so I never quite know at what point I'm going to have to leave entirely the meeting. So, if you don't mind, Chair, I would just like to add one or two things which we need to clear up to be absolutely clear.
Right, so Councillor Skinner, no, you are allowed to speak at item 10, so let's hold that contribution till then. There is no problem with you speaking at item 10.
Okay, then that's what I'll do. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, Councillor Allen.
Yes, I wanted to pick up something Councillor Young said that caused me some degree of concern. He said that the plan was sparse on the environmental issues. It's sparse on the environmental issues. What did he mean, and what should we do to make sure it's properly taking into account the environmental issues? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Young, 30-second response to that.
Yeah, regarding the gas, that was a blip in the last 40 years, and during the gas we were talking about a lot of infrastructure, and part of those ideas have come forward into this plan. So I don't see there's any problem with that. Regarding the infrastructure, I would have liked to have put the environmental protection in first, and then worked the housing around the environmental issues. But I've been told that's not possible, and I can see that. Now we need to know where the towns are, and then we work the protection of the countryside around those towns when we then finally decide where the housing is going to go. So we will have to have a lot of work to do to work on the green wedges, the Cliff Valley Regional Park, protection to the ANLBs, all of that needs to come in next year once we've found out where the housing is going to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Thank you, Councillor Allen, for that question. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I listened to Councillor Young, and a lot of what he says is okay. He said, we've got to get it right, we've got to get infrastructure first, and then he goes on to say, we've got to get it through before the goalposts are moved. Well, that's like a panic measure, isn't it? I mean, you know, when are the goalposts going to be moved? Well, they might be moved at Christmas, so let's get it done before Christmas. I mean, it doesn't make sense. We've got to make sure this plan is sorted before it goes out to consultation, not afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawrence. Okay, right. Thank you, members of the public and members, for those contributions. Believe it or not, we now go on to agenda item 2, which is to accept the minutes for our 3 previous meetings. Can I ask, is it the committee's wish that I sign the minutes of the meetings held on the 29th of September, 4th of October, and the 7th of October 2022 as a true and accurate record? Just by a show of hands, please, if you have to do that. Thank you very much. Councillor Allen, do you wish to vote on that? Or?
No, I don't wish to vote.
Okay. Perhaps you were there. So, very good.
No, you threw me out of one.
Let's not go there. Good. I will sign those then later on. Wendy, agenda item 3, apologies, please.
Yes, we received apologies from Councillor Sarah Chamberlain, Councillor Paul Hayward, Councillor Mike Howe, and a late apology from Councillor Jack Wright.
Thank you very much. Wendy, agenda item 4 is declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare? If so, please raise your hand and state which agenda item your interest relates to, the nature and type of your interest.
Meeting goes on. From that, I have to then leave the room, and the advice I was given from Damien Hunter was that because the whole process is actually geared around, predominantly around the options of both these particular sites, that I just as well go on, because I don't really want to wait to talk about the Torbay plan right at the end.
Okay, thank you, lady. Anybody else like to declare any interests? Councillor Ledger, please.
Thanks, Chair. I've got an effects and prejudicial NRI in agenda item 9. One of the housing sites proposed for Seaton is right next door to my house.
Effects and prejudicial. Then he'll have to leave the room again. He can speak, I think, in the bottom discussion.
Okay, so just for the benefit of the room, that's allowed to speak, but then leave the room and don't vote. I'll bring you back a cup of tea. Thank you. So nobody else wants to declare anything? Very good. Agenda item 5, matters of urgency, there are none. Agenda item 6, to agree any items to be dealt with after the public being excluded, there are none. And so we now go on to agenda item 7, presentations from invited developers, agents, landowners promoting sites in the West End of the district. And the running order can be found on page 37. The first of our presentations is going to come from Mark Dyson and Nick Wheeldon. It relates to site GHED 56, the land at Cox's Farm, Sidmouth Road, CLG _03, land at Cliss Road and CLG _05, land to west side of Broadwall, Sandy Gate. So Mr. Dyson, Mr. Wheeldon, you're next.
Good morning, Chair, councillors and officers. I'm Mark Dyson from Mark Dyson Surveyors Limited. I'm a managing agent and family advisor to Mrs. June Langdon. This is Nick Wheeldon from Waycott Chartered Surveyors, who manages the Langdon Industrial Park for Mrs. June Langdon and Sarah Langdon, now Mrs. Sarah Luckham-Dan. This site is 8.63 hectares, 21.35 acres. Mrs. Langdon, the landowner, owns and lives at the property known as Denbo and has an interest in the Langdon Business Park, both on the north-west side of the site. These properties have potential to add to the submitted land to form a larger development, either as further commercial or mixed use, or to access the overall site. Otherwise, there is a good access directly onto the speed restricted zone of the A3052, with good visibility for and of oncoming traffic in both directions. This is a level site, slightly sloping to the west, with loamy and clay soils. The site is tree-lined to the southwest and between the two land parcels. The site lies in the Environment Agency's flood zone 1, very low risk of flooding, and a low voltage power line on poles crosses the western part of the site. This 8.63 hectare, 21 acre site, which has been put forward also in the landowner's 2022 here updated submission. It's been put forward as employment use on that occasion, but it is now suggested it would be ideal for a mixed employment and residential use. At least 2 hectares at the western end already has a semi-industrial outlook, bordered as it is on 2 sides by commercial development. That is the Langdon Business Park to the north and the Enfield Majestic site to the south. Access will either be directly from the A3052 or through the existing business park. The remaining 6.5 hectares or so could be allocated as residential development with Sands land if appropriate and public open space, delivering up to 150 residential units with a reasonable viable percentage of affordable housing, of course. The development would also include naturalised suds, cycleways and other community facilities to benefit the local area. Members will be very aware of the pressure on medical and educational capacity on all developments on local communities. Developments such as our proposal will contribute considerably through the community infrastructure levy and, if necessary, under Section 1, site-specific contributions. They will be used through the County Council for the enlargement of existing and creation of new primary and secondary school education places and GP practices, as well as other public infrastructure improvements. We understand that the local parish, Bishop's Cliff, has adopted a neighbourhood plan, and therefore it is assumed that a sizable percentage of the community infrastructure levy will ultimately be under its control to fund and maintain community projects as agreed by the local community. The site lies within 10 kilometres of the ex-estuary SAC and the East Devon Pelgrave Heath SAC, and therefore future residential development will be offset by provision of suitable alternative natural green space by the landowner and by habitat regulations mitigation contributions by the developer. In conclusion, we respectfully suggest that a mixed-use development here will provide all-important employment as well as delivery of housing, including affordable housing, at a reasonable viable percentage, affordable housing at a reasonable viable percentage, with appropriate signs, public open space, and community infrastructure, or Section 106 contributions for public infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Committee, would anybody like to ask any questions on that? Councillor Egan, please.
Chair, is that the only diagram that we have of the site, its location?
I'm not aware of the other. Yes.
Yes, that's the only one I was provided with.
Okay. Councillor Lawrence, please.
Just a quick question, Chair. Could Mr. Freeman say at this early stage whether he considers that to be a good mix of land for employment and for housing?
I doubt that he is free to do that at this stage, are you?
Well, I would say, I think our initial assessment is this site kind of sits as a bit of an island because to the south is a quite a substantial flood zone in relation to Grimwood Brook. So it hasn't been considered as part of the options of the new community sites, which we'll look at later, which is where we've obviously focused our efforts. So it sits quite detached from those options because of the flood zone to the south. So I think there are some challenges to bringing this site forward, which is why it doesn't feature as one of our applications.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dyson, Mr. Wilton. I think that's all then. Thank you for speaking.
Shall we stay up, Chair, because we're up there as well?
Well, I thought you did. Yes. Okay. It's all rolled in. It's incredibly confusing, isn't it? So that was GHED 56.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the next one is Sidmouth Road. Yeah. Okay.
Can I just point out this? You can see a slightly larger version of the previous one on page 960 of your agenda.
960, did you say?
Right. That's just before halfway through, Councillor.
Yes. Just to let members of the public know, we believe the agenda is something over 3,000 pages this week. But I'm sure all members of the committee read every word of it. Right, yes, back to you, Mr. Dyson, Mr. Wilton, please.
We're now presenting for sites CLGE _03 and CLGE 05, and Nick represents Sarah Down, who owns site CLGE 04, beg your pardon, 04. Right, so these two sites, right, CLG 03 and CLG 05 are two sites owned by Mrs. June Langdon, bordering on the M5 and separated from each other by Old Ryden Lane. These sites are becoming contiguous with Exeter City built envelope, and we consider should properly be included for delivery of housing in the East End local plan. Firstly, dealing with land at Cliss Road, Cliss St Mary, which is the plan on the screen there, CLGE 03. So landowner Mrs. J. Langdon. The land shown comprises 1.75 hectares, 4.3 acres, which is the subject of this submission. The whole land parcel, however, includes a further frontage strip of about 30 metres wide, totalling approximately 0.75 hectares, which belongs to Sarah Langdon, now Sarah Down, represented here by Nick Wilton. This has been selected by officers for consideration separately under reference CLGE 04. The site is gently sloping. This is talking about CLGE 03. The site is gently sloping, south-facing on light, well-drained soils, with frontage to the motorway on the west side, and to previously developed residential land to the north. There is a wide neighbouring evergreen shelter belt immediately to the south, screening the existing light industrial site there. The 1.75 hectare park would be suitable for 40 to 50 residential units, including a reasonable, viable percentage of affordable and self-built housing. This represents a medium-density development to include public open space, naturalised subs features, and probably a league play area. The density and type of development will be comparable to existing development immediately opposite on the west side of the motorway. Should the 0.75 hectare frontage land, CLGE 04, be included, the same density, an additional 17 to 21 residential units could be appropriate, subject to agreement by the parties. Then we move on to CLG 05. Could we change the plan? This is immediately opposite Old Ryan Lane. On the other side, you may notice a market garden there. So this land in question abuts the M5 motorway and is well screened by mature trees and bushes and lies at a somewhat lower level than the motorway. The land has light, well-drained soils, and according to the EA flood maps, is in flood zone 1 at very low risk of flooding. The site amounts to approximately 0.8 hectares and forms a shallow valley gently sloping to southwest and northeast. The soil itself is well drained and is currently in horticultural production. Access from Crispo is by way of a single track owned by the landowner, as marked. Up to 5 large detached dwellings could be accommodated, each with about 0.16 hectares, using existing access and a cul-de-sac layout. It is considered that this type and density of development is appropriate for this area, where plot sizes of existing houses on the neighbouring land to the south are similar. It is possible that the land can be better developed in conjunction with neighbouring land to the north and the east, using access for high-density residential or commercial developments, although the neighbouring landowners have not yet been consulted to make this possible. Dealing now with both sites in conjunction, we've just got a few more comments to make. Members will be very aware again of the pressure on medical and education capacity for all development on local communities. Developments such as our proposals will contribute considerably through community infrastructure levy and, if necessary, under Section 96 site-specific contributions. These will be used through the county council for the enlargement of existing and creation of new primary and secondary school educational places and GP practices, as well as for other public infrastructure improvements. We understand that the local parish, Cliff St George, has adopted a neighbourhood plan, and therefore it is assumed that a sizable percentage of the SIL will be ultimately under its control to fund and maintain community projects as agreed by the local community. The site lies within 10 kilometres of the ex-estuary and the East End Public Heath, and therefore future residential development will be offset by habitat regulations, mitigation contributions from the developer. In conclusion, therefore, we respectfully suggest that a residential development of both these sites is included in the East End local plan, recognising that these areas are to be included in the Greater Exeter built envelope. The residential densities suggested will provide a useful mix of housing types and sizes, and will include an appropriate proportion of affordables and self-builds, as well as the usual financial contributions to improve public infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, would anybody like to ask any questions on that presentation at all? Councillor Ryders, please.
Sorry. Is the can you switch on just for a second? Sorry, I just wanted to ask, the second site, You did say 5 larger houses, didn't you?
Councillor, yes, we've limited it to 5 because there is a relatively narrow access, so we couldn't achieve a 5.5 metre carriageway up there as it stands. But that would obviously depend on negotiations with other landowners.
Thank you. Thank you. So that means that there won't be any affordable housing at that site?
No, that side would be under the threshold for affordable housing. But if it's taken together with the other, of course, there's going to be a considerable contribution on small housing on the other side.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, members, at all? If not, I think, do you have another one up your sleeve? Or
No, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you.
So members, just to assure any of you who are already anxious about this, but what we're going to do is hear from 1, 2, 3, 4 more contributors, and then we'll have a short break. So next we go please to Daniel Rogers of Bell Cornwall to talk about Farringdon 02, land at Morgan's Farm, Sidmouth Road, Farringdon. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. As you can see, we act on behalf of Waldron's Southwest Limited, who are the owners of land at Waldron's Farm, Sidmouth Road. Wendy, next slide, please. So this is the land in question, Farm 02, which was put forward in the Shire. Obviously, it's a broadly T-shaped site. It scored 4 out of 6 in the initial assessment work, meaning that it's a good option for development. The site obviously sits just kind of east of the Hillbarton area, and ultimately, in due course, you'll hear from representatives of larger land holdings, but ultimately our client has asked us to come here today and reiterate the availability of the site for development, and ultimately their willingness to work with yourselves and also with other landowners should a new community be put forward in this location. Next slide, please. Yeah, so obviously this is the aerial photo of the site. I think just wanted to point out a few of the features of the site. Obviously you can see the very wide frontage that exists onto the Sidmouth Road, onto the A3052, and actually the neighbouring the site to the west there, you have a few industrial uses, some small warehousing, and then also amongst that some residential uses and clusters of residential homes. You can just make out to the west of the photo, there's a bus stop obviously that is a short distance from the site, which obviously serves the A3052, and also the rectangular piece of land, or etched piece of land rather, just within the site. That is actually the location of an external permission that exists on the site. I think it was a reserve matters approval in 2013 for 6 small industrial units. Our client implemented that permission but has never built it out. But ultimately, their view is that actually the site is capable of offering much more and making much more efficient use of the land that's there. Thank you. Yeah, next slide. So this is just to very quickly highlight that our client site is there, highlighted in blue, and really just to give you an idea of its position relative to the new settlement options that you're considering today. Obviously they're in relation, falling both within the option 1 location and the option 2 location. Next slide, please. So yeah, just for immediate context, obviously the photo on the left there is looking into the site from the access point that was granted as part of the old employment permission into the site. in the very distance you can make out some fairly significant pylons that are present, but they actually run to the east of the site, so it wouldn't be a constraint to development. And then obviously the photo on the right gives a flavour for that kind of semi-industrial setup that does neighbour the site at the current time. Next slide, please. And then these are photos taken from actually Parsonage Lane, which runs to the west of the site, really just to give a flavour of the more rural character that exists there. But also, again, looking at that photo on the west, just really the self-contained nature of the site. It's relatively flat and kind of well contained within the landscape. Next slide, please. And then, yeah, just obviously in terms of other factors, features locally, we just wanted to highlight, obviously, there's the bus stop in the photo on the left there, and then obviously, yes, the photo on the right demonstrates the kind of residential context. It does sit in close proximity to the site, which we feel points towards this land being suitable for a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. And yeah, this is the final slide. It's really just to give you a context of where the site is and how it sits today in relation to other land uses. Obviously, we have Hillbarton to the west, Creeley to the southwest, and Greendale to the southeast. Ultimately, our client is very happy for the site to come forward for mixed-use development to be delivered, and development can obviously be delivered with direct access taken from the A3052, but also obviously has the ability to fully integrate with a new settlement and to link in with development around it. So thank you. That's all we've got to say today.
Thank you very much indeed. Would anybody like to ask Mr. Rogers any questions? Members, yeah, Mr. Lawrence, Councillor Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Rogers how this development fits in with the Farringdon neighbourhood plan.
Councillor, thank you. So at this stage, obviously, there aren't any development proposals that we have for the site. We are just saying that it is available for development should the new local plan decide to allocate it for a new town. So we haven't got as far as putting forward a drawn-up scheme or looking at what those uses may be, or even the implications it would have on the neighbourhood plan. We're just solely looking at the next neighbourhood plan and the consultation that is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned pylons. Is there not a pylon, a massive high-tension power cable that runs diagonally across the site?
Yeah, it is close to the site. So it crosses the road. It just follows down that eastern boundary where you have you can see the red line. It does dogleg across part of the frontage, but it just falls outside of the red line.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. I think that's all then, Mr. Rogers. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Our next speaker will be talking about the Greendale Business Park expansion, and it's Mr. Nick Matthews, please. Oh, sorry, I'll have to take a pause there.
So, Councillor Skinner, I've just been looking and thinking about the advice that I gave to you earlier. It does say that we can't take part in the discussion or the vote. So I'm just thinking, actually at the moment, the presentations aren't discussions and votes. So you can listen to the presentation, otherwise you'd be in a worse position than a member of the public not being able to hear that. But then if there's any discussion as to what's being said about the presentation, you would have to leave before that takes place.
What a good show. I shall retain my seat.
It's really a jack in the box this morning. Very good. Okay. Thank you, though, for that advice. Okay, so yes, Nick Matthews from South wants to talk about the Greendale Park expansion.
Good morning, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Hopefully the technology will work. We tried it earlier and it flicked on and off, but I hope that the presentation does work for you. We are representing the Greendale Group on a couple of sites. The opportunity for a new village, which we presented to you previously, called Greenhays, which sits between the business park and Creeley. We're not going to cover that today. I'm going to focus solely on the potential for the expansion of the business park, which is a matter we've also covered in our representations to the HELA process. I do have a few slides which I'd just like to run through you to explain where we're coming from and how we've approached this. It does work. So just broken down broadly into 4 areas. We've got the background and context, including a bit of an explanation as to why we're here and why we think there is potential and a benefit to enhancement and expansion of the business park. How we've then gone about addressing that and what we've done insofar as looking at the environmental capacity that exists within and around the business park to consider and accommodate that expansion. How that has then led on to master planning of the business park, and then finally touching upon the economic and other benefits associated with that. So just by way of background and context, Greendale is a thriving and very successful business park. It's full at the moment. There are circa 1,600, probably more than that now, employees within the business park, included in a range of businesses there. You can see the larger employers like Viridor and DHL and FedEx, but also smaller businesses that have grown up in East Devon, such as the award-winning Powder Keg Brewery. There's a persistent demand that comes to Greendale for further space to accommodate their growing business needs. And a recent refresh of the business inquiries revealed that there's a need for at least 4 hectares of additional employment land to accommodate just shy of 400,000 square feet of growth. Now, they are requirements from a wide range of businesses, including a number of local operators. There's Olympus Power, who are looking for space for expansion of their solar panel and renewable energy business. There's a company called Bar Nova, who are an events management business. They're amongst a wide range of companies that have come to Greendale to ask for additional space. There's been no marketing, there's no agents involved in trying to attract interest. These are people that know the business park exists and want to locate there if they can. Despite its size and economic importance, as I'm sure many of you know, is pretty well hidden at the moment by the topography and down in the landform. This is what the vast majority of people know as the big Greendale Business Park. It's the entrance to it along the A3052. And also, insofar as its location is concerned, we've been looking at and we'll be considering later the opportunities for growth of the district in the West End and the opportunities for a new town. Well, the business park sits very conveniently and accessibly for all of the options there to provide that economic growth and the new jobs associated with it. So with that context, we looked on behalf of the Greendale Group at the potential for an expansion. We started off drawing a very broad area around the business park to look at where the growth could feasibly take place. We then considered the environmental assets and the constraints and opportunities which impacted upon that, and then prepared and tested a master plan to look at where growth could reasonably be accommodated within those environmental limits. I don't want to go into detail on these plans, but I just wanted to highlight through this background work, which is all available and has been submitted as part of the HELA process, that we've considered very carefully using specialist consultants, in this case GE Consulting, the biodiversity impacts. Nicholas Pearson Associates, a well-respected landscape and visual impact assessment company, have considered in quite a bit of detail the landscape impact. Stantec, who are based in Taunton, but nationwide specialists in engineering practices, have covered and looked at flood risk and drainage, and also transport and access and the opportunities that exist there. And what we've then done is to bring all of that together onto a constraints and opportunities assessment, which then led to this plan, and you can see coloured in blocks there all of the areas which were potentially identified. It's only the red areas that were then made it through that filtering process of the environmental constraints, and they're also the growth areas that were taken through. What resulted from the master planning process then is this, which shows how those broad areas, and we are talking broad areas at the moment, we haven't gone into further detail other than looking at the potential height of buildings that could be accommodated without visual interruption to the A1B and wider views, but how these broad areas could fit into an expansion of the business park, how the transport, and you can see it only very small, unfortunately, in the middle there, could be addressed with providing a new roundabout in the centre, how the flood risk and drainage could be addressed through the provision of a large amount of attenuation within the site, and then also the strategic landscaping that would be delivered alongside the development, not only to limit views, but to provide an enhanced environment for the business park itself. And then finally, just coming on to the economic benefits, the expansion area that I showed on the previous plan through the master plan comes to just over 21 hectares of employment land, based on a range of different types of employment use within that space. The economic assessment calculated that that could feasibly accommodate approximately 1,370 or so permanent jobs across a range of sectors. There would be a significant gross value added contribution to the East Devon economy, and also a very significant economic benefit directly to the council through enhanced business rate. And then my final slide, I just wanted to touch upon the other associated benefits with the potential expansion of the business park. Any development moving forward would need to achieve biodiversity net gain, and there is a very significant opportunity to achieve that as part of the expansion of the business park through enhancement of the landscape that surrounds the park at the moment and within the land ownership of my clients. That could include significant tree planting, as you can see from the bottom left-hand corner, increase the canopy cover that exists within East Devon. On the bottom right, we've got an image of local employment, because in the construction side, Greendale used a lot of local labour to deliver the expansion of the business park and works to the business park, and will continue to do so. And then finally, just on the top right there, I wanted to touch upon the energy and sustainability of the new buildings there. As many of you probably won't know, at the moment, pretty much all of the power, certainly during the summer months and outside of any particular peaks, all of the power for the business park is provided by the AD plant that exists on the site. Now that AD plant, there is a potential opportunity there to change the diet, as they call it, of the AD plant, to incorporate and use some of the food waste that comes out of East Devon. Now at the moment, that food waste is gathered by a company, brought onto the business park, sorted and then transferred for incineration outside of Devon, over at Honiton and up at Somerset. There is potential to use some of that food waste in the diet for the AD plant, meaning that it stays in the area, and then that alongside the other components of the diet can contribute towards further powering an expansion of the business park. The group have also looked at and are currently in the process of implementing some solar panels on the roofs of the business park to avoid having to put solar panels on greenfield land. They've got a load of roofs there which can be used for that purpose. So through those mechanisms, and also the potential for battery storage, which they are looking at the moment, there is an opportunity not only to continue to fuel and provide energy for the existing business park, but the expansion of the business park and the proposals that we presented to you previously for the new village, all from renewable sources of energy generated locally to the site. That is my final slide. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Mr. Matthews. So, can I ask any members from outside the committee first who would like to? Oh yes, no, I'll give Councillor Skinner a moment to slowly walk towards the back. He's almost there. Doors opening. He's gone. Is he going through? Right, I'm going to do Councillor Faithful, Councillor Young, Councillor Ryders. So Councillor Faithful, please.
Sorry.
Thank you, Peter.
I like it.
Try the other side. Have you got two sides?
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chair. What about highways? Sidmouth Road, I cycle out onto that road and it's horrendous to get out onto it. And then the closer you get to Exeter, you find it's quicker by bicycle. What sort of, I don't know, how you deal with the highway situation? If you're increasing the volume of industry on there, you can increase the volume of traffic.
We looked at the potential highways improvements that could be provided within the business park as part of the master planning exercise. And we said that evidence, the transport work that went in with that, and we prepared the submission on the HELA. You are right that there would be further traffic generated as part of the expansion. There is, however, though, an opportunity here to co-locate expansion of employment with the proposals for new homes that the authority is looking at in this part of the district. So bringing the two together is the best way of co-locating employment and housing to reduce the impact of that.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Can I come to Councillor Young next, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm ward member for this match, so I want to talk about the issues of development close to the village. But regarding the AD plant, it is agricultural use at the moment. It would require planning permission with the Devon County Council to change it to use of waste. We have already got a contract for our food waste through Devon County Council, because all of Devon County Council work together on food waste, and we send it to Somerset. And that contract, I believe, is a 5-year contract. So I'm not aware of any discussions that we'll be using the food waste at the AD plant. So possibly that was a red herring. Thank you.
Councillor Young, can I just ask for a comment from you, because I know you know this better than anybody else. Am I right in thinking that a great deal of what's happened at Greendale has been done on retrospective planning permissions? Is that correct?
Yeah, in previous years that had been the case. They have been pretty good at putting it in planning applications for the last 4 or 5 years, which I thank them for. There are a couple of planning applications in at the moment which are beyond the built-up area boundary for the employment area for the Greendale, which have been discussed.
Thank you. I'll come to Councillor Ryders and then come back to you, Mr. Ross. That's okay. Councillor and then Councillor Councillor Ryders.
I just wanted to ask a question, because I think it may not be obvious to members of the public watching here and online. The only reason you're sitting up there is so that you can move on the slides, isn't it?
It is, yes, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, okay. So that's the first thing I wanted to clarify. The second thing is you said something about our food waste being incinerated at present. I do not believe that it is incinerated. It's already going into an AD plant, just not close to us. So that's also a bit of red herring, I'm afraid.
Okay, and then one more from Councillor Hingham, please.
Right, can I ask for us to go back and look at some of the slides? So there's one particular slide with lots of colours and no key.
Sorry, you have to remind me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, there's lots of colours in this slide. Can we go back? I'd like you to explain it. No, not that one. Got that one. Earlier. earlier?
What was it, the
Lots of colours.
the landscape?
That's the one.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the colour scheme there. Could you explain what those different colours mean on the landscape? Is that possible?
It is, yes. I just wanted to check how you would like me to.
Well, let's hold that one. Well, since it's up, if you could do that one, and I'm sure we can remember the other questions about anaerobic digestives and the rest of it. So just on the map now.
Of course. So this was one of the plans, just one of the plans in a landscape and visual assessment that has been undertaken. And you're right to ask the question, because I did, in the interest of time, move over it quite quickly. But what they've looked at as part of the landscape and visual assessment is if you were looking at the site from further afield, from where could you see it in theory? And it's called a zone of theoretical visibility. So it's one of the techniques that landscape consultants use to understand, broadly speaking, from where a development of a certain height could be seen. And they tested, as part of this master planning process and to inform where we got to, different heights within different areas of potential development to understand their potential impact on the AONB, potential impact on other areas of the countryside around. So it's quite a sort of messy plan. It does sit and is explained in much more detail in the landscape assessment work, which, as I say, has been submitted with the HELA, so is there as part of the full suite with an explanation as to what those different colours mean and how it works.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you what questions so far. Yes, thank you.
Maybe if I pick them up or build them in reverse order there, I certainly didn't intend to mislead. I was under the impression that they went off to be incinerated, the food waste from the AD plant, notwithstanding, even if it is taken off to Somerset, there is still a benefit in addressing the waste in Greendale where it is currently taken at the moment, rather than having to transport it further afield for that purpose. Yes, apologies if it came across that way. Insofar as changes to the AD plant, yes, you're absolutely right, it would require a change of planning to take food waste as opposed to just agricultural waste at the moment. There are, to my mind, quite significant benefits to doing that. I would hope it would be something that would be seen and understood positively by the authority for the reasons I've just explained. There is, yes, a process to go through, and that's one or probably a number of processes which would need to be undertaken simultaneously to get to that point. But given the advantages that it would bring, I think there's a lot to support it. Insofar, you also mentioned about retrospective planning applications. I think, Chair, it's a really important question because it brings us to why we're here. In the past, there have been sort of catching up retrospective planning applications. There's an opportunity here to really grasp the nettle and look at how to put in place a strategic plan for the growth of the business park, which not only addresses the ability to expand it, but also the environmental consequences of that. And rather than deal with things on an ad hoc basis, actually have a staged, phased and coordinated growth that goes alongside and delivers the employment opportunities.
That's very welcome to hear that, Mr. Matthews. Thank you. So potions at gatekeeping, I think. Right, Councillor Allen and then Councillor Lott. Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you for explaining that how the purpose of the map over there, but I would be grateful to know what the green means, because as far as I understand it, the Greendale Business Park is in a hollow, and I know that we've been very concerned to make sure that the business park doesn't intrude into the local village environment. I know Councillor Young's been particularly concerned about that. He's the local ward member. And I wanted to understand whether this particular master plan proposal actually topographically will intrude into anywhere in the surrounding areas, or whether it will be remaining hidden as it presently is. The second thing is, obviously, you've done a great deal of work generating an ecological and economic assessment of these changes. But one of the concerns I have is transportation to and from the site and the increased traffic that will create. And the fact that we know that there's a bus stop and bus routes in to the site, will there be any enhancement of that to make it more attractive? And my last point is, as far as I know, in respect of proposing new town areas, the same landowners own those sites to the north that we're considering for the new town. Would that be correct?
Okay, yes.
Should I contract? Yeah. Can I possibly just sort of move you to the master plan, because I think it probably is the most helpful.
Councillor Allen, could you just turn your mic
Well, in fact, maybe this plan, first of all, if I can do myself better, this plan here shows probably a more helpful representation of the output of the landscape and assessment work. You can see the blue lines that are on the area with the parcel marked E there. That means, in simple terms, that those areas are more visible from a viewpoint further down in the AONB than the areas that are marked in either green or orange. And as I said earlier, we tested different heights of development, and blue basically means that any sort of form of development would be visible there. So what we then did was, if I flip through into the master plan, as you can see in the master plan, that area has been excluded from the proposal. So that landscape and visual assessment work and the ZTVs, the zones of theoretical visibility, and site work and getting out and looking at what is genuinely visible and not, because ZTVs miss out some of the intervening vegetation in those matters, mean that that area has been excluded because it is considered to be too visible, too open. So that alongside the other matters, flood risk and drainage, for example, they've all informed what's then shaped on this master plan, alongside the mitigation that would then be included. So as you can see in the lighter green, there is further areas of proposed woodland planting. Now there is quite a lot of woodland planting around the business park already that's been introduced, but there's opportunities to enhance and increase that further, which we're showing here. Transport, yes, I think there is an opportunity to look at how the business park could be accessed further through enhanced bus services and provision of public transport opportunities. We looked at it alongside the proposals for the new village, which sits south of the 305-2 between the business park and Creeley. And as part of that, we were looking at what could be a really interesting sort of an advantageous park and ride, which has good synergies between the new community, Creeley, who have a greater demand for visitors during the summer months, less so when people are back at work, so the park and ride can operate in that way. But quite a lot of park and rides have a single flow, so they're termed tidal by transport engineers, where people drive there in the morning, park, and then get the bus to employment and back again. Because actually, if you've got expanded and significant scales of employment provision in this area, that you do already as part of Hill Barton and Greendale, potential expansion of those, then you can start getting people travelling the other way back on those services, which enhances long-term viability and sustainability of the service as well. So it's an area we've looked at. We're not able to take it a great deal further than that at this stage. As you can appreciate, we've done quite a lot of work in order to understand what the opportunity is and to be in a position to present it to you as an authority as best as we can do at this stage. But this is by no means the end of the process. If you were to support it, there'll be a great deal further work to input going forward.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's more a comment than a question. I must say, I must congratulate the people from Savills. I mean, what a comprehensive and refreshing submission. I mean, we're looking at producing lots and lots of jobs which the area needs. But it's no good to keep building thousands and thousands of houses if we can't provide sustainable employment. And I think that this covers it off really, really well. And you know, I would like to see us going forward looking at a can-do situation rather than let's sort of stick to this rule, stick to that rule, or whatever. If we can get it through, get it put through, and let's get some jobs on the go, because that's what we need. Thank you.
I'm sure so all of us on the jobs. So I think that's it. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the witness may step down.
Thank you, Chair.
So while he's doing so, can I ask Mr. Jeff Richards, talking about Turley and Hill Barton Business Park. Also joining us again. This person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll explain if you like.
Yes, that would help actually if you could please.
Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards, before you start, if I could just explain, Councillor Skinner has declared an interest in relation to two of the items that you're speaking about, land at Hill Barton. So I was asking if you can split at least the first one up from the other two. You could do the other two together because he can listen to those, but he has to go. But he can listen and he can take part in the discussion in relation to the first one.
What you send in the postcard?
I don't know if that makes things slightly complicated, but it does have to be done in that way, I'm afraid.
It does, in that effectively it's a comprehensive proposal across all of the land ownership. So the plans that I will be showing you will include Hill Barton, and it will include wider land all the way up to the A30. So I'm not sure how I can split them down.
I think the easiest thing, it's fine for you to do your presentation all together, but then if we just hear comments and discussions in relation to the first item, the land at Rowford and Marlborough and land at Holbrook Farm, and then once we've dealt with that, Councillor Skinner will then have to leave, and then we can take discussion in relation to the land at Hill Barton Business Park. So it's more the discussion that needs to be split into two than the presentation. Thank you.
Confused? So much.
Right.
I just wanted to ask, is any of the land in the first items owned by the same landowners as the second two? Okay.
Sorry, just the one that we just heard from.
No,
the land that we
all
are,
three items.
I mean, as I will come on to, the land is being jointly promoted by Broad Homes and by Stewart Partners, and Stewart Partners own the Hill
All
Barton
three
Business
bits.
Park. But it's all part of a single area.
So surely Councillor Skinner can't stay because he's not interested in the second two bits.
But you can stay to listen to the presentations in relation to all of the three sides, But then what he's entitled to do is he's entitled actually to put questions to the agent and to make comments, as anybody else would be on the committee, but only in relation to the items GHED 48, land at Rowford and Marlborough, and then this land at Holbrook Farm. What he can't do is he can't take part in any discussion in relation to land at Hill Business, Hill Barton Business Park. So I think the easiest way to deal with things is that if members don't ask anything in relation to Hill Barton Business Park, let's deal with the other sites first, if anybody's got any comment or questions on those. Once that's all been decided and spoken about, then Councillor Skinner can leave, and if anybody's got any further comment to make in relation or any questions in relation to land at Hill Barton Business Park, then that can be dealt with him out of the way and out of the room. Thank you.
Out of the way, yeah.
Out of the way. Thank you.
Well, quite seriously, actually fulfilling your legal duties. So, yes, very happy now. Mr. Richards, over to you.
Let's see how we get on next year. So, good morning, councillors. My name is Jeff Richards. I'm a Senior Planning Director at Turley. Previously presented to you earlier this year, back in January. I'm really pleased to return to further discuss our proposals. And really nice to be face to face this time. The site I'm presenting to you this morning forms a significant part of the Option 1 New Town opportunity, which is now confirmed by your officers as a preferred option for the local plan. We refer to this potential new town opportunity as Denbo, which is the name of a historic estate within Farringdon. The Denbo proposal has been promoted by my joint clients, Law Homes and Stewart Partners. Law Homes is a national house builder but is privately owned and prides itself in the quality of its developments. Stewart Partners is a diverse regional family business with headquarters located in the Hill Barton Business Park to the south of the site. The land controlled by clients is shown here on the plan in red. You'll see that it runs from the A30 to the north, adjacent to Exeter Airport, to the A3052, the Hill Barton Business Park to the south. The blue line shows a wider land area that we have used for initial master planning purposes, which, as you can see from the smaller plan below, closely aligns with the Option 1 proposal, which is the third option for the new town. The overall site sits in a highly advantageous location, which I will discuss in more detail as we move through the presentation. In terms of the master plan vision, we see it as imperative that the proposals for a new development in this location come forward in a rational, cohesive and complementary manner. We intend to work closely with other landowners within the Option 1 extent, and we look forward to the opportunity to work with members, officers and the local community to further shape the proposals as part of your emerging local plan. The overall Denbo master plan vision is one of a well-connected, mixed-use new community with distinctive, walkable neighbourhoods offering homes for all, with access to new and existing employment, with access to education, high-quality facilities and services, and vibrant centres. And given its location, an ability to deliver a highly sustainable access and transport strategy with the creation of transport interchange points and the development of both the A30 and A3052 strategic road corridors. Be considerate of existing communities and heritage and access to significant areas of green infrastructure, including SANG, sports provision, new networks of green space and expansion of the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. Since we last presented to you, we've further developed our energy and carbon strategy. Our strategy, developed by our sustainability team and which we've shared with your officers through the ELAR process, sets out how a new community here can support zero carbon objectives via its location, use of technology and deployment of decentralised energy. The presence of Cranbrook Heat Network extension, which will run through our site alongside the energy from waste operation at Hill Barton Business Park within the proposed development, provides unique energy benefits and opportunities for Denbo. Further opportunities have been identified for on-site solar energy generation to work alongside and complement the heat network. The homes themselves will be developed with high levels of fabric efficiency and passive design measures. In terms of the options appraised on the CBR work that's been presented to this committee today, we're pleased to note that the CBRE assessment prepared for the council identifies option 1 as the best performing option. We also note that officers within their report to this committee identify specific benefits and opportunities afforded by option 1, which, in their view and in ours, further elevate this as the preferred option. We fully support the identification of option 1 as preferred option, and strongly believe that its clear advantages in terms of its location and other attributes that mean it should be preferred for a new town. In terms of the key benefits, some of the specific key benefits identified by the CBRE report and your officers, option 1 was assessed to be the most deliverable option. That conclusion is further supported by the fact that Raw Homes and Stewart Partners are promoters who also intend to deliver new homes and deliver and operate the new employment. This is clearly essential to ensure that the homes and jobs proposed by the local plan will actually deliver in the plan period. It also assesses as an option that can bring forward delivery in the plan period without significant wider highways mitigation being required. The scheme can provide the necessary access points to the A30 and A3052 and provide a connection between the two, further supporting active travel and public transport linkages in the area. Accessibility is also a key advantage. The CBRE assessments conclude that option 1 is well connected to a range of major employers with significant future growth potential. It found out of the 3 options, it represents the best offering for employment. Indeed, it has unrivaled opportunities to bring forward homes close to jobs within the airport, Science Park, Sky Park, and other employment areas, including Hillbarton Business Park within the site itself, offering significant access to employment. Indeed, overall, there are approximately 35,000 jobs available with only 4 jobs at the site. CBRE work also found option 1 to be the highest scoring site from a utilities and zero carbon perspective, with a heat network which crosses our site being a key advantage. Finally, there are also significant opportunities for enhanced green infrastructure, including a logical and attractive expansion to this Valley Regional Park to support the project's recreation and ecological aspirations, including the delivery of biodiversity net gain. In summary, our proposals offer an opportunity for a new community which within our client's land control alone can deliver approximately 5,000 homes, new jobs, education and wider community facilities, and alongside wider land can deliver 8,000 new homes and further jobs and community infrastructure. The opportunity for energy autonomy for homes and the delivery of zero carbon strategic development, walkable neighbourhoods, the creation of new sustainable transport links and sustainable transport hubs, delivery of substantial green infrastructure, including an expansion of the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. Thank you. I hope this presentation was helpful. Please to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'll come outside of committee first. Councillor York, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really pleased to see looked after the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. That's following all the water courses which would make great sense. It would create great green highways for nature to link in. It includes the a new road link linking up Sidmouth Road up to the airport, which again would be highly desirable. Reading the report, it did say that it would require a new sewage works and a new school, which is greatly encouraged. I'll be wondering where those two would be and when they would be delivered. And linking in the new town to the industrial development that we are pushing in the enterprise zone, that would make perfect sense. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You say there's was it no or little highway mitigation? I'm puzzled how you can propose a town of that size or development of that size without highway mitigation. I don't see how it connects. If you're going to have industry, you're going to be doing things and then have vehicles coming in, vehicles going out, people coming in, people going out.
So Mr. Richards, if you can pick up those Councillor Yu and Councillor Faithful's comments there.
Yeah, sure. In terms of the comments around the Cliffs Valley Regional Park, you can see from the master plan vision that I've put on the screen there that we're proposing significant areas of green infrastructure, SANG provision, and wider green infrastructure. So we really see this as an opportunity to extend the Cliffs Valley Regional Park through the development to be a benefit not just to the new community but to existing residents who want to visit the area as well. So we really see that as a real opportunity. And absolutely in terms of proximity to existing employment and linking into that as well, we see this to be a key advantage to benefit from that. In terms of the questions around sewage capacity, yes, of course, a new community with that number of residents is going to generate a significant amount of sewage, so there will need to be work with the sewage operators to identify the most appropriate solution to that. In terms of highways mitigation, the work that was undertaken by CBRE, and I think it was WSP with transport consultants who advised them. Their conclusion was that the homes that are identified in the plan period, the 2,500 homes, that if they come forward on this proposal won't require any wider highways mitigation, whereas other proposals will. The benefit of this scheme is that we have an ability to access from the A30 to the north and the A385 to the south. We are able to link the two, that we are able to introduce potential park and rides on both of those strategic road corridors. We are able within the site to look at a strategic road transport interchange that allows people to cycle to this interchange, to walk to this interchange, to jump onto buses. And of course we are looking to provide a lot of the facilities as part of Newtown on the site itself. So as part of walkable neighbourhoods, we would hope that new residents will want to walk and cycle within the new community rather than travel further afield.
Thank you. I think Councillor Young's point was on sewage, wasn't it?
I did, yeah, talk about sewage in terms of the new town will generate a large amount of new population. That will come with sewage, and there will need to work with the sewage operator to identify the most appropriate solution in terms of upgrades or new provision to accommodate that.
And I think Councillor Allen's scrutiny committee is twice tomorrow from South West Water, isn't it? So hopefully they may. That's
not my committee, Chair. I'm just chairing it.
Oh, absolutely. I was trying to help you there, Councillor Allen. Okay. Right, Councillor Davey and then Councillor Ryders, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know a lot of councillors have welcomed the idea that there would be a road connecting the A3052 and the A30. I can see a huge potential for that to become kind of like a main road, completely bisecting this site. And I want to know how you would ensure that the two halves of the site aren't just completely split by this major route, and what you would do to mitigate that. Because you're talking about people walking and cycling. They'll be fine on one side or the other side, but what about when they're trying to get from one side to the other?
Yes, thank you. I mean, in terms of the nature of this road, we do need to work with officers and highway colleagues in terms of what that would look like. We see it as not being a barrier, but actually a road that will run through the heart of the development and can have dwellings and other uses fronting onto it and have those uses being accessed off of it. We also see it, not just as a road to have cars travelling back and forth, but actually a major opportunity for a strategic transport corridor through there to facilitate improved bus connections, etc. So we don't see it as a barrier. The way that we intend to design it means that actually people will be able to readily cross over it safely and not be hindered from moving from one side to the other.
Thank you. Councillor Ryders, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just for the benefit of members of the public watching here and also online, you are only sitting up there because you're moving
Doing
the
slides,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah, so just sorry. I have a whole bunch of W questions, I'm afraid, if I may.
If I knew what W stood for, it'd be easier. But go off you go.
What, which, when,
Oh,
how,
good.
you know, all the other questions. Right, okay. So the first thing I'd like to ask was, please can I have the slides? Because it looked like there was a lot of really interesting text on there, but I couldn't read it. It's a bit far away.
Of course, it's been sent.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is how? How are some of these things going to be paid for? Do we know how the roads are going to be paid for? Do we know how all the very necessary infrastructure is going to be paid for? Second question is when? When is all this stuff arriving? Because I'm not in the business of making people's lives worse in the interim before things are delivered. Third thing is what exactly is going to be delivered in terms of infrastructure? Have I done how? Did I do how? I didn't do how. Okay.
Wow.
When, I've done when. Okay, and also distances. All your distances, are they the way the crow flies distances, or are they actual travelled distances on the road? Because I dispute some of them, to be honest. It's very, very remote from rail stations. And if our only public transport link is via the bus, that's rather a hazardous enterprise, I venture to suggest, to hinge an entire public transport policy on, for want of a better company, Stagecoach, that changes its routes at the drop of a hat and makes them very, very expensive. Anybody who lives along that road will know that the bus routes there are unaffordable already, and that the timetables change at the drop of a hat. So please, can you answer my W questions? Thank you.
I will try my best. In terms of the distances, they're concentric circles, so it's as the crow flies on them. In terms of when, perhaps, so our clients, the land ownerships of Law Homes and Stuart Partners is shown there in red. We see that very much being the spine of the new communities that can deliver the road connection between the A30 and the 3052. The plan at the moment envisages the delivery of 2,500 homes within the plan period. The beauty of this road is that it's not a bypass that is separate from development. This is a road that will actually serve the homes and new development through here. So in terms of its viability, that massively improves its viability because it will actually be delivered to deliver the homes and serve the homes compared to a bypass that effectively doesn't generate any value. So it will generate the value to be able to deliver that. As well, in terms of what will be delivered in the plan period, at the moment it's proposed to deliver 2,500 homes. That will undoubtedly need to come with a local centre. It will undoubtedly need to come with a new primary school. Then as it moves forward in terms of the ultimate vision for 8,000 homes, that is enough quantity of development to deliver the services and facilities within the proposed development. In terms of the timing of those, we do need to work with members and officers in terms of what comes forward as part of 2,500 homes and then what comes forward later. And there will need to be delivery triggers for those. So I hope that answers some questions.
Sorry, a quick supplementary. So for clarity then, there'll be no major infrastructure delivered until 8,000 homes is basically what I'm hearing.
No, that's not
apart
correct.
from the road.
No, that's not correct. So in terms of the master plan here, so taking that from so you have the red area, which is our client's ownership. You have the road here. We've identified. Can you is my cursor coming up on the screen? There is along that road you can see that there are two schools. There are two centres that we've identified as neighbourhood centres. There will need to be some work done with bosses in terms of whether they seem to be ready to be a single larger centre or a series of neighbourhood centres. On here we've identified neighbourhood centres. We would expect those to come forward with the 2,500 homes. More widely, you can see beyond our client's ownership that there are then further neighbourhood centres, further schools, and there will be further employment. So we would certainly envisage a good quantum of services and facilities to come forward as part of the first 2,500 homes.
Thank you. I think it was Councillor Allen. It was Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple couple of R's, an S, and an F and an E. So we'll try that. My concern always is the river impacts. I haven't heard anything in the way of comments on what's going to happen there. With the Cliston and the Colne fairly close or involved there in terms of tributaries, you've got quite an issue with the Environment Agency, who've already said that they're very concerned about nutrients going into those rivers, and clearly that was partly what was behind Councillor Reinance's question about how the sewage gets managed. So what do you envisage to minimise runoff from the development? What do you envisage will actually happen with the sewage? Because we know from the impending discussions with South West Water that their commitments do not always materialise in the accurate way in which they state them. And the last stage for me is to look very carefully at the food economy. And I appreciate what you've done in stressing the economic benefits and the linkage between the different business parts and so on. But at the same time, you're taking away a significant amount of agricultural land. And perhaps you could tell us how much of that land is graded high, how much is not very high, and what the impact's going to be on food production if you build all over this area.
Okay, so that's a series of excellent questions. Keep 2 minutes to reply. Thank you.
In terms of the river impacts and neutrality, we haven't got into the level of detail, but what we do have is very large areas of green infrastructure that can be brought forward in a way that can have positive impacts on water quality. So in terms of the runoff from development, and where that goes and how the green infrastructure is used, that can be considered in a way that can improve water quality. And I know that our clients, Broad Homes, are working on similar proposals in Taunton, where they have rebed systems, for example, that are looking to improve water quality. Not to say that that is necessarily the solution here, but there are solutions that you can look at in terms of green infrastructure, how to improve that. But we've not got into the full detail of that as yet. In terms of how this performs in terms of agricultural land quality, again, I'm afraid I don't have the detail in front of me. I know that we compared this to the other new community proposals, and we have no greater, higher quality agricultural land compared to other proposals. Of course, it will predominantly be removed from agriculture, and that will be an adverse impact. But of course, the benefits of the proposal in terms of the new homes and employment and jobs, and as well delivery of green infrastructure and biodiversity net gain with that, we see as being the sort of the greater benefit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bleaky, please.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. Nice easy one to start with, which is regarding transport. It's good to see that this proposal for so much local employment, and that there will be opportunities for many people living there, but it won't be all by any means. And let's not kid ourselves, what we're looking at here is a dormitory town that will be there to serve Exeter primarily. So transport into and out of Exeter will be problematic, particularly I think on the 305-2. The aspiration for cycling and walking is, as it is with most new developments, it's there and it's very much hopeful, but experience in Cranbrook would suggest that while there is a higher incidence of cycling and walking than probably in most places, you only really notice it when the weather is fine. As soon as the weather gets bad, people do revert to their cars, of which there are, like anywhere else, far too many. So that is something that I think it will be a matter of concern for probably most of the surrounding settlements in that area. So what I would like to know is, do you have any further proposals for somehow supporting public transport, which, let's be truthful, at the moment is rather clunky. There is no railway option. So how would you actually get perhaps 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 vehicle movements a day controlled in and out of that settlement? And the other question I have is regarding the business model. I see that Stuart and Law are going to facilitate delivery. How exactly? Because this appears to be a case of the land being obviously entirely privately owned and then delivered by developers. I can't imagine for one moment that Blue would attempt to do that on their own. So how would the parcels be managed, and realistically, what sort of time scale is expected for delivery?
Okay, in terms of sort of transport interventions, you mentioned Cranbrook. I think there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from Cranbrook, but I do think there are real opportunities from this site. And one of the key advantages is its location and its proximity to a significant number of jobs and employment areas, which will lend itself to people being able to walk and cycle to them. But of course, there will be people that will jump in their cars, of course, and travel by car. But there are opportunities here. We've identified a couple of potential sustainable transport interchange locations here on the A30 and on the A3, A52, so that people from this neighbourhood will have the opportunity to walk or cycle to them, to store their bikes safely in those locations, and immediately be able to get onto a bus. And the fact that we will have a new road link between them just means that bus connections to this part of East Devon can be significantly improved. Beyond that, we'll need to work with the Devon County Council to look at any wider improvements, any financial contributions that are required to improve bus services and their frequency, and that will come forward as part of the detailed proposals. In terms of how this will be managed, the intention, should this be a proposal that's supported by East Devon and taken to draft local plan, and eventually coming forward in an adopted local plan, the intention would be for Broad Homes to come forward with an outline application with a master plan for the whole development. As part of that, we would intend to come forward with some strategic design codes to ensure that everyone's comfortable with the quality of the development that can come forward. And Broad Homes being ultimately one of the own developers, will have a lot of control over that. So actually what we propose, what we see. In terms of whether they then parcel up some of the land in the future, that may well be a decision for them. But as I say, how that comes forward will be controlled by the outline consent and the parameters that are set by that, by stuff like the design codes, so you can ensure that it will come forward comprehensively, and it's in their interest, given they are going to be the main developer, for it to be a quality development. They don't want new homes coming forward on this that are going to detract from the kind of product that they want to come forward. And in terms of employment, our client Stewart Partners are interested in bringing forward new employment proposals here, so they want to develop a lot of the new employment that we propose on this site, and not just build it, but also continue to operate and manage it as well. So it will be a long-term interest there. Again, there may well be sort of wider employment that goes to the market, but I've no doubt that there will be a very sort of active interest in new employment opportunities in this area.
Can I just follow that up? Councillor Blakey's concerns there about the delivery model, because it could be said that the model that was followed for Cranbrook some years ago presented difficulties, didn't it? And so what we would like as a council, we have talked about this a lot, is if we're backing the idea of a new community, that we as East Devon are sitting there alongside, for sake of argument, law homes, almost pari passu, making the key strategic master planning decisions. Do you think that's acceptable, and is that understood by your plan?
We certainly don't expect to come up with a master plan and just present that to you and that to be it. We absolutely recognise that we need to work very closely with officers and with members and with wider members of the community to develop master plan proposals. This is a significant proposal to 8,000 homes beyond the plan period, and one that will take many years to come forward, and it's imperative that we get that right, and that's going to require collaborative work between us.
Can I just ask Councillor Blakey, as I understand it, one of the problems has been the retention of these various parcels of land, hasn't it, over a period of time, and that's good, for example, providing the supermarket in Cranbrook. In the end, we had to intervene as a council. I'm trying to lead you to praise that. I'm just trying to draw on your experience of the problem if there are various plots sort of still who will bring those in eventually. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, absolutely, and the fact that Cranbrook has been delivered thus far, I think, entirely through a similar model to this, has meant that the landowners and the developers have proceeded at a pace that suits them and delivered what suits them at a time that suits them. And there's been a perpetual negotiation away from a number of the facilities that were envisaged at the outset. Now, had Cranbrook been built under a development corporation, which was another one that I don't know whether it was ever even considered, frankly, but it certainly should have been, that would have had the effect of delivering Cranbrook, I believe, as a higher community, a higher quality community, and would have done so more quickly. I think that there have been necessarily so many compromises at Cranbrook that have resulted in some cases, but Cranbrook is I think a fine place, I should say that because I live there, but I think it could have been done better, and I think that the lessons that we take from it should be applied to the next major development, because if you don't learn, you stagnate and die.
Can I just ask, sorry, just put you on the spot, Ed, to comment on this a bit, because it is, we're looking at some years down the road.
Chair, I wonder if you'd raise your voice a bit more.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. There we go. Is that better?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to ask Ed if he might be able to just comment on what latitude we will have as a council to ensure that something like perhaps a development corporation model working with landowners and with the developers is something we can actually do moving forward, or are we slightly constrained? Because it clearly seems to be the learning opportunity, isn't it, from Cranbrook, but what could we do?
Well, as you say, Chair, there are lots of lessons to be learned from Cranbrook, and that is informing the work we're doing through CBRE and consultants who have looked at these new community options. And you'll see from the report coming up that part of their commission, should members wish to proceed with the new community options, to look at delivery vehicles, various options, and make recommendations to members about those options and how they could be taken forward to ensure that we have a suitable delivery vehicle that helps us to deliver a new community that's fit for purpose and delivers the council's vision for that place. So that's work that hasn't been done yet and needs to be moved forward in terms of how we do that. Certainly a locally led development corporation is one of those options that we would expect that work to look at and assess. But that does need sign off by government in order to move that forward. So that's not a decision that the council can make in isolation. But there are other options as well that are also need to be looked at in terms of whether you have some form of master developer that sits within that is another option. Other ways in which we can try and secure land potentially within an option to deliver key pieces of infrastructure in partnership with developers rather than having a kind of overarching delivery vehicle ourselves. So that there are lots of options. They need to be assessed and recommendations need to be made in due course. We're just not at that point yet in that work, but it is envisaged that we take that forward if members wish to pursue the new community option.
That's great, thanks, and I hope that's helpful for you to hear.
Yes,
as well. That's the vibe around these parts.
Yes, I mean, I think, from our perspective, it's a case of identifying the most appropriate location for the EU community. The reason I've set out with is that this to be the best option. Once that's there, then we can work very closely together in terms of how best to deliver this.
Is there anybody else? Councillor Eagle.
Thank you. Can I just check? It was you personally that presented to us. Was it in February this year?
It was in January.
January.
Yeah, I think so. Time flies, yeah.
Thank you, because on that particular presentation that you said, and this can be delivered immediately. I think it was 1,500 dwellings, I think, roughly. Was that not right?
I can't remember.
Yeah,
that.
but you did say you could deliver them immediately, which kind of has a high impact, when someone tells you that. So the reason I asked you that is a lot of people think that this potential new development is far more important than perhaps we considered even just a year ago. Because if it was delivered rapidly, it would greatly affect how we formulate this emerging local plan. Because if you can deliver 6 within your jurisdiction, 8,000 dwellings in conjunction, if you could deliver them rapidly, then that means that we don't have a need to deliver houses elsewhere. So it was fascinating that you said just yourself, that's 6,000 dwellings that you'd be looking to deliver, and you said, and you verified earlier that that's 2,500 within, are you thinking?
The plan period, yeah.
In
the plan period is 2040.
To 2040. That's fascinating. And I'm curious, is that something that you've decided? Is that something that you can't exceed? Because we've been told, well, you cannot expect more than 2,500. I don't expect you to be able to answer this in the next 60 seconds, but what if they said, can you deliver 6,000 during the term of this local plan?
Yeah.
Could that be done?
This is a major scale development, and it takes time to bring it forward. It's deliverable because there is a house builder on board, so when permission is in place, they will get on and build the homes. Rather than through a land promoter, they would then pass it up and sell it on to different house builders, and that takes time itself. The 2,500 homes comes from the council itself.
That's not your thing.
In terms of what officers consider to be a reasonable number of homes to come forward in the plan period. From our assessment, that's there or thereabouts. We haven't done the detailed work, but if we can come forward quickly in terms of progression of the plan with consents, then once we have those consents in place, then our clients will look to develop it. And ultimately that starting point then has an impact in terms of how quickly we can develop and how many homes we can deliver in the plan period. So if it takes us 10 years to get consent, or it takes us 5 years, we can get it in 5 years, we're obviously going to be able to deliver far more homes in that plan period than it will do if it took 10 years to get permission.
Well, thank you. So can I just double check on that? So you're saying if it was facilitated, yes, you could deliver the 6,000 and perhaps the 8,000 within the time period of the plan?
I don't think you're going to deliver the full 8,000 at all. I think there is an opportunity potentially to increase the number beyond the 2,500 homes, but that does depend on progression of the local plan in a timely manner. It does depend ultimately on the final delivery model, and it does depend on the ability to get the necessary planning permissions in place and the time that takes. But once those permissions are in place, our clients are house builders and they want to get on and deliver homes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ingham, are you sensing the cavalry coming over the hill here in some way in terms of numbers in the
Well,
plan?
each time, thank you, Jeff, each time I've questioned this, I've been told, no, it can only be 2,500, it can only be 2,500. You cannot expect any more than that. And now there is the opportunity, I believe, from what I've just been told, that could possibly be double that. It couldn't be 8,000, it's quite clear it couldn't be 8,000, but it could be 6,000. And in my own mind, I would have thought, and I was thinking 3 years ago, if there was a new town, it would be about 6,000. And then there can be other areas still in the West End, which meet with our considerations, that can be delivered. And so I don't like being railroaded and told that we can't have something, when quite clearly, if we pull a finger out, Chair, we can have something. So that's what I'm interested in.
It makes many rail routes to come to a single road in here, but that's a terrible analogy. I want to pursue it. Councillor Moulding, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm again thinking back towards the early development of Cranbrook, and there were advantages that came forward from that early development, and that was government support in terms of significant grants which enabled the early delivery of schools, the early delivery of transport links in and from the site, and a neighbourhood centre. And I'm wondering how your proposals will be funded if there's no government grants to bring forward those very early essential facilities in terms of infrastructure. And we learned, didn't we, from Cranbrook, we also needed medical facilities, we needed social facilities, we needed religious support, and all those sorts of things that an early community will need. And I'm wondering where that funding will come from.
Okay, just 60 seconds. So it's run way over.
Yeah, the slight difference between these proposals and what you're proposing with your plan now compared to Cranbrook is that officers are rightly looking at this beyond the plan period, beyond 2040, in terms of the overall development proposal of 8,000 homes, potentially more. And so looking at what that can deliver in terms of services and facilities, that quantum of homes compared to what Cranbrook was initially is very different. So at the moment, the proposals are being brought forward on the basis of there not being government funding in place because of the quantum of homes proposed that can deliver that. Of course, if there were government funding in due course to help facilitate things like this, then that just helps us to bring forward more viably those services and facilities, to bring houses forward more quickly than might be possible to deliver more affordable homes. If that additional funding means that we're not spending it on roads and we can spend it on affordable homes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question, Councillor Moulding. So two more, Councillor Rylands and Councillor Dickey. Councillor Rylands, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been around for long enough to remember Cranbrook that it was a twinkle probably in everyone's eye. And I seem to remember that the developers originally at Cranbrook wanted to have far more houses per year than they ended up delivering. And my major concern with any major new development at the moment is probably the ones that are shared by Councillor Blakey, and that is that once developers get planning permission, they then put the brake on the volume of delivery, the flow of delivery. For whatever reason, who knows, but that has knock-on effects on the infrastructure that surrounds the coming houses, and also the life experience of people who already live around these new communities. Now, I hope that in strategic planning, we are trying to make decisions that are good for the entire community, including existing residents, especially existing residents, And my greatest fear is that if we go down the developer-led delivery route, again, we will get exactly the same thing that we've had in Cranbrook, which is past the initial investment stage from the government, which is actually not going to be the case in any new community. It's like getting blood from a stone, getting any infrastructure delivered. Every single bit of infrastructure has had to be fought for, and frankly, that kind of trench warfare is not how any infrastructure should be delivered. So if we go down the developer-led route on this, then we're sliding our residents up, the existing residents, and even the people who move in the first 20 or 25 years, to a poorer life experience than people already have. And I really don't think that any of us should be aspiring to do that. So unless we have a delivery model that actually stumps up in major bits of infrastructure up front, then I don't think that this plan is going to be the silver bullet we think it is. And I don't think we should be relying on it to address our housing numbers, because once they have planning permission, developers simply don't deliver the houses at the speed they said they would originally. It hasn't happened in Cranbrook, it hasn't happened in any of the other growth points. And if we go down the same delivery model, I wouldn't expect it to happen here either. So we'd be looking at more people, the same infrastructure for potentially 2 decades. And I don't think any of us should even be thinking about signing up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Excuse me, Chair. We're debating item 8.
You have been debating item 8 for the last 20 minutes. Councillor Blakey.
Yes, but my point being, one of the councillors is sitting outside because he's been included because of the particular developer.
Well, luckily, because of the initiative I insisted on, any member of the public in the world is able to watch. Let me just open it. There it is on YouTube. You're live on YouTube at the moment, so it's not exclusive. You can be up there watching it, so you can see the icons. Councillor Blakey, please.
Yeah, if I may, perhaps with confirmation, regarding comments by Councillor Moulding that I don't believe they were government grants actually provided for the initial construction of Cranbrook. My understanding was that it was forward funding, which is a different thing. And correct me if I'm wrong on that one, Mr. Breen.
So you say that's my understanding, yes. A lot of it was grants. Loans.
And also, if I may, moving back to Councillor Ryan's comments about the speed of delivery, there are so many factors that come into play. Not least over the last many years is actually the availability of the tradespeople to do the work. And we now find ourselves in a position where materials are in short supply and so on. So yes, there is always the potential for a very compromised time frame for delivery, and the experience in Cranbrook is that it has been barely more than half the originally anticipated.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blakey. Thank you very much, Mr. Richards, indeed, for that.
Thank you very much.
Richard, have a question?
No, it's been answered, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Watts, for that as well. It did bleed rather into a later agenda, I think, since we have the talent here in the room. Let's ask the questions. Thank you very much. So we have one more contributor before we break, which is Mr. Lawrence Turner. Mr. Lawrence Turner. Oh, it's Bethan Turner. I do apologise. Bethan Turner.
No, not well. Unfortunately, Lawrence isn't feeling too well today, so he's at home nursing his son, so I thought I'd jump in and explain stuff. All right.
Very well. Okay, with your editor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Committee. My name is Bethan Hay, and I'm a planning consultant at Boyer, representing our client, Vistry Group. We're here today to discuss Vistry site at Addlepool Farm, which is being promoted as a new sustainable village on the edge of Exeter, identified as Addlepool Village. The site forms part of a much wider second option for a new settlement, but it is our view that our site could come forward on its own as a self-contained new village, or indeed as part of a wider growth area. Next slide, please. Now, Vistry brings together the brands of Bovis Homes, Linden Homes and Vistry Partnerships, and is one of the country's leading house builders. Vistry Partnerships is the group's affordable homes and regeneration specialist. Now, Vistry are due to acquire Countryside, resulting in Vistry becoming the largest house builder in the UK. They have an established reputation for quality, developing sustainable new homes and communities across the UK housing market. The range of properties across the business is flexible, with designs that can be adapted to the changing needs of the markets, the customer, and the environment within which they build. Next slide, please. So the site lies in proximity to Cliff St George and benefits from strong links with Topsham and Exeter. The site is approximately 38 hectares and comprises a series of fields located to the north and south of Woodbury Road, to the east and south of Cliff St George, and to the north of Edford. The nearest train station is at Topsham, which is located approximately 1 mile from the site, and the site also lies in proximity to the Cliff Valley Regional Trail. There are no statutory designations affecting the site, and it is supported by initial technical surveys and assessments, which will be discussed in a few slides. The site also lies approximately 3.4 kilometres from the East Devon AONB. It is acknowledged that Cliff St George and Edford have limited facilities and services. However, Addlepool Village provides the opportunity to deliver wider benefits, not just through the delivery of market and affordable homes, but through the provision of improved bus connections, a local centre, new primary school, and provision of public open space. Next slide, please. Our vision for Addlepool Farm is to deliver a range of private and affordable homes supported by a variety of new community, recreational and ecological opportunities to create a self-contained, well-connected, lively and vibrant new neighbourhood. It has been important to Vistry to create a self-contained new village, whilst also connecting the development both visually and physically to the existing surrounding settlements of Edford and Cliff St George. The proposals will include approximately 700 dwellings, including both market and affordable homes, local centre, land for educational use, which could include a 2-form entry primary school, allotments, sports pitches, and extensive areas of public open space. Vehicular, pedestrian and cycle access would be from Woodford Road, which would also deliver the main link between both parcels. Proposed secondary vehicular, pedestrian and cycle routes will be taken from Exmouth Road. The local centre could include a community or sustainable travel hub, and this community asset, together with the school, will be knitted together with vast areas of open space. New recreational routes will be provided through the open space, providing linkages and opportunities for informal play and recreation for all ages and abilities. Areas along the southern boundary will form part of a large ecological enhancement area, contributing to biodiversity net gain. Next slide, please. The proposed development has a number of key benefits, some of which are set out on this slide. The proposed scheme is based on the 20-minute neighbourhood concept, whereby key services and facilities are within a 20-minute distance using public transport, walking and cycling. The development will provide 17.45 hectares of new public open space in the form of sports pitches, recreational routes, community allotment or orchard, which could include a pick-your-own space to encourage informal recreation. New woodland planting will reinforce and strengthen the existing boundary vegetation to help with filtering views and to respect the setting of the site within the surrounding countryside. The scheme will look to incorporate nature interventions such as hedgehog highways, bee bricks, insect-friendly planting and bird boxes, and new homes with electrical vehicle charging points, wastewater heat recovery and enhanced insulation. Next slide, please. So the site is supported by an initial suite of technical information. An initial transport study has been undertaken which demonstrates that the site is well connected in terms of public transport, cycle and walking. And a new bus route could be provided through a tree-lined spine road to connect the new homes with facilities and beyond to existing settlements. In landscape terms, the site does not lie within any statutory or non-statutory designations for landscape character or quality. And the northern part of the site is separated from Cliff St George by intervening fields. It's acknowledged that the southern part of the site is slightly more elevated and there are some glimpse views back to Cliff St George. These views will be retained where possible. The proposed development will also provide new recreational routes, as I've mentioned. A preliminary ecological appraisal has been undertaken, which has included a Phase 1 habitat survey. No designated wildlife sites or ancient woodland is present on or directly adjacent to the site. And the development will seek to retain those habitats with the greatest ecological value, which will be incorporated into the green infrastructure. As set out on this slide, the site lies predominantly within flood zone 1, and drainage basins will be located within the lowest part of the site. Sustainable drainage systems will also be adopted. We are confident that this site is deliverable and any perceived impact can be suitably mitigated. Next slide, please. Vistry Group's purpose is to deliver sustainable homes and communities, and key to this is their sustainability strategy. As set out on this slide, they are currently developing their 2025 house types to consider the new Part L and Future Home standard, and they're also developing their fabric first approach. This development also incorporates building for a healthy life, one of the most widely used design tools for creating places that are better for people and nature. The 6 key principles for delivery of building for a healthy life are just set out on this slide. Critical to this is to create a design for active travel and provide access to green space. The COVID pandemic has reinforced the importance of access for all to public open space and the need to prioritise walking and cycling to support a sense of well-being from exercise, which has been adopted across this proposed scheme. By designing for active travel and maximising access to green space and working with the existing landscape and securing biodiversity enhancements, the development also aligns with the Council's energy hierarchy. The Adelpool Village team wish to create a lasting legacy that existing and new residents would be proud of. Next slide, please. The site and scheme has a number of benefits, which we have highlighted in previous slides. However, one of the key benefits, in our opinion, relates to its delivery. The site lies entirely within a single land ownership and is within the control of Vistry, a house builder who will be able to deliver the scheme in the short to medium term. Vistry have the experience and resources to deliver the scheme in full and will not be reliant on any third parties to bring it forward. This will ensure the consistent delivery of homes throughout the emerging local plan period. As has been demonstrated, the site has no technical or environmental constraints, and development could commence in the early part of the emerging local plan period, subject to its identification as an allocation. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Bethan, very much for that. From outside of the committee, Councillor York first, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is part of a section of option 3 of the new town, so we need to consider that. The green credentials, and thank you to the developers for coming up with all these green proposals. Getting across the already busy main roads at that area is a difficult job now, never mind having another 600 houses. And this development is reliant on junction 30 of the motorway and the Cliffs Valley roundabout that in reports regarding the new town, the Cliffs and Mary roundabout and the Cliffs and George roundabout are potential problems for transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me to answer. Councillor Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask, you talking about 700 houses, you mentioned the size of the school. Did you say 2 classrooms?
Potentially, yes.
What happens to all the other children then? Where do they go?
So, sorry, 2 form-entry primary school, which would mean you'd have 2 classes per year, but there's flexibility to the use, so that could be any kind of educational use.
And the other question was, you didn't mention anything about health service provision. Is there anything there to, you're going to build doctor's surgery or?
Are you happy for me to respond, Chair? Yeah, sorry. Apologies. The local centre is, again, very flexible. We'd really like to engage with residents of Cliff St George to understand what would they like to see come forward. Indeed, that could include something related to healthcare, that could include something relating to retail, or perhaps flexible working space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back out to Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank you, Chair. How will you be dealing with sewage? Where will that be feeding into?
If you have the miracle answer, yes, go on.
So obviously we've covered surface water drainage and things like that through sub-speeches and drainage basins in the lowest part of the site. We've not yet got into the sort of level of detail relating to sewage. We are sort of liaising with the relevant utility providers to ensure that there will be sufficient capacity on the network to accommodate for this development. We're sort of going through those discussions. This is very much in an initial concept stage, but we really welcome the opportunity to present to you this morning or this afternoon. Thank you.
We're very sewage curious on this council. We always get discussed.
We see a lot of this.
We do see a lot of it. Yes, when it comes up through Councillor Morrison's mind, quite regularly. Councillor Skinner and then Councillor Dean, please.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question. You put forward that it's all under one ownership. Does that mean one ownership under an option agreement, or do you mean all the different landowners that are there, that there's only one landowner and it is only one ownership? I just want a clarification on, because actually building out developments under one ownership are easier, of course, because you're dealing with one owner rather than multiples, but sometimes one ownership isn't necessarily one ownership, it can be sometimes the option.
Beth?
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that it is one single landowner, one ownership, and that's all under the control of Vistry Group.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you very much. I have a wonderful presentation, you know, I'm completely sold. So the niggling question I have is, can you provide all this just on the back of 700 homes? I mean, I can understand if we're talking about a new town of 8,000 homes, that you can provide a lot of facilities on the back of that. Can you do all that? I mean, I'm sure the accountants have been at this one and ripped it apart. So can you be sure that this will be provided? Because we are so used to hearing, oh, actually viability has changed, we can't provide this, we can't provide that.
It's my understanding that yes, it all can come forward, it's being supported by the 700 dwellings, and also looking at highways mitigation as well alongside that. Thank you.
And affordable on top of that as well?
Yes, we'll be looking at providing 35% affordable housing, so that would be in accordance with your emerging local plan policy.
So can I ask just to, although this is again veering into the next debate slightly, just to help us understand how these sit, these various options at the moment, as we sort of, there's an idea, isn't there? Well, option one seems great, but then there's something which is coming up now where somebody's suggesting, but we could do this as well, kind of thing. How would that work?
Well, Chair, I think this is part of the reason CBR in their work have sought to create a level playing field in terms of having 3 equal options for a new town, in terms of 8,000 homes to compare. So we're comparing like with their work. Essentially, some of what you're hearing, particularly with this adult pool option, is sort of a sub-option, if you like, in terms of it's part of option 3. within the CPRE work. It could be part of that wider option for new town to take 1,000 homes, or it may be that you see it coming forward as a standalone development as has been presented. I do have some strong reservations about whether or not it can deliver what's been suggested. I'd love to see the viability appraisal that sits behind that, because I've never seen developments of that scale delivering that level of infrastructure. So a word of caution from me there in terms of that. I think it's important we sort of progress in terms of the new town option with this wider vision, and then obviously there may be sub-options within that that members want to consider further off the back of that.
Okay, and that will come up at the next general item. So, Beth, thank you very much. Any other questions? No? All cool. Thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you for your assistant as well. What we'll now do is take a short break. We're running a bit behind schedule, but hopefully we can pick up something afterwards. Let's come back at 12:30. Let's say that 14 minutes.
Get out of my favour. Don't give that.
Yeah, look at the top 10.
Yeah, just put your microphone on.
At the store.
Start. Yeah.
Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Chair. Just to clarify, I've just sought advice during the break, and so my interest on agenda item 9 is an NRI, and it affects NRI, not prejudicial, because we're not discussing the site-specific. I make no commentary on that whatsoever. It's just on the general strategy. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ledger. Okay, so now we move on to agenda item 8. A carrot for you all is that after this we have a lunch break, just saying. And the agenda item 8 is the new community options appraisal, which you could find, and I never thought I'd say this out loud, between pages 37 and 563.
568.
Near the front.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, yes.
I'd like to change the order in which we're considering things and take item 10 first, because
no is the answer. So moving straight on.
That's a proposal.
No, it's not. It's not accepted as a proposal. This is the agenda. It's the published agenda. It's gone out. Members of the public are engaging with this on tube accordingly. They expect this to be going on now.
Chairman, once again, you are denying me a democratic right under our procedures to vary the agenda.
There doesn't seem to be any legitimate reason to do so.
Well, you haven't asked if I have one.
What can be your reason, Councillor Allen?
The current agenda doesn't allow us to look at the East Devon local plan in its round, and it doesn't allow proper consultation with the prior to public consultation with all of those people who have laboured through the development plan procedures for their local plans. Specifically, it does not allow input by town and parish councils who spent a long time labouring to get development plans approved. And it's an insult that we're allowing a large number of developers to put forward proposals, but not allowing the councils to come to a meeting like this and put their own views forward. That is not democratic, and it's time we actually had that step before we discuss the East Devon local plan in its final form. Thank you, Chair. That's my proposal.
But I don't understand, Councillor Allen, why that then makes you think that just right now we should change the agenda item order.
Because it would then allow other communities directly affected by the housing and economic land availability assessments and all the proposals that we've put forward to have a democratic discussion about those plans in this chamber with the Strategic Planning Committee. And that's why it should be voted now out of the agenda completely, and I can't do that unless I vary the order.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying just get rid of item 8 totally. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it should be modified to be two-stage process, and that would allow town councils and parish councils directly affected by these major proposals to discuss it with the Strategic Planning Committee before it goes out to public consultation.
But the public consultation, and I can tell you as a Coniston Parish Council, has already been notified to the Coniston Parish Council of this country, and they will get the consultation documents through on hopefully November the 7th or whatever.
It doesn't allow them the discussion with the Strategic Planning.
Because, Councillor, they do not sit on the Strategic Planning Committee. They haven't been elected to this council.
Because you haven't invited them, but you have invited the developers.
Do you seriously think we should have invited, I think it's 60 town and parish councils.
We should have given them the option, Chair, and
They did have the option.
certainly we should
There is
have
public
given-
question time.
We should have
Every,
gi- we
Councillor
should
Allen,
have-
I am speaking, there is public question time at every single meeting at which they could have appeared.
Well, if you let me finish what I'm saying, instead of interrupting me, what I'm saying is it's democratically correct that they should be invited first to a strategic planning committee to discuss the draft local plan. I did it when I was going through the original local plan discussions. I see no logical reason why this council has adopted a completely tyrannical approach to ignoring town and parish councils being involved in the process, making presentations to the strategic planning committee. That's what I'm asking.
Councillor Allen, how long have you sat on this strategic planning committee? Well, I can tell you the answer to that. In this period, you've been on it now for 3 years and probably 6 months. We are now halfway through a meeting, and you are only now making this suggestion and only now asking us to change the agenda. Why haven't you done it before?
Because I didn't see the final plan and saw the holes in it and came across a lack of involvement with the OMB teams and the town councils until the agenda was issued.
Yeah. I'm not prepared to go to a vote on that because I don't think it's a legitimate motion at all. I mean, I'm happy to take legal advice from Mr. Hunter, but whoever else.
Thank you, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, it's just we're looking at whether or not we're going to go with the agenda in the order that it's in. That's what was mentioned originally, unless you're suggesting that for some reason one of these items should be deferred in order to allow the parish councils to take part, in which case we could still put that proposal forward when you're dealing with that item at the correct part of the agenda. I don't see why we need to change the agenda order at the moment to facilitate what you're potentially proposing. As I understand, there's two things. Either you're asking for a change in the order of the agenda, which is what I thought you were asking for originally, or you're asking when we come to one of the items that you may wish to defer it to involve the community and the parish councils. That's a separate matter that can be dealt with that particular item. So, from what I've heard then, I think we're probably safe to proceed on the agenda numbering as we've got it at the moment. There's no justification at all to change that order.
You're saying, Mr. Hunter, that you can see no legitimate reason why we should not vary the order of discussion on a proposal from me.
No, because what I'm saying is we're going to look at each of these items now. So we're going to deal with them all.
I'm asking you procedural.
So all I'm saying now is whether or not you wish to change the order, the running order of this meeting. And that's what I understood you to mean at first, but then when you clarified it, you said that there was further discussion as to you wanted to potentially defer one of the items, I believe, from what you were saying. Which is it that you want to do? Do you just want to change the running order?
I think what I'll do, I'll just, sorry, and go take it to standards, if you don't mind this, Councillor Allen. We know that Councillor Bailey is coming. She has indicated that she's coming, and she's coming obviously because of the difficulties provided by the Council's decision to meet in this way, despite the fact you are the only 5 Conservatives in this room who want to turn up. She is coming on the basis that this is the running order of the agenda. So I hope you have the courtesy to understand that is why I will not change the agenda. Right, moving on to...
I hope you have the courtesy, Chair, of understanding that you have had a perfectly legitimate request to change the order, and that the planning solicitor has said that it's perfectly acceptable, as far as I understand it, to change the order of procedure. It's up to Councillor Bailey to organise her own time, not me.
We are being... I just think your use of the word tyrannical...
Well, Chair, from the legal point of view, if it is that the members put that forward as a proposal and then everybody wants to vote on it, then that's the way it should be done. It should be voted upon. Having said that, as you pointed out quite rightly, there are people sat at home as well and watching this in the correct order that's been advertised. So at the beginning we could have put that forward, and that's not been put forward, it's just been put forward now. Having said that, if that's what somebody's putting forward, I think we'll have to vote on it then, Chair.
So what is Councillor Allen actually suggesting? I don't understand.
Well, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, at this moment in time, you're just saying that you want the order that the items are dealt with to be changed around. So what order are you proposing, and on what basis? Why?
I'm proposing we consider the draft East Devon local agenda first before we look at the new community options and East Devon local housing and economic land development assessments, and the consultation can be discussed while we're still much more able to take it in. Because at present, if we go through all of the other things, it's getting increasingly confusing.
Councillor Allen, if I could just briefly stop you. Ed Freeman's just explained to me that there's a particular reason why this order is being put forward. Again, obviously it is your democratic right to put forward a proposal to change the running order, but I think if we can hear from Mr Freeman as to why he believes this is the best running order to hear it in before anybody makes a decision.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd just point out that in terms of the order of the agenda, there was a logic to this in the sense that I feel obviously the decisions about the new community are a key component of what goes into the draft local plan for consultation, so that needs to be considered before the local plan in terms of what's feeding into that and goes out to consultation in that document. There is also a need for item 9 to be considered in advance of the local plan, in that the HELAR is a key evidence document that feeds into the local plan and its production. So it would be illogical to consider the document that we're going out to consult before you first considered the evidence that feeds into it. So there is a logic to the sequence of the agenda, which is why I put it forward in the order that it is in. And I would suggest that that logic be respected in terms of a logical decision-making process to today's discussions.
Councillor Ledger.
I would suggest that we go to lunch and then you can decide this amongst yourselves, and we can continue this after the lunch break.
I think that's the only option, unless Councillor Allen is kind enough to take the advice of Councillor Freeman, of Mr Freeman. So, Councillor Allen, can I ask you, do you put any weight on what Mr Freeman has just advised?
Mr Freeman knows very well that the draft East Devon local plan isn't complete and won't be complete until a large number of other things are taken into account. Now, if we don't like the proposals in the economic land availability assessment matched with the local plan, then clearly we're going to change it. But we've already voted previously that you don't want any major changes to this plan. So I can't understand the logic of the comment that Mr Freeman put forward, because frankly all he's doing is just putting more evidence behind his own version of the East Devon local plan, which is already faulty in that it's missing key pieces. It has no economic development needs assessment, and as Councillor Young pointed out, it's very, very thin on the environment. So how can we look at a plan which is lacking in sustainability? So therefore, I'm asking it can be brought forward for discussion as to whether we should in fact get a delay on it until we incorporate other things. And to do that, I need to have it brought forward before we waste a large amount of time making decisions which you're not going to listen to.
Who's not going to listen to?
You've already made it plain in previous meeting that there will be no major changes to this economic, this East Devon local plan.
That's the decision of the Strategic Planning Committee, it's not me.
So
I'm just trying to assist our officers in their professional role, which I believe, as Councillor Skinner was saying the other day in the meeting, we have to respect above all else to get the consultation out of the door. Now, in the interim, we know perfectly well the officers will continue to do lots of other work. But What we don't pull out is a PhD. We pull out 3 good A levels, we hear the consultation, and then we adapt it. That's the whole point of this process. But if what's intended now, on the basis you've got a 5-4 vote for about the next 10 minutes, is to wreck this, then, you know, I think the best thing to do is, well, let's see, Councillor Young, please.
Yeah, I can see where Councillor Howard's coming from, that yeah, there are pieces missing out of the plan. But then he is saying that we should invite parish councillors to come here to discuss their issues. But that is exactly why we need a consultation now, so we can then go to the parish, have council drop-in sessions with residents, so we then can get the feedback from the residents, what they feel, so then we can then come back to council and say, we like that, but we don't like this, we like that, but we don't like this, etc. But to say we can't go out to consultation until it's perfect, that's never going to happen, is it? We have to now build it on building blocks and have to negotiate step by step as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor York. It's also simply untrue that parish councils haven't come to these meetings. They have. We can go back through. I remember seeing them in public speaking. So they have already. They've had a good chance.
I put forward a proposal, Chair. If you wish to proceed, I suggest.
I think I'm afraid I don't wish to proceed with it, and I think the best thing to do is to call lunch, take a break, and if we have to, we'll cancel the rest of the meeting. So I suggest we meet back here at 1:45, please. been turned up while you've been having your egg and chips or whatever you have for lunch. But there is a request to have the pieces near to you. But can I ask, Councillor Bond, you've got a fantastic voice. Well, have a 1, 2, 3 there.
Yes, 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So, before we went for lunch, there was I took the legal advice on this about what Councillor Allen was thinking of doing. Councillor Allen, do you still want to come forward with that idea of switching agenda item order? And if so, do you have a second?
I think in the circumstances, Chair, that it's been sufficiently blocked so far that there's nothing more I can say.
Okay. So, opportunity was given. Right, very good then. We move on to the next agenda item, which we were going to start about 1 half ago. Agenda item 8, the new community options appraisal. You'll remember my superb joke that it was pages 37 to 563. Still funny, I think. So I think we'll start off, please, with the report from Ed Freeman, please.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to try and summarise the 500 odd pages of the report that's in front of you. I'll
Read
take
it
a
full.
lot of, or read it in full. I will take it as read that members have had a good look at that. But just to give you a few of the key headlines, I suppose. So obviously this matter has some history behind it. Members will be aware of been looking at the option of a new community for some time as part of the local plan. In fact, I think the issue first got raised at this meeting back in September 2018 when we started talking about this as a potential option for accommodating growth in the district. This was even in advance of the Great Ocean Strategic Plan, which started to do some work on this as well. Members will be aware that there's a number of options, or 3 key options that were put forward in terms of the call for sites, in terms of new community, in terms of land masses which were identified and shown in the working draft of the local plan that members had at the end of last year. The CVRE were appointed as consultants to do a number of key tasks, the first of which is about assessing those options and developing a vision for a new community against which those options can be assessed and appraised. And essentially appended to this report is their options appraisal of those 3 options. Now, those 3 options have been refined as part of this work to ensure that we're sort of comparing like with like. So you have 3 options that are set out in the reports which are comparable in the sense that they propose a land area which can deliver a settlement of around 8,000 homes. Now, the logic behind this is fundamentally starting to learn lessons from Cranbrook about being clear from the outset about what scale of new community we're talking about here from the outset, and planning for that from the outset. Cranbrook was something that was originally talked about as a development of about 3,000 homes, and then it's gradually grown and grown until we've now got expansion areas that take it to about 7,800 homes. But members will recall from a report that I think was brought to Cabinet last year about learning lessons from Cranbrook, that one of the key lessons was about being clear from the outset about what our vision for this place is, and planning for that from the outset so that there's certainty in terms of the neighbouring communities and all of those involved, but also we can plan for the delivery of infrastructure for that scale of development and start to master plan and have a vision for that scale of development rather than have an initial vision that then sort of just snowballs and becomes difficult to control and keep track of. So that's part of the logic behind that. 8,000 homes is considered to be a town of a scale that can achieve a good level of self-containment in terms of having not just homes but jobs within the settlement to minimise out commuting, and also services and facilities like schools, health facilities, a decent town centre, to try and minimise out commuting from that space, deliver a sustainable new community, but also minimise issues of out commuting to Exeter and elsewhere, which I think was raised earlier in terms of this being a dormitory town, and trying to avoid that and deliver a self-contained new community. So, having identified 3 comparable options, largely based on that that's come forward with the call for sites, and these are the 3 options we identified in the report, and the options appraised land in the covering report. You'll see that there's broadly 3 options. Option 1 is a land area that you heard a presentation on this morning, referred to as DENDO in that presentation, and basically relates to land between the A3052 and the A30. Around sort of the Hill Barton Business Park area up to the airport and the junction of the A30 with the airport. Then option 2 sort of spans the A3052, picking up the southern part of option 1 and also the area around to the east of Creeley towards, extending eastwards towards Greendale Business Park. And option 3 is an area south of the A3052 in a land area sort of to the southeast of St Mary Village, to the sort of northeast of St George, and the south of Butler Lane. So those options have been assessed against a series of criteria: landscape sensitivity, ecological impact and biodiversity, sustainable transport, environmental constraints, includes issues like flooding, minerals, historical environment, etc. Highways impacts, utility and net zero carbon infrastructure, and maneuverability. And they've been assessed against those criteria in the context of the vision for the new community, which came out of a couple of members' workshops that were held in July and early this month, which I think some of the members here were present at. And that vision is detailed in the committee reports. Appreciate the committee's views on that vision to ensure that it encapsulates the committee's vision for that place. And then in the appended options appraisal, there's both a sort of summary report of each of those assessments, and then you've got appended to that the more detailed assessments, which is how we get to the 100 pages. But the headlines in terms of the scoring really are that options 1 and 3 score very closely overall in terms of their acceptability. Option 2 is slightly less favoured in terms of that, looking across the criteria. So just to pick up on a couple of issues that came up this morning in relation to those options. So one of the key issues really is clearly the landscape impact of those options, and the assessment that's been carried out identifies that the least landscape sensitive areas is effectively much along the sort of corridor of the A3052 and the Grindle Brook. So further north towards the A30 and the further east towards Greendale Business Park and beyond you go, the more sensitive the landscape becomes to change. In that centralised area to the north and south of the A3052 and to some extent further south into option 3, the land is less sensitive. So this feeds back into some of what was said in the presentations this morning in relation to Greendale Business Park, and the members were looking at the landscape assessment work there. There is quite a clear contradiction, I think, with some of the landscape sensitivity work that our consultants have done that would suggest that land around Greendale Business Park is actually highly sensitive to change. Other key issues that came out this morning were in terms of the sewage capacity, and the report in front of you acknowledges that obviously there will be significant implications for sewage capacity from any of these options, and it does start to talk about options for addressing that in terms of potentially things like a dedicated sewage treatment facility for a new community to help to address those issues. And another key issue that was raised earlier was around highways capacity and the impact on the highway network. The options in front of you, obviously we're all going to have some impact. This comes back to this point about self-containment and ensuring that it works as a self-contained sustainable community in which walking and cycling can be the predominant means of transport. But there will inevitably be some highway movements from that, and the reports start to assess the impact of that on the road network around these sites, and also start to look at mitigation. So with some of the options, it's acknowledged that there will be impacts on the roundabout at St Mary on the A3052, and options around potentially redesigning that junction in some ways to help to
relieved that situation and building additional capacity. I touched on the report as well. So hopefully those sorts of issues are suitably addressed in the assessment work and will give members and potentially others, if it's consulted upon, some comfort that thought has been given to how we would actually go about starting to mitigate those issues. So the assessment work essentially identifies that options 1 and 3 are the most favoured options, and in terms of how we've taken forward consultation on site options in the local plan so far, members will be aware we tended to identify preferred sites, second choice sites, and then those options that have been sort of discarded at this point, dismissed at this stage, but are still identified in the consultation. And so in this report we propose a similar approach here of identifying option 1 as the preferred approach, option 3 as the second choice. As I noted, Dave, the scoring between those two options is quite close. There's no weighting been appointed to each of the criteria that's been used at this stage, and I think that is a key point to note. And obviously that's one area where further work will need to come forward in terms of refining these options, but at this stage, as we have been consulting on preferred approach options and second choice options, I don't see a problem in identifying them in that way at this stage. But we think there are potential issues in terms of option 1 that perhaps make it slightly favoured at this stage, aside from the 1 point that additionally scores in terms of the consultant's assessment. And those are issues around greater clarity in terms of ownership and willingness of landowners, as you've heard this morning in terms of the presentation, but also opportunities in terms of connecting to things like the envisaged heat mains interconnector between the proposed energy from waste plants at Hillbarton and the district heat network, so the Cranbrook and the enterprise owned sites, which potentially gives opportunities around better options for delivering zero carbon development at that site. And option 1 has marginally less impact on the highway network as well. So the proposal is to identify them in that way, and the remaining option will simply be identified in the consultation as an option that's currently being dismissed, but obviously respondents to the consultation would have an opportunity to comment on that option as well as they have throughout the plan as set out. In terms of the recommendations, I say members' views are sought on the vision statement that's in the report for the new community, but the main recommendations before members are really recommendations 1 and 3 in the report to agree to the principle of a new community, forming a key element of the strategy for growth in the new local plan, and 3 to agree to consult on a proposed new community with option 1 identified as the preferred approach and option 3 as an alternative option for consultation, with option 2 identified in the consultation as an option that has been discounted at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ed. Just before we come to members, I just would quite like to do, we've got 3 here, haven't we? 3 recommendations. I don't think it's going to do them en bloc. So what I'd like to do is get number 1 out of the way first, if possible, not before people have spoken, but just do we agree to the principle of the new community forming a key element of the strategy for growth in the new local plan? So what I'd like to do is take a vote on that in a minute. I don't know if anybody would like to speak on that. Councillor Legend.
Can I just, before you start, Chair, can I just be clear, Damien, at what point I do, because I thought you said I can listen to the presentations and then when it comes to the voting I go, or is that where we're at?
No, it's item 10, isn't it, Councillor, that you have to leave for? That's the,
right, so I'm all right with all this?
Yeah, the rest
and
of it. Unless you believe that the particular interest that you mentioned earlier are affected by the land and the close associates who you know, if you believe that they are affected and their land is directly affected by this item as well, then you should leave after you've spoken. If you don't, then you're fine to speak and to discuss and to vote on it. I thought it was just the local plan where you said that you believe that your close associates would be directly affected by the local plan more than anything else. If you believe they'll be affected by these other items on the agenda, then you should declare the interest in respect to those as well. So far, you've just declared in respect to item 10.
think really I ought to declare at this point, because at the end of the day, I'm going to be sitting here agreeing to, the principle of the growth of the new local plan, which
So, can I just tell you my comment, please?
Oh, sorry. The principle of the new of the site coming forward. Therefore, it makes it quite difficult for me to disseminate between the landowners and what we're going for here. It's almost in the same place. I feel relatively uncomfortable with that, because it could be argued if I saw it at 10, why didn't I see it at 8?
Okay, I mean, ultimately it's your final decision, but you said earlier that you believed in respect to the local plan and item 10 that you have the close associates whose land would directly be affected by that local plan. So you've declared the interest in respect of that item. If you now believe on reflection that this particular item would also raise the same issues with you, and that your close associates' land would be directly affected by this item, then I would advise you to declare the same declaration. You are entitled then to speak on this item, and then again you would have to leave the room. You could then come back for the next item, item 9, and again the same would apply. If you believe that item 9 directly related to land that was owned by a close associate of you, you should make the same declaration, speak and then leave.
Yes, thank you. So on that point, Chair, for clarity, so we all know, I don't have anything to add actually on these, and I think I ought to leave the meeting at this point, come back at 9, listen to as we've done by listening to the debate. There's nothing wrong in that, but when it comes to voting on these issues, I think I come.
Well, now, if you're declaring the same interest here, it directly relates NRI in relation to this. You've now heard the presentation from Mr. Freeman. You're entitled to speak, but you must then leave. You can't be sitting here and influencing your fellow members when they're having the discussion. Because the guidance around this is that just by your mere presence, arguably, you could be putting somebody off from saying something that they may wish to say.
Although arguably it's on the YouTube, so they can see it anyway. But anyway.
You can still see it, but you won't be then sitting in the presence of your fellow members who may feel uncomfortable about that if you've declared that interest. So if you're declaring, which I believe you are now, it directly relates NRI, is that correct?
Yeah.
You can speak and say whatever you want to say about Mr. Freeman's report, but then you must leave.
And I can speak on the recommendations.
You can speak in relation to relation to the report and the recommendations. Yes.
So, through Chair, if you don't mind, I'm also going to speak first of all of these. Look, this is not going to get so I'll speak my bit and then I shall leave the meeting if that's okay.
Yes, as chair of the meeting, I can do no other than allow you to do it. All I'd say, for, in the spirit of friendship, in your position, but if you want to, I think the key point that Damien just made is whether there might be a perception that you may have an influence in this room by speaking. On you are leader of the party after all. That's your decision. You're entitled to speak.
Yeah. I think to be fair, Chair, I have the same rights as a member of the public, and not to be disadvantaged by being a councillor in the position I'm in. I have the same rights, so I can speak and have my say, but then it's not up for debate. Then I go, and then everybody else has their say.
Correct.
Now, the only issue I now have, Chair, sorry to prolong this further, I'm trying to get through this so as we're all in a good place, is that I can't speak on one and then you just then I go out and then I come back and talk on 2 and then go out. I think it's better, if you don't mind, if I say my bits of 1, 2 and 3, then I can leave and then you can do your bit. Yeah?
No, actually, I'm sorry, because you've got to hear the presentations first before you can speak. So
I've just heard it.
You said the options 1, 2 and 3. Sorry, I thought you were talking about items 8, 9 and 10 that you were going to speak. No, so you're just speaking about item 8.
Because the chair advised what he wanted to do was take each option as they come. And he wanted to
recommendation.
The recommendation he wanted to take.
So you speak in relation to all 3?
Well, I need to speak to all 3, otherwise I'll be popping in and out of the day.
Of course.
Right, okay, if you don't mind then, Chair.
Also, in which case, I don't think that it needs for you to speak first, is it? Because we're taking a recommendation.
we would normally, we've heard the presentation, then we'd hear from the public speakers. I would suggest that Councillor Skinner would be the first public speaker to be heard, and then he can leave.
I think that's
and then the committee can then deliberate and discuss this, and then they can vote.
So I think that's it. So what I'd advise Councillor Skinner, I know that's ridiculous, but if you just move back to the public speaking bit, become a council, a ward member, go and sit next to Peter there, do it from there. That's probably that keeps it clean, isn't it?
But he still needs to leave, Chairman, after he's spoken.
And after that, he needs to.
After you've spoken, you still need to leave. I'm afraid because you've declared an interest and it's directly related. Yes, you do. Because if not, I could listen to the other public speakers first, but it just makes sense.
So I understand we have a member of the public here, Councillor Skinner, who's going to be our first speaker.
Might work
To this recommendation. Gender rights and aid recommendation. Over to you, Councillor Skinner. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Cool. On recommendations on item 1, I'm going to agree. I do absolutely agree with the principle of the new community forming part of our strategy for the local plan. That's 1. I'm going to move straight into 2. Obviously, views to sort on the vision statement for the new community report, and obviously that will be agreed on. Agree to consult proposed new community with option 1. Identified as the preferred option is option 2 as an alternative option. Option 3 will be identified by consultation will be discounted at this stage. Yeah, that's fine. That's me done. Okay. Thank you.
Well worth the wait,
Of course it is. You must have public participation.
Of course, but don't forget my cup of tea next time. Right. Doors are shut. So, I was going to go outside committee, but coming to, okay. So, Councillor Young, please first.
Are we just debating number 1 first?
Yes, I'd like number 1, I hope to be, I don't know, quite non-contentious, we can just take it over to move on.
There's some benefits in that site that it is covered by 2 junctions, junction 30 and junction 29 of the motorway. I do wonder if within the strategic planning side of it, that we could have a road that links Exeter to take the traffic out of the junctions and directly into Exeter without having to use those junctions. Then those junctions become less busy. Regarding the energy from waste,
sorry, Jeff, what we're looking at is the first recommendation, which is only that we agree to the principle of a new community forming a key element of a strategy.
I thought we were talking about the 3 sites.
Not yet, we're just doing 1. Okay, so we'll come back to Peter on principle.
Thank you, Chair. To me, the principle, this is prime agricultural land we're looking at. And we're protecting all the lower grade agricultural land in our wonderful AOMBs, but the place where all the food comes from, productive land, is where we're going to build our new community. And I find this really, I can't very strongly support this. It's just on the principle of grade 1 agriculture, the high grade agricultural land.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ledger, please.
Thanks very much. There's more I wanted to cover under recommendations 2 and 3, but just on the recommendation 1. I really don't want to, but I agree that it is probably the only option that we do have to fulfill housing numbers and requirement. I think we've seen from the call for sites that we haven't garnered the required numbers set to us by national government, and this is, I would say, the only way that we will meet those targets. And there is still going to be some seriously hard decisions across the district where we're going to be implementing growth in areas that I know that I wasn't agreed on, and it isn't in a lot of our best interest to do so. but that's the position that we are in and what we've been put in. So I'll propose that we move the recommendation on, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leisure. Happy to come back to you briefly, Peter, please.
Well, where do we stand if we've made this decision and say we have a new community, and then the central government turns around and says we can scrap the numbers, housing numbers?
Well, that's a good, okay, I'll ask it. I mean, let's say government suddenly says we only need 500, not 938 and a half, whatever they're telling us at the moment. What would the effect of that be?
Well, I would highlight that this is a draft plan for consultation at this stage. We're not looking to finalise the plan into a publication draft until the end of next year at the earliest, when it has a whole examination process, so there will be plenty of opportunities to review the plan in light of any significant changes in government policy in the meantime. So I don't think it's a reason not to proceed with what's on the table now. We have to proceed on the basis of the government policies and principles and guidance that are in place at this point in time. And it will be reviewed later if that changes.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think people will know this is not my favourite option. I'd much rather we were growing villages across the district organically, preferably using a lot of social housing. That said, we're being beaten from behind with a housing target, not where I'm making, that if we fail to meet, will be built anyway, because the developers will go straight to the government and get housing from the planning commission anywhere. So we have very little choice but to deliver these 950 houses. And thank God we're not also having to deliver part of the allocation for 3 other planning authorities, because that would be quite bad. Which was the very real threat, I guess. It's not my ideal option. I'm still not convinced about the sustainability of the transport options for either of the 2 favoured options. One of them is manifestly closer to Exeter than the other and better connected. That was the one I prefer personally, because it's closer to train stations, closer to cycle paths, closer to bus links. I did have some questions actually about specifics about the assessment methodology, but that's probably in the next bit, isn't it really? So, like Councillor Leisure, it's not my favourite option, but I think we have very little option the way things stand at the moment, other than to go ahead and put the self-contained community. My only problem with this is that a community is not just a bunch of houses. A community comes with infrastructure. If we use the same delivery model as Cranbrook, we'll end up with a bunch of houses in the middle of the countryside, poorly linked until whatever threshold is reached to deliver the infrastructure. We have to bear that in mind. This is not a zero-sum option. It's not just, oh yes, we can get rid of our housing allocation in one fell swoop, because every single house we build will have a knock-on effect on infrastructure, and we have to bear that in mind. And if we're planning on building a community, then we need to plan to build a community and not just a housing estate with infrastructure as an afterthought. Because if we do that, then we are making the lives of everybody who already lives in that area and all the people who move in the first 20 years that much poorer in terms of quality. We need to make sure that infrastructure gets delivered in a timely fashion. We can't be arguing 20 years' time about whether or not this putative new community has or does not have a medical centre, because that's just not a way to do town planning. So even if, very reluctantly, I agree that we must probably do this, and probably at the West End, East End, because that's where the transport links are, I'm not happy about it, because I don't trust the process at the moment. I don't trust the delivery model at the moment. I don't trust that it will deliver working communities for the people who live there and the people who will live there. So, yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. With a closed peg on your nose, am I taking that you were seconding Councillor Leisure there, or did you run on? I don't have to, I don't think, but Councillor B, please.
Thank you.
Oh yes, absolutely my fault. Welcome, Councillor B, to the meeting. And can we ask both of you if you have any interest?
Do you have any interest to declare?
No, I don't think I do.
Do you want to, whilst we're doing it as well, ask Councillor Burnett?
Yes, Councillor Burnett.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Nothing to declare at this point in the meeting. I'm sure I will declare if I think of anything throughout the process. Thank you very much.
And then, Peter, we didn't. Should we look out for faithful as well?
I have nothing to declare.
I thought we were seeing this morning, so I thought...
Yes, but I think we should go on.
We turned up late.
We didn't do the cheap seats, I don't think. Okay, very good. Councillor Bailey, please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, pretty similar to Councillor Ledger and Councillor Violence. I'm not enthusiastic about this, unfortunately, but regrettably, I don't think that there's any other option. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish we weren't building in vast expanses of greenfields, but I'm worried, really worried about the pressure on our housing numbers, and so regrettably I think I have no option but to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Egan, please.
Thanks, Chair. I do support, and here's why. You've got a choice. You can either take a positive stance or a negative stance about it. We know that national government, and we keep telling us, this 300,000 aspiration, and while that still exists, we've got to make sure that if any houses are delivered in East Devon, it's done to the best of our ability. We have a climate emergency agenda, which is very demanding because we have to attempt to plan not for the next 10 or 20 years, the next 200-300 years, to the best of our ability. So any housing that is built within East Devon has to be serviceable to the needs of our communities and create the less damage possible to the environment. If we are to follow, in my opinion, the hierarchy as we have laid out before us to the nth degree, then we do more damage than we need to. If we have a new town that has a proximity that is very close to employment opportunities, then we're reducing the need for people to commute and to use energy wastefully. That's why I support the principle of a new town. So that's why I support the recommendation.
And second, Councillor, are you happy to second Councillor Ledger? Thank you very much for the celerity, thank you. Who would like? Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the problems we have is, would we do this if the government targets didn't force us to? And I think the answer is probably not. And so I would like to put something into this statement, with your permission, Chair, to show that reluctance. We really wouldn't do this if the numbers didn't force us to. And I think we ought to express that as a council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. That's been, let's mull over that. Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, we wouldn't want to be in this place, but we've held our breath waiting for housing targets to be abandoned time and time again, and still we have them. I think we don't have an option here, because otherwise we're just going to keep on building over East Devon. By the time this plan comes to an end, we'll have built on just about every possible area of East Devon that can be built on, and we've got to think about the future as well. If the area is going to continue expanding, then we are going to need this new town. And on the positive side, actually is an opportunity to design towns the way we would want them to be, and to incorporate sustainable travel, sustainable communities right from the outset, so there are better places for people to live in the 21st century. So I think we've got to see it as both sides of that. It's not necessarily where we want to be, but it could be an opportunity that we could really grasp and build an excellent new community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davey. It's very, I think what Councillor Allen said has got a lot to commend it. Not entirely sure how we capture it in a recommendation is the only thing, and whether perhaps that's something that should get said at council, maybe Councillor Allen, I'm not sure. What would you
Chair. It's up to Don Ledger and Councillor Benningham if they want to modify the wording. So my suggestion is that we put in some form of words that show our reluctance to do this based on the numbers that we have to provide. But I don't want to get into an amendment.
Okay, thank you. I think probably, my hunch is we've captured it and it's on recording, it will be in the minutes, and we should come back to it. It's obviously strongly felt by all of us, I think that can be said. Thank you for the suggestion, Councillor. Okay, can I just throw something to Councillor Golding, welcome Councillor Miller, and demand that he declare his interests on the spot.
Well, as you know, I own many properties across East. But no interest to declare.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Haywood, any interest to declare?
Thank you, Chair. XMRI in respect of agenda item 10, please. I'll go to anyone that's relevant to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haywood.
Oh, sorry, I should clarify that, and that's because I'm an employee, that's Mr. Town Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moulding, please.
It was just a thought, Chair, that to meet the suggestion of Councillor Allen, you could preface item 1 by saying, in order to meet government housing targets, we agree to the principle of a new community forming a key element of a strategy for growth. Because that, in essence, is the reason that we're having to consider a new community. And I'll just go back to the discussion before the interval, when Councillor Allen was discussing the thoughts that we ought really to consider the items about the deliberation over the local plan before we decide on a new community, because it's because of the local plan and that we haven't got, because of AONB areas and so on, we can't meet the housing targets through expansion in our current settlements, that we've had to consider the suggestion of a new community. So that is the reason. So I don't want to go back over that issue, but it is a thought that Councillors Ledger and Councillor Bingham could consider, saying that item 1, in order to meet the government housing target, the council agrees to the principle of the new community. Just a thought.
I think that's very helpful. Councillor Ledger.
Should accept that, Chair.
Councillor Ing.
I do, because I was worried, we're not just doing this. It's not just the new town that's going to solve everything, it's everything else as well. And I wouldn't want us to think this currently is going to solve everything, because it isn't. But the way that Councillor Molly put that, I quite like it. It's okay.
Okay, so committee, we have a recommendation 1, if we go to the vote, which is in order to meet government housing targets, Eastern District Council agree to the principle of a new community forming a key element of the strategy for growth in the new local plan. So,
Councillor Haywood can't vote on this because he's too late.
okay, so no vote from Councillor Haywood on this one, please. Thank you. I've forgotten how to do this. We just raise hands, I suppose.
Yeah.
All
those in favour.
Oh, those in favour, raise your hands. Right, very good.
Do you want to count?
8.
Yeah, it's unanimous of those who vote. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
Any votes against? Any abstentions?
No.
The old days. Right.
That's character.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we do it with the other hands as well? Let's just double check. Right. Councillor.
That's it,
Thanks, Chair. So we move on to recommendation 2 on vision. Broadly in acceptance with a lot of the strategic objectives and what's stated in the report, I think one of the things that's going to be really successful with the Cranbrook expansion areas is the
is the fact that we've implemented a revolving infrastructure fund. And I don't see anything like that being implemented right now, any of the objectives linking into wherever possible, allowing forward funding of infrastructure. So that goes in ahead of development. So if we can employ something like that into the design strategic objectives, I think that would be really appreciated.
Can we take a comment from you on that, how we can make sure we try and do that moving forward?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I would see a revolving infrastructure as a kind of means of delivering the vision rather than necessarily passing the vision. It's sort of passing the delivery vehicle, that's in my mind. I'm just quickly scanning through the vision to see if there's anything in there about the timely delivery of infrastructure, because I certainly think that is a key point that needs to be captured in the vision.
Can I ask a core? Councillor Ledger might have.
No, that's exactly it. I was just using that as an example, and it's the fact that we haven't got anything in there that wherever possible the council will seek for timely delivery of infrastructure ahead of development or anything to that effect. Thank you.
You could, I mean, if you wanted to include wording to that effect, Councillor Ledger.
That's exactly what I'm proposing, Chair.
Okay. Okay, well, let's take a few more speakers and come back to you. Well, actually, have you got the wording you'd like to have now on that?
If you come back to me in 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, these clerks will need to be quick. Right, so anybody else like to speak on this? Councillor Higgins, please.
Yes, Chair, I'm worried about trying to do a vision too early for this. And that's all locked in until we can't change it. We decided that on the 1st of November 2022. I know it's not today, but when we do it, we have to really not just do a bit of blue sky thinking, and it's going to be more than that. How is this new community going to be different from every other new community in that it supports high income and change in employment expectations within the Southwest? I think it's rather special because of its proximity to Exeter Airport, to the Science Park, to Breedale, to Phil Barton, and to this one. Sounds like Sky Park. And because of that, at some stage, our vision for this new settlement will say that. And that's, I think, rather more important than saying we're going to have lovely houses here too. Because for me, that's going to be a given. And the aspiration of it fitting in exactly with our aspirations for the climate emergency. So I go along with what we've got here as a draft, but I wouldn't subscribe to say this says everything, because I think it's just a bit too grey and woolly at the moment. I want to see it being far more dynamic. I'll let it progress. I support that. Thank you.
So there's an opportunity, Councillor, if you like, as Councillor Ledger will do in a minute, about funding methods, forward funding methods. If you want, I mean, the whole point of this item is that it can capture, is seeking what to you are the key things you like to be included in the vision. So if you want to think about that, come back.
Well, for an example, in my opinion, I was desperately disappointed that this area wasn't identified as a potential freeport, because that's where money really becomes exciting for future generations over the next 50 years, not 5 years. And so that's where I aspire for us to target and create, so that this new town really does raise the bar for expectation within East Devon, and arguably the neighbouring districts as well, and that we're groundbreaking. I think we can do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Valletta, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments to make on this. I've just been looking at the vision. I've had a good look at it. Actually, I do think the vision does need to come first. I think it would be a bit cart before the horse if we decide what we were going to do before we decided what we actually wanted. So in this case, I think that actually having an outline vision document that is very helpful. Obviously, as Councillor Ringham just suggested, we can fleece it out, we can sort of add more detail later, but having this as a document is very important now so that we can look at how we get to that point. In terms of other ideas, I think Councillor Ringham just suggested the idea of a free port. Actually, I do think it is really important that we as a local authority keep control over this. We keep a good level of oversight. I don't think the free port would be the correct mode or method to get through this type of settlement. We've seen through Cranbrook and the way that that has been delivered, there have been issues there. I don't think that's any secret with the way that's happened, and I think that actually we need to explore something where actually us as elected representatives in the communities, embedded in the communities, have a greater say and greater control, so we can deliver things like infrastructure that this is going to need, and we can make sure that employment actually gets delivered there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belletta. Grateful to both you and Councillor Ringham. I'm not going to take any more contributions on free ports as part of this debate, if that's okay. Councillor, Mike, if you don't mind, Councillor Young is just outside as well, so thank you, Councillor Young.
Just a quick point. It's asking for views are sought on the vision statement. So hopefully we'll get a lot of correspondence on what people would like in the new town. And basically the vision statement is the kicking off point, and hopefully a lot of ideas will come along next year or two on how the town should develop again.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen, please.
I think the vision will develop, but the one thing that I would really like to see is that we are providing 8,000 high quality, equitable homes. In other words, that they are appropriate, fair to the community. Not, we don't put anything in here so far as I can see about making sure that everybody in our community can actually find an appropriate size or shape of home in that community. And I think we ought to. So my shorthand is just to put in 8,000 high quality homes with an equitable range of tenures.
Okay, thank you. So with an equitable range of tenures, that's very helpful. Nobody else on Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you, Chair. I did have some other questions about methodology in the assessment. I don't know if it's the right time to ask them.
Yes. Yes. Let's do it for 3. Let's do it for recommendation 3, if that's okay. Thank you. So, Councillor Ledger, you had a...
Yeah, so I suggest that it would go under strategic objectives, design principles, and go probably the best placed underneath 7, and just to read timely delivery of infrastructure at the first opportunity.
Okay. And I think it's putting Councillor Allen on the spot a bit to ask him to find somewhere to put his comment, but I think we can let's take that.
After the second sentence, if you read it there, second sentence is delivering up to 8,000 high quality homes with an equitable range of tenures.
That's brilliant, thank you. So I think everybody understands all Councillor Lee. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to add in there, because I don't see, I don't want to assume things, that these high quality homes are going to be well insulated. I mean, we've heard today that there was going to be a kind of fabric first approach, but I don't see in here something about low energy homes, so that it's kind of part of the vision that these homes are very low demand on energy resources.
Okay.
Chair, can I come back on that?
Yeah, no,
sure.
I was literally about to do that, thank you. So, Ed, coming back to you before we just please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, obviously one of the key policies in the local plan is to develop be zero carbon anyway, so that would translate into the new community as well. I'm just looking through the vision, it doesn't actually say that, does it? So I think that's something we've taken for granted, but I think it's a good point to capture in the vision as well, that we expect it to be zero carbon.
Councillor Ledger, please.
Just to tie it all up, Chair, could I just propose those 3 amendments and we move recommendation 2?
Yeah. Councillor Ring, are you happy to use the same? Thank you very much. Please, let's go to hands up, please.
Councillor Hayes doesn't vote, did you?
He did all that because he was present for that debate.
He's not heard the report and everything at the beginning though, so it's still the same item. So
Okay.
sorry.
If you watched it on YouTube.
Maybe watch it on YouTube. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor, thank you very much for that. Right, so Councillor Ledger, please.
I've got a couple of questions for Ed. So, with regards to...
Are we on 3 now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, with regards to option 2, Ed, do you, from the report, is it the opinion of planning officers that the harm outweighs the development value of option 2? Or do you see it that option 2 may come back in further iterations after the consultation with subsectors, as you talked about earlier on in the meeting? So I'd just like to get your thoughts on that. And then with regards to, you spoke about sewage within your presentation. With regards to the water cycle study, when are we likely to see a first draft of that coming forward to strategic planning? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think in terms of option 2, I see that falling away unless we receive lots of comments to the contrary through the consultation that makes us want to look at it again. But in officers' assessment, I think it falls away at this stage in terms of an option for a new community of up to 8,000 homes, which is what's being assessed through this. I don't think there are any sort of sub-options for that area. I think the sub-options were within the other areas that were presented this morning, particularly in option 3 to pick up. So I don't think there are particular issues there. There's obviously the land at Greendale Business Park that's been put forward that could potentially be looked at as an employment expansion of the business park, which was presented earlier as well. I think in terms of our assessment and work we've done on this would suggest that the landscape sensitivity issue would suggest that that was significantly detrimental to the landscape. In fact, within the landscape assessment at Appendix A to the options appraisal, on page 61 of that appendices is actually a coded map of that area with landscape sensitivity plotted on it, and it's interesting that in contrast to what was presented this morning, it showed that area in green on our landscape sensitivity work shows it in red as highly sensitive. So for that reason, and I know there are concerns from local residents, particularly in terms of noise and disturbance, light pollution, and other issues in that area, as officers we have consistently not recommended expanding Greendale Business Park. Suggest that should continue to be the case in terms of that. So no, I would suggest option 2 falls away at this point, but let's see what comes back in the consultation before we put that to bed. In terms of the sewage issue, yes, water cycle study work is still ongoing. I understand there have been some delays in terms of getting information out of South West Water, but I'm still hopeful that we will have a draft of that study before the end of the year.
Thank you. Is there any way to get the volume turned up? I think we're going pretty much to hear it all.
Yeah, I think we're on max. Just yeah, it's on max. Yeah, and we're on with them already. So
Stop being so soft this way.
it's for hearing sound. Right, so very good. So coming back out of committee to Councillor Young, please.
Yes, seeing officers are recommending not to proceed with 2. What's the point of having it included in the consultation? Can't we take it out now and then? It helps rather than having it in there and having to explain to people that, oh yeah, well, it's been recommended, it won't be included. So they won't come anything on it. So it doesn't make sense that we should have it in the consultation, but it's going to be taken out of the consultation.
So, yeah, what's the rationale for that?
So Chair, this comes back to actually a previous discussion at this meeting about what was included and what not. And I had understood members wanted basically all of the options identified within the consultation. We were identifying basically on a traffic light system. The green would be the preferred approach sites, in this case option 1. Then we'd have in amber the second choice sites, so in this case option 3, and then in red the sites that have been dismissed, which is the approach we're taking across the settlements. So for consistency, our proposal was to do the same in this instance. It would then leave people the option to comment on option 2, but it would be framed in terms of the consultation as an option that's being considered and dismissed. In many respects, we have to consider alternative options in our work anyway, because we have to do a sustainability appraisal, and its purpose is to assess those reasonable alternatives. So one way or another, it will be in the consultation as an option that we've considered and dismissed, and be there for people to comment on anyway. We can't avoid that in terms of us complying with legislation. So I think for consistency, it makes sense for the maps within the consultation software, which will show the site allocations to tally with that sustainability appraisal work and show that as an option. But obviously all of this evidence will be there and hyperlinked in for people to understand why it's our least favoured option of the 3 of us.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance, and then Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. So I did have, as promised, slightly nerdy questions about the methodology. Sorry. To the highways, so I was intrigued, anybody who has any contact with the St Mary roundabout at rush hour will know that the problems are the same in each direction and very quickly end up stuck in mild traffic. So from my perspective, option 1 and option 3 have the same problems with highways. I'm just wondering why with highways option 1 is ranked higher than option 3, since the pinch point seems the same. My other observation is that option 1 is essentially wrapping around an industrial estate which has got noisy, smelly and very vibrating industries running on it. How do we need to square that circle? Because these are not necessarily industries you want to school anywhere near, or small children. It's already enough of a problem for the existing community without putting more people there. Also, there's a fair amount of land contamination in some of those places, some of those fields. My other question is about utilities. What does utilities mean? I noticed that option 1 is scored higher on utilities than option 3, and I'm just wondering what that actually concretely means. The other notable difference is sustainable accessibility, which is much higher for option 3 than for option 1, which is always my bugbear. It's how close people are going to end up living to things. We can't kid ourselves that any community will produce people who are only working in one place. There will be movements of people. If we are going to build 8,000 houses, that's potentially 16,000 working people moving around the countryside, and all ending up in the St Mary roundabout. And I heard you earlier when you said that there will be improvements, but it seems to me that the problems are the same in the direction you approach that roundabout from at the moment. So why is one ranked higher than the other? Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Do you want to wait for another question or two? Or yeah, do those count in. So Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would have expected, in a framework like this, to there have been a weighting system, and perhaps I've misunderstood it, but I think Ed confirmed my understanding, which is that basically each of those assessment characteristics are given the same weighting. Is that right? Yeah. And I think that those criteria are criteria that as a committee we should be looking at and weighting differently, or at least evaluating to really, really get down into the nitty-gritty. And I am concerned that we're being asked to prefer a site when we haven't really, really gone into a massive amount of detail. And to me, there's so little difference in terms of scoring, you know, on evaluating things in the same meeting, that it seems to me that based on 0.1 of a difference, we're going for one rather than the other. And I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do. Whether they should be just both go out for consultation and we shouldn't be steering one way and not the other. That's my point.
Okay, then, so those set of questions there from Councillor Ryan to Councillor Bailey, can you pick those up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, in terms of Councillor Rylance's concerns, so I think the first one about highways and why option 1 has scored higher than option 3. I think the key difference here is that option 1 spans between the A305 and the A30, so it provides the potential, as you heard earlier from the presentation, for a link road through between the two, which then could potentially take journeys that might otherwise have gone east through the Clisternary roundabout onto junction 30 at the M5 up to 29 and then across the A30 to go east, could potentially go through the new development and straight across the A30. So I think the modelling suggests that if that option came forward, the delivery of a route through that site could potentially reduce some of those impacts compared to the other options that wouldn't be able to deliver that link road from the A30 and the A3052. So that's I think the logic behind that scoring and the key difference between those options in terms of highways impacts. In terms of option 1, wrapping around Hillbarton Business Park, that is something that's been identified. Obviously, we're aware there are a number of potential back neighbour uses at Hillbarton Business Park. I think the work concludes that really that's an issue for the master planning process in terms of ensuring that there are suitable buffers between sensitive uses like new homes, schools, in terms of their relationship with Hillbarton Business Park. It's worth saying that the land area, the land take that's been modelled into this includes all of the parkland green infrastructure that will be provided. It allows for potential landscaping areas as well. So it's just because the boundaries come up to Hillbarton Business Park doesn't necessarily mean that build development would. It would have to be master planned in such a way to take account of those bad neighbour uses and any contaminated land to ensure that there are appropriate relationships between them through the master planning process, which is a further part of the CBRE Commission if members are minded to move forward with the new proposals. But the Commission is for CBRE to then take this work forward through to master planning of that development, so they have that knowledge of those issues to make sure that that carries through consistently through their work. In terms of utilities, the assessment is across a wide range of utilities, so that includes connections to electricity, gas, sewage network, through to connections into broadband. All of the main utilities are covered in that assessment, so that was the section I referred to when I talked about sewage connections and infrastructure. That's been incorporated into that element and looks at options for addressing those known issues in that area in terms of that particular area of infrastructure. And just coming to Councillor Bailey's concerns, yes, I mean, it hasn't been weighted at this point. We've had quite a few conversations with consultants about the pros and cons of weighting the different options, the different assessment categories at this stage, and ultimately concluded that it was best to leave the weighting at this stage and see how they scored on an equal basis. But I do take the point, and I think in terms of refining those options, particularly between options 1 and 3, given how close the scoring is, that moving forward there would be some logic to now weighting those scorings to try and understand which would be the most favoured option. We haven't done that at this stage, partly because the intention was to consult on a first choice and a second choice anyway, so therefore, while they will be shown differently in the consultation in terms of one will be green as a preferred option and another amber as a second choice, people will have equal opportunity to comment on them.
So I'm not sure from my perspective whether or not that makes a great deal of difference in terms of how it's actually phrased in the consultation. I did touch on in the covering reports in my presentation that my sense is that actually option 1, if we started to weight things, would probably still be in favour of option, but probably be by a wider score. If we started to look at that, just looking down the summary of the scoring in terms of deliverability, so its ability to deliver our vision, and not fall into the trap of sort of developer-led model like Cranbrook. It scores notably higher than option 3 in that sense. I think it also has benefits in terms of its access to sustainable heat sources in terms of the energy from waste plant that's coming forward at Hillbarton, and the heat main that's proposed to be taken off that to serve the district heating system at Cranbrook and the Grove Point area, and potential to tap into that. So that's my sense, which is why I'm comfortable recommending option 1 as a preferred option at this stage, despite it only scoring in terms of that initial scoring point 1 more. But I do agree in terms of further refinement of this sort of post-consultation, looking towards the publication draft plan, we need to refine that scoring further. And weighting those categories would be a good way, I think, of refining that work further.
Thank you, Ian. So at this stage, I mean, there is a world in which 1 and 3 can go out on an equal basis. I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying it would be a disaster for us, whilst option 2 would be identified. Consult, but we've discounted it at this stage. Is that so? In other words, is there a strong reason now for 1 and 3 to be distinguished, or could they just go out for consultation?
Through each other, there's no reason why they can't go out on an equal footing if that's members' wish. As I say, from what I've seen and the information that's been produced by CBRE, I think they and us as officers are comfortable that option 1 is distinguishable as a favourite option at this stage.
Okay. Councillor Molly, please.
Yeah, my concerns were similar to those of Councillor Bailey, and although Ed has described the preference for option 1, the margins are so small, 37.5 to 37.4 on the scoring matrix, yet those have been highly influenced by the fact that option 1 had a minerals score of 3, and option 3 had a minerals score of 5. That's the difference between minerals being low risk or medium risk. And then in terms of the other major variation was on deliverability, 4.5 for option 1 and only 2.5 for option 3, mainly due, as I understand it, to the current ownership of the land. So the deliverability of option 1 is because the land is mainly under one ownership, whereas option 3 is more than one ownership, and that's the variation. So I don't think the difference between option 1 and option 3 can be so easily identified at this stage. And I agree with Councillor Bailey that it should go out as an option for consultation.
So 1 and 3 on an equal basis? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ingham, please, and then Councillor Ryders, and I think that's it.
Well, Councillor Ryders has spoken.
I think. Well, Councillor Ingham, what's the recording? I'm sure
on each recommendation, I'd like to propose a change to this recommendation, Chair, and that it says agree to consult on a proposed new community with option 1 identified as the preferred approach and options 2 and 3 as alternative options for consultation. And to leave none of them in. Let me explain for why, Chair. I'm absolutely convinced, and I think most of you are, that option 1 is the most plausible. I listened to how Ed said a couple of times now that there's been no weighting applied. not only there's no weighting, I think there's been some serious omissions on how we rate, let alone the weighting. For me, what's absolutely paramount is this fits with the climate emergency strategy. So therefore, the proximity of the new settlement to jobs for the next 50 years is essential. That's why I admit that option one, for me, it doesn't bring quite a point or two. If you've got the weighting in there on proximity to employment, which has to be really good, be times 5 and it'd be less by country mile. But what I don't also, because of that failure to one score and to weight proximity to employment, you're failing to recognise that perhaps option 2 is better than option 3, which is further away from centres of employment. That's why option 1 is so good. It's option 3 is not. Then you're going to clog up those roads. Just because they're in proximity doesn't mean it's going to make it worse because of those roads. Now, I do agree that when you're going for option 2 or 3, in particular, you would need to do something about the St Mary roundabout. And perhaps you should consider it for option 1. It's not where it says, explain. That one split, isn't it? Because you have the junction 29 close proximity as well. But I really don't think it is correct, from what I've heard, the evidence provided, that option 3 is way better or significantly better than option 2, to a degree that we should consider dropping option 2. Because half of option 2 is in option 1. So you're saying it's half right in the first place. And why is it half right? Because it's so close to those centres of employment. So that's why I'm suggesting that we should say, yeah, okay, option 1's the correct one, in our opinion, but let other people decide whether it's option 2 or 3. Let me put it to you that for whatever profound reason, option 1 is off the list this evening after we've taken our decision. You're saying we go to option 3. Are you sure we're going to do option 3 and not option 2? Are you sure your decision this evening and recommendation is right? I don't have that confidence. So I would say you can recognise one of them, but don't start crossing them off the list yet. I think it's too early. We haven't got the evidence, enough evidence to do that. And I think the assessment needs to be weighted to give a clear indication. And that hasn't happened yet. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, so just so I understand that, I think so the recommendations as it's written at the moment is that we agree to consult with option 1 identified as the preferred approach and option 3 as an alternative option for consultation. Option 2 will be identified as an option discounted at this stage. So what was being urged over here was actually, is there enough, from Councillor Long, from Councillor May, is there enough really to distinguish 1 and 3? Shouldn't they go out on an equal basis? But then I think the thrust of what you're saying, Councillor Ingham, is that really we just go 1 and we put 2 and 3 as another thing. Okay. So is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
You'll second that, Councillor. Okay. Right. In which case, no, that is an amendment. So that's an amendment, isn't it?
Nobody proposed them.
Okay, so therefore that is something so amended, isn't it? Okay. It's a bit of a game of chess, isn't it? So how do you amend that? If anybody wants to amend that, I'm suggesting we should. Anybody wish to amend that? Or speak on it? Or speak on it? Or just give us right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the flaw in the checklist of options appraisal is that all of the assessment categories are considered equal. Yeah, they're not all equal. And it may well be that when you're on the ground and being consulted, you can see the flaws in the assessment. It's as best as we've got so far. It's extremely good to have the options laid out as they are, but I can't see why we can't leave option 2 and 3 in the system, because it's such an important, sizable decision. We ought to allow the maximum number of people to democratically have an appointment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Would anybody else like to speak on that proposal, or would anyone like to amend it? Or if not, let's go to a vote on that.
Chair.
Take it.
Sorry, just before we go to the vote, I don't want to be pedantic about it, but on the same basis that we've not allowed Councillor Haywood to vote because he wasn't here for the presentation, I'm afraid Councillor Ledger did step out, and I know it was only for a minute, but it's where we draw the line, you know, is it a minute, 5 minutes? So I'm afraid I'll have to ask you not to vote on this because you arguably haven't heard the full debate. You really shouldn't be leaving the meetings when they're in process. Sorry about that, I'm not trying to be picky, I just think it's the fairest approach.
What about when we had virtual meetings, people were coming in and out all over the place?
Somebody's on the screen, we wouldn't have any other way of doing what we do now, no, don't we? So I'm not trying to be difficult about it, but you have left the meeting, I'm afraid.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Can I just ask, at what point in the Constitution you have to be in the meeting for the whole debate to be able to vote?
You should be here to hear the debate for the fellow members, to be able to make an informed decision and to vote on it.
And that's completely fine. Just the contribution that I stepped out for was Councillor Young, who's outside the committee, and that's absolutely fine. But I just don't know from a procedural point of view at what part under our Constitution, because frankly, I don't believe that bars me from voting. The fact I've stepped out of the room and come back in 30 seconds later. I just want to clarify that.
Well, to be honest, it may well not be the case with the Constitution. It's the way I've always dealt with things wherever I've been previously, that if anybody steps away from the meeting and doesn't hear the full debate, then they wouldn't take part in the vote.
I think you've got much weaker bladders.
Again, Chair, my suggestion was that somebody would ask for a comfort break if that's the case.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm only trying to be fair because we've said the same to Councillor Haywood because he turned up late and he didn't hear the full presentation. I'm only trying to be fair to everybody.
No,
at least everybody knows going forwards then, don't we?
I can absolutely respect your point. I don't think we've ever done like that before, have we? I don't think. I think yeah.
I do appreciate on this occasion it's literally probably less than a minute, but it's the principle of it, isn't it? I'm nothing about principles, so.
No, okay. Can I ask Councillor Haywood to come here as well?
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Ledger, really, it's a procedural point. What do our constitutions say? I mean, if a member pops out, literally to come to a break, to get a glass of water during a debate because they're choking, I personally don't think that precludes them. Myself, on the case that the solicitor has said, I wasn't present for the majority of that. I quite accept that therefore I forego the right to vote on latter discussions. I can stay. But I just think if you're down to that level of detail, then it's a constitutional issue. And I don't believe going out for a glass of water, if you simply can't, if you're going to disrupt the meeting because you're coughing, for example, I don't think that's a reason to not vote. That's my own personal view. But it's a constitutional issue. What do the rules of this council say on debate and voting? I represent the council, as you know. I'm bound by council standing orders, certainly the model standing orders that every parish and town council in the UK abide by does not preclude that issue. But the district council is a different entity, I appreciate.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know. Members, I'll be honest with you, I can't just put my finger on it in the Constitution now at the moment. That's the way I've always dealt with things previously. It may well not be in your Constitution. It's just a matter of fairness and an approach that's a consistent approach. I would always say if you don't hear the full debate, then you shouldn't be voting on it. I appreciate on this occasion it's less than a minute that you've missed out, but it is the principle. And where do we draw the line? Do we say 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Because there will be an argument going forward then from somebody else to be able to do that. The safest thing is to stay in the meeting, don't leave. If you do desperately need to leave, ask for a comfort break.
I think, yes, absolutely. I think I would have been happy to go along those lines, but what I would have wanted to do as chair of the meeting is warn people of that, which I don't think we've ever been warned about before. It's a very strong point, but I think we would have to say that at the meeting, which is if you go off, if you can't bear to hang on, then you're not going to be allowed to vote on that item. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think it's a question of fact and degree, and I think, you know, it's a balancing act, and I really don't think if somebody nips out a, you know, purple weed within his back or cough, then that should preclude him from voting. I really don't. I've never heard of that before. And I think it's different if you haven't been there to hear the report and for substantial chunks, but that's my judgment.
Could I make a intervention, Chair?
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, no problem.
May I make an intervention?
Yes, that's right.
Could we just this time leave Councillor Ledger in and ask for David Hudson to explore the Constitution for future reference?
I think that's really helpful. I think what David was about to say. Thank you. So, when will we take the vote?
So we're taking a vote on it then. So the proposal, Chair, as I understand it, is to agree to consult on the proposed new community with option 1 identified as the preferred approach and options 2 and 3 as alternative options for consultation. Thank you.
So all those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, and then all those against?
1, 2, 3, 4 against.
And abstentions?
No.
Okay, that's it. That's
Now can I
I feel it's get straight on with the next item. No, straight to item 10, I think, now.
Should we not give everybody the opportunity?
Well, I think
that'd be the best approach, I would think.
So 3:15, please. And we will start sharp. to 1,765.
Thank you. So just to quickly remind members that the HELAR is a very technical piece of evidence to support the local plan. It focuses on the availability, suitability and achievability of potential sites for development. The actual allocations are based on officers' assessment work that you've seen in over the last couple of months of meetings. So this is about what's available, suitable and achievable, and understanding the scale of that and trajectories for based on that in order to satisfy government guidance and requirements. So there's a whole series of key findings in paragraphs 2.6 of this report, which I won't go through. And obviously you've got a huge number of appendices and technical documents supporting this report. Again, I don't intend to go through those. Apologies for the late publication for some of those, but I would highlight that the majority of this is information that you were already in receipt of in interim form at your 3rd of May meeting, where you will recall an interim HELAR report was presented. What's happened since then is obviously we had the call for sites in spring of this year, and so those additional sites have now been through the HELAR panel assessment through 2 meetings held in September, and the assessments of those sites have been incorporated into this work. The other thing that's happened as a result of that is a number of the sites had sort of overlapping boundaries through different submissions at different times, and there's been a lot of tidying up of all of that exercise to produce this, which is seen as the sort of final HELAR report, which forms part of the evidence for the local plan. So happy to take more detailed questions if there are any, but fundamentally the recommendations are that Strategic Planning Committee endorse the HELAR November 2022 report for use as evidence for the purposes of the new local plan and of a spatial plan making in support of the Council's corporate objectives. 2, that Strategic Planning Committee give delegated authority to myself in consultation with the Chair of the Committee to finalise the HELAR for consultation. So this is to include making any minor changes to correct possible factual or grammatical errors, ensure links to background reports, etc. And then the 3rd recommendation is that Strategic Planning Committee agree that the East Devon HELAR November 2022 report be published on the Council's website as part of the new local plan evidence base. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ed. Councillor Ledger, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm happy to note the findings of the HELAR panel. It's up to us later on down the line on what we decide to do it, but it's an evidence basis that we'll take on and we'll take into consideration. So I'm happy to move recommendations 1, 2 and 3.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that, please?
I'll do that, Chair.
Councillor Skinner. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you. Gosh, I've forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, I think that some of the numbering of the sites has got confused. So it seems to me, can I just ask that Ed, certainly for West Hill, checks the numbering of the new sites that have come forward from the 22 call for sites. I mean, they're reiterations of sites that have already come forward, but it's quite confusing. So can I just ask that that's subsequently checked, please? Thank you.
Yes, certainly happy to check that. I think the numbering has got a bit confusing as sites have been submitted on a number of occasions and then been given different numbers. I think this work rationalises all of that and simplifies that, but I will double check that, particularly with a view to West Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I feel I'm getting far too involved today, but apologies. There's been the proposal put forward by yourself, Councillor Ledger, absolutely fine, but my understanding, Councillor Skinner, was that you declared the interest again in respect to this item. Is that correct? If that's the case, then you're better off not seconding it, and you're better off leaving the room if you've had nothing further to say.
Shall I? I can talk.
It's probably best if you don't second it. Just say whatever you want to say now and leave the room and leave it to somebody else to second. Thank you.
Okay. Because this is a document that is about the methodology and the process, and it's not particularly site-specific about anything particular. So it's a policy document about whether we're agreeing a policy or not. I'm quite happy with the policy. I'm quite happy to take on that role of seconding what is a policy process, because it's not site-specific to anybody specifically. So I don't feel I have to declare an interest because there's no sites in this. So that's where I'm coming from. Unless you're going to tell me, please advise me differently if I've got it wrong, please.
That's absolutely fine, Councillor Skinner, if you've got no declaration to make, but my understanding was that you had declared the same declaration for this item as well. If you're saying that you've no declaration, I understand why you wouldn't for this one. That's absolutely fine, then you can second it.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the
clarification. Hopefully you won't hear from me again, members.
Councillor Hayward, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just returning to an earlier item, declarations of interest, could I ask, with your agreement, if Wendy could also mark my declaration affects NRI for this item as well, having just reviewed the information again now? I think that would be appropriate and can follows on from what I've done previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. That's noted. Thank you. In which case, with no more speakers, can we go to a vote on this? All those in favour, please. All those against?
Oh, hang on, sorry, I didn't count.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All those against? All those against? All those abstaining? Thank you. That's Councillor Allen abstaining. Thank you. And now we go to, sorry I misled you a minute ago, we do have two more agenda items. We have number 10, but we do have the Torbay one as well. So agenda item 10, the consultation on the draft East Devon local plan, the updated draft, pages 1766 to 2136. Ed, please.
Thank you, Chair. So members will recall at your meeting on the 7th of October, you received a draft of the local plan through in detail. What you have before you today is a sort of refined version of that work that takes into account the comments that were made at that meeting. So you have it in the form of track changes, so you should see that there's some text that's been deleted, which is crossed through, and new text is underlined and coloured to identify the key changes. Paragraph 2.2 in the report summarises some of the main changes that have been made. There's been a number of changes that we've made as well as officers that we think, in our professional opinion, need to be incorporated as well. So you'll see policy 2 in terms of housing numbers has been recalculated. So this is to recall preferred allocation and second best allocation sites. Previously that table only noted the preferred sites. Policy 8, so you see as preferred sites is identified there for the new town, further to work discussed earlier this afternoon. There's also policy 21 at Honiton, so we've amended that policy to include 2 additional areas of land, one of which you heard public speaker refer to earlier, so apologies, that was omitted by error from that version of the plan you received at the previous meeting, but as I said earlier, those were sites that were considered through the site assessment work that you considered through August and September. The plan's also been updated to take account of members' views on the Fennerton and Wimple issues in regards to how you wish to frame the consultation in terms of those 2 settlements. And you may recall at the 7th of October meeting, I reeled off a quick list of additional policies that we needed to include as well. So those have now also been included and are listed at point E in the report in paragraph 2.2. So hopefully that's clear in terms of the revised text, and that is broadly the text we would look to consult on in terms of the forthcoming consultation. You also now have the policies maps and settlement maps that go with those that text, which hopefully makes it clear where the different sites are and the potential built-up area boundaries and other spatial designations to be consulted on through the plan. I've referred to it already today, but the sustainability appraisal is an ongoing piece of work that feeds into this in terms of assessing the reasonable alternatives, and that's another evidence document which will need to be finished off and added for the consultation. The other point I'd pick up on here is in terms of the consultation itself. So members considered a report on the form of the consultation and the engagement that should take place at your meeting on the 4th of October. And there was some discussion there about a need for face-to-face engagement, and I took away an action to bring some further advice from officers in terms of options for doing that and the resource implications of doing so. So section 6 of the report seeks to pick up on that issue. You see looked at issues around face-to-face engagement, particularly in the main towns, potentially drop-in sessions in a hall somewhere within those towns, particularly focusing on the period from sort of mid-afternoon to early evening to try and pick up on people doing the school run or finishing work who would potentially pop in and like to talk about the local plan proposals or gain some further information from us. So I think that's a genuine option that we could provide. It does have some resource implications in terms of taking resources away from some other work that we had hoped to pick up in the consultation. And it's obviously in terms of needing potentially at least 3 officers at each of those events and the preparation work in advance and the time taken to do them. I think the impacts are not insignificant in terms of the numbers of hours. I've calculated 72 hours to go to the 6 towns. So that does have impacts, but if members feel that that would be a productive part of the consultation, then obviously as officers we're happy to facilitate that and make that happen. We've already started to make inquiries in terms of availability of venues within the towns, noting that some of the towns probably only have a single venue that would be suitable, and we think venues are available within the timescales. In fact, I think we've made provisional bookings of some just to secure that position. The additional question that's posed aside from whether we go to the towns is whether or not members would foresee drop-in sessions being appropriate in other locations. Fennerton and Wimpole particularly highlighted in this case. You will note earlier that Fennerton were asking for an event within their parish, given the scale of growth we're consulting on there. I would suggest if that option is taken up, then Wimpole should equally be facilitated in that respect, and also an event associated with the new community options would also make sense if we're focusing in terms of the large-scale proposals within the plan, so potentially events at Cliff St Mary that can act as a focal point for the communities affected by those new community options would potentially make sense as well. So the report seeks members' views on those options in terms of how we wish to do face-to-face engagement. So just turning to the recommendations then, you have 3 main recommendations in front of you. The first being that Strategic Planning Committee give delegated authority to myself in consultation with the Chair to finalise the plan for consultation. Again, as with the HELAR report, this is really just about minor changes to correct factual or grammatical errors. The substance of the report we would not see changing from this point on. The second recommendation is that Strategic Planning Committee endorse the draft local plan as appended to this report, subject to those final refinements for public consultation. And 3, that Strategic Planning Committee decide whether they would wish to proceed with the proposals for face-to-face drop-in consultation events. And if so, whether this is simply within the main towns as set out within the report. I should say that's excluding Cranbrook, because Cranbrook is largely addressed obviously through the Cranbrook plan rather than through the local plan, so the 6 main towns other than Cranbrook, and whether further events in either Fennerton, Wimpole and or Cliff St Mary, as well as any other settlements, should also be arranged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Freeman. I think the intention at the moment would be 1 and 2 to take them together and then come to 3. 3 is the one about road trips and so forth. 1 and 2 seem to link up to me entirely, unless anybody disagrees with that. But coming outside of committee first, Councillor Miller, please. Councillor Skinner, are you?
Okay, can I speak first, please, because I'm going to have to declare the interest and then go, so I need to do my bit first, if you don't mind. As we seem to be bobbing in and out of interest, left, right, Chelsea.
Yeah, can I say an egg timer for 2 minutes, please, then, Councillor Skinner? Thank
2
you.
minutes, is that right? Is that
Well,
right?
3 at the max.
Okay,
that's
3.
Okay,
Yeah, well, I will probably try not to take that long. And it's a question to Ed, really. One of the questions was, I remember when we were having these meetings, I wanted to specifically talk about Plimtree, because Plimtree had actually gone through a members' advisory panel process. Ed, you were there and all the rest of it. And I'll just briefly go over it, and I was doing my utmost to ensure that Plimtree had an opportunity, at least the village had an opportunity, to see that a piece of land that would have actually really enhanced the village and had a real opportunity to do some real good, subject to, of course, the village and the parish council and that wanting to follow it up in this way. But it seemed to be that wasn't going to happen, and now you've changed things with giving with Fennerton and Wimpole that opportunity, and because St Mary seemed to have got that opportunity, but you seem to have missed out Plimtree, Ed, for some unknown reason, and I would like Plimtree to given the same opportunity as some of the others, if that was at all possible. And if it's not at all possible, I want to know why it's not at all possible and how we can engage in that. So that's the first question. The second, which we'll come to, and I'll move on. The second one was as far as having consultations with the villages. I think what's really important that all of us as ward members have wards. I don't think it's very feasible for councillors to expect our teams to be going around to each individual village. I don't think that's right, but certainly on a ward process, for instance, me, my ward, I've got 4, and an opportunity that all 4 can be arranged to come together for a meeting in some sort of way. How we do that and how that works out, I think would go a long way to addressing some of the issues that Councillor Allen was speaking about earlier, about the consultation, the ability for the villages to have the opportunities to have their say. So I've got a mixed bag in my village, I'm sure, in my ward, and I'm sure others have got that as well. It's just to answer those first couple, Ed, and then I'm going to have to go outside. I think I will come back for Torbay, though. I think it might be quite interesting. There we go.
So before we come to Ed on, forgive me, but I'm sure we discussed Plimtree at least 2 previous meetings, didn't we? Haven't we had this before? Haven't you asked the same question of Mr. Freeman before?
No, well, what happened was that we talked about Plimtree for some time, and then it was suggested by yourself, Chair, that then Plimtree weren't in it, and that was the end of it. And you weren't changing it, I'm not trying to be specific. You just didn't want that to change. But what has happened now, hence since then, by coming now to this meeting, is that was also said for Fennerton and possibly for Wimpole. And now that's changed because you've changed the text. So the text has been changed from the last meeting to this meeting. So if the text is able to change from the last meeting to this meeting, what I wanted to know was why the text then changed also to represent Plimtree, because I did discuss it for some considerable time, and it's really important to the village of Plimtree, for example.
Okay, can I ask you to address the Plimtree dilemma, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, I mean, the text changed in terms of Fennerton and Wimpole off the back of members' resolution at the previous meeting as to how they wanted to deal with the consultation and frame the consultation in terms of the scale of growth at Fennerton and Wimpole. So, in that respect, the plan has only changed in accordance with members' wishes as resolved at the last meeting, whatever date that was. Members didn't resolve that they wanted to change anything in terms of Plimtree, so we haven't made any changes with regard to Plimtree. Plimtree is in there as a tier for settlement that's potentially suitable for growth, but we're not identifying any suitable sites at this point in time, and there was a discussion at the previous meeting about options for Plimtree to pursue growth through a neighbourhood plan or community-led development if that was their wish to do so, but there was no resolution to include a site at Plimtree, and so we have not included a site at Plimtree in this version of the plan either.
Okay, thank you. I think then Councillor Miller, please.
I was just going to throw my phone. No, I'm going to come back. Anyway, probably broken. Thanks very much, Chair, for letting me speak. I very much welcome the detail that Ed's gone into in section 6. So I want to speak on recommendation 3, which is about the face-to-face consultation events. And I have to say, I just want to get some clarity, because I've managed to book the Ocean on the 15th of November.
Free of charge.
Free of charge. And the reason it's free of charge is because it's on the understanding that it's being run, or at least facilitated, by a completely cross-party group of councillors. There is not one, it is not an event led by Councillor Miller or the Labour Party or the Conservative Party. And that's, I just want to take exception, or not exception, but I just want to sort of slightly disagree with the term political event. Can't we get to a stage where we have the councillors and the officers in the same room at an event like that, where I've had some great feedback from the Budley councillors who'd like to attend, the Cliffs Valley Councillor Howe, and I just think I've booked it, and it would just be a shame to cancel that on the basis of the report saying that you now saying, following the discussion, I thought it was a very good discussion at the last meeting, the idea from Councillor Davey that we have a councillor-led event. You're now saying that, sorry, through you, Chair, Ed is saying that that shouldn't happen with officers being able to contribute to that event. And I just think that's a bit of a shame, because I just think we've got the room for free, which means the taxpayer doesn't have to pay for the £500 for the room. The officers are making the recommendations. I think it's an opportunity for the public to speak to their local representatives of all parties, of all colours, who represent the broad area around Exmouth, Budley, and the villages of Lympston, Woodbury, and Cliff St Mary. So I just thought, through you, Chair, I just want to ask Ed whether he would be happy to proceed with this event and provide us with maps, and perhaps his, if he's around to be able to attend the event with his officers, and if we can just work together on it, really, rather than have a member event or an officer-led event, just to, working together. I just want to be pragmatic about this. I'd rather not cancel the booking, and now a lot of councillors put it in their diary. So, welcome your feedback, Ed, and I welcome also the very fact that we seem to be committing to this face-to-face method, which, having attended Ocean for a recent planning drop-in session on an individual application, is really valuable, actually, alongside all the virtual and stuff that we do as well. So, thank you, Chair.
So Councillor Miller, thank you very much for that. It does put Ed on the spot and in a rather difficult position, I think, actually agreeing to an event right now, here and now, on the basis that a booking is being made. So I'm very happy to hear a kind of, in theory, answer, Ed, but I don't want you to feel put in the position you have to agree to turn up at 7:30 on the 15th of November necessarily.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, I think there are two issues. There's one, this issue about this sort of an official council consultation event, and one that members have perhaps organised for no doubt legitimate purposes, but from a sort of political dimension. And I suppose this is part of a discussion I had with the Chief Executive and with legal, in terms of the distinction between the two. And fundamentally it was felt that we needed to be clear that there is potentially a distinction there. But it was obviously was the intention to work together on this. I mean, I think in terms of the events I'm talking about in this report, I see those as being the official council consultation events on the local plan that would be organised by officers, would be promoted by officers through our social media channels and through other routes, and fundamentally organised and arranged by officers who would be in attendance. That's not to say that members would be more than welcome to attend as well. If there are other events that members are organising, then obviously happy to support those events in the best way we can. As to whether or not officers would be able to attend, I would have to take advice and come back on. What I would say, the only thing I'd say in terms of the date is that in terms of the events I'm talking about here in this report,
We had envisaged those taking place towards the end of this month now, so towards the end of November and into early December, to give us time to prepare the material to do the consultation events, because obviously before today we didn't have, well, hopefully before the end of today we will have clarity about what events members want us to organise and where to then produce appropriate materials for doing that. I think the timescale Councillor Miller talking about for Exmouth would be very difficult for us to produce appropriate materials in that time frame and support that.
Cancel it then.
Sorry, Councillor.
No, it's fine, thank you.
In the way that we would want to. So I'm happy to discuss that event and how we can help, but we perhaps need to take that off stream, and it perhaps depends on the outcome of this discussion as to whether or not an official event is being organised in Exmouth as well, as to then what we do with any other events that are in process as well. Thank you, Chair.
I think what may be helpful, committee and Councillor Miller as well, is I was going to suggest, I've forgotten to do it earlier, with your permission, that we agree to extend the consultation period and that we close it on Friday the 6th of January. So what that does is it just gives that extra little bit of time there, and whether that gives Councillor Miller some time to think about rescheduling, and okay. Right, thank you for that. Councillor Bonetta, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to sort of talk about that consultation slightly a bit more. I must say I completely agree with my colleague Councillor Miller in terms of the importance of face-to-face consultation, whether it happens now, next week, or a few days before the deadline. I don't mind, as long as it happens. I think that is key. There have been some issues, I know, in the recent past with consultations not having very good response and also not being very well advertised. So I think it is really important that we get this right and that we have a good timescale. When I look at things about consultation, I think a really, really good model to follow is something along the lines of what more urban centres do. I look, for example, at Exeter City Council, who are going through exactly the same process at the moment with an emerging local plan. And I look at their schedule for the next month. They've got 7 in-person, all-day consultations across the city. And that's just for one urban centre. We are a massively sprawled district with 4 different tiers of settlements. This is a massive undertaking. We need to make sure that this is a massive consultation. We get the views of all residents. We are obviously different to Exeter. We are unique, but we have unique differences with all our settlements. We need to make sure it's not just Exmouth, but it is everywhere. Online isn't good enough, and we need to make sure that everyone is included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Faithful.
Thank you, Chair. About these venues, I think we need to be clear that if we're going to use the towns are just venues. They're not about the town. It's about the surrounding villages as well. I'm not sure about Fennet and Wimpole, because they're quite close to either Cranbrook or Ottery or Honiton. But I do think whether it's worth checking out in the sticks some of the other villages and communities where travelling into town would be quite a major thing, and whether there's an alternative venues we could find. But make sure it is clear that the public need to know that it's not about the towns.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Faithful. Can I just remind everybody that what we're hoping to do is look at recommendations 1 and 2, and consultation is coming up under 3, which is a separate item. So if anybody wants to talk about consultation now, no thank you. But if it's about recommendations 1 and 2, then yes, please, Councillor Allen.
Sorry, Chair, could I just interject? Could I get some clarification first from Ed, because I think this is important. On the list of the housing distribution, you're saying that you've reissued the list, and I see that Fenton and Wimpole are no longer allocated all the housing that you said they were going to be allocated. Does that mean we're going back to where we wanted to be beforehand? It says 36 houses for Wimpole, and on the last list we had, it was 336 houses for Wimpole. So, and it does say here that please note that that featured in the 7th October draft of the plan has been completely updated, and rather than show track changes version, we have decided that we've deleted the old table and replaced it with the one set out below, which clearly shows Wimpole with only having 36 houses allocated. So does that mean that's all changed?
Through you, Chair, yes, so that table's been updated to include preferred allocations and second best allocations other than at Fennerton and Wimpole because of this complication about how we're framing the consultation in terms of asking a question about the scale of growth that's appropriate in those settlements and then asking residents to list in preference the sites. So we thought it was a bit presumptuous to put in a number that included all of those second choice allocations in that table. So we've just put the preferred allocations for Fennerton and Wimpole in that table for the moment, but that doesn't change the approach that was agreed at members' previous meeting in terms of how the consultation is framed in terms of Fennerton and Wimpole. So we would still be seeking to ask views on the scale of growth in those settlements and the preference in terms of sites as already resolved.
It says that Wimpole, though, has 3 preferred sites and 33 second preferred sites. But it doesn't mention this other thing about, the other 300 odd houses that you want to put there.
So, through you, Chair, those other houses are the second choice sites, fundamentally.
It's 33.
33 as the preferred sites, and then the remaining are the second choice sites.
No, it says 3 and 33.
Have you got a page reference?
Page 1789, and Fennerton says 9 and 42, or 13 and 9 and 42. 64 for Fennerton.
For the benefit of those watching on YouTube, we haven't died. We're all scrolling.
Do you have a page number?
It was 1789.
Chair,
yeah,
also under
1788.
page 3645 and 3648. Under Wimpole, it just states Wimpole land at Station Road is proposed for 33 homes, and that's it.
Yeah, 1,788.
And then under Fennerton, it's only Fenny 05, and then it says land and buildings at Burland Mead is allocated to 42 dwellings.
So, as I say, Chair, we've updated that table. In other than Fennerton and Wimpole, it includes all of the preferred allocations and the second choice sites. But in terms of Fennerton and Wimpole, we've only included the preferred sites at this stage because we're obviously still seeking views on the appropriate scale of growth in those settlements and asking residents to prioritise the sites. Happy to present it differently if members wish, but we felt that was the most appropriate in the circumstances.
I suspect Councillor Lawrence likes it presented exactly like that, doesn't he?
Sorry, Chair, through you. This is the table. It says it's been changed to show everything that's now going to happen, and somewhere along the line there's another 300 odd houses for Wimpole and 400 for Fennerton, and I can't see where they're being brought into the equation because they're not on the list. You would think that if there's a list of houses that are going to be built, and it says they've deleted the old table and replaced it with the one set out below, I don't understand the situation. Sorry.
Perhaps I can help, Councillor Lawrence. So I think the issue here is that the draft plan has effectively been drafted, as it were, the plan
fundamentally. So it's including the wording as we would envisage if this were a final draft. What you're not seeing is the commonplace consultation. So the consultation itself will be based in the commonplace software, where these issues at Wimple and Fennerton will be specifically highlighted, and you'll have the questions about the scale of growth in those settlements and the option to then prioritise the sites in order of preference within the software. What you're seeing is the draft local plan, which effectively sits in the background of this consultation. We're not really expecting members of the public to look at that fundamentally. They'll be looking at what's in the commonplace software. So this is a draft of the plan as it would look if you went ahead with the first and second choice allocations other than at Fennerton and Wimple. So I'm not sure if that helps or hinders, but fundamentally the consultation will be focused around the commonplace software, which will make these issues clear in terms of what we are talking about and what we're asking residents of Fennerton and Wimple.
I don't wish to appear pedantic here, Chair, but we're looking at a draft local plan which is telling us where all the new housing is going in East Devon over the next 20 years. And on the list of where the housing is going, it doesn't show the additional housing that we're going to be talking about. So I don't know, I'm a bit of a loss really. I don't think it's complete. I think it's just, don't know what to say about it really.
I think what Mr. Freeman is saying is that these are the figures pre any decision to sort of upgrade, so to speak, Fennerton and Wimple. Is that right?
Yes, I mean fundamentally we don't know what to include for Fennerton and Wimple other than the preferred allocations, because my understanding is until we've been through this consultation, members do not want to define a scale of growth that they believe is suitable in those settlements to put forward. So we felt in a slightly awkward position in terms of what we actually put in the draft plan for Fennerton and Wimple in terms of housing numbers at this stage. You may equally say in terms of some of the other settlements where we put in the second choice sites where we don't want to allocate all of those. This has been part of the difficulty of crafting that section of the plan in terms of the numbers. Happy to take members' advice if you want us to do something differently. The point I made before, though, is it's the commonplace software that will be front and centre of this consultation. This is agreeing the information that will go into that consultation, but the plan itself will be in the background, fundamentally.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Lawson, but Councillor Ledger may be able to help.
Yeah, so just on this point, Ed, is there any way just leave it blank? Because really we're seeking views of the communities on what they'd like to see come forward in the plan. It's going to go one way or the other. I don't see it staying as is, so we really shouldn't have any assumptions whatsoever. I understand what you're trying to do, but for the simplicity and so that everyone understands, even if they are just coming as a layman and looking at it, it does seem like they are saying there's only going to be 42 homes there. You're consulting on 42 homes, rather than what the background behind it is we're asking them to list off priorities and what sites they'd like to see higher up. I think it would just be simpler for everyone to say that as just part of the plan, we just say we are consulting on this and a figure will come through afterwards. Is that possible?
I think through you, Chair, the difficulty with that is that sat behind this plan is housing trajectories that we need to consult on as part of this as well, to show as part of the evidence for, I suppose, arguably more technical consultation that's going to go out, that we'll expect more technical responses from planning consultancies representing clients and things. We'll expect housing trajectories to be in there in terms of showing how we're going to meet the housing need overall. So we need to have housing numbers in there, fundamentally. So I don't think, and I think putting a 0 for Wimple and Fennerton would be more deceptive than putting the number for the preferred allocations in. So it does become difficult in terms of what figure we put in, but we need to have a figure because of the trajectories that we're showing, and showing that we've got a plan that fundamentally meets the housing numbers overall.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. Can I just say that on the same report, it says here that at our last meeting, we recommend endorsement of the preferred sites and second choice sites as suitable for public consultation. It says under Wimple, Wimple is a small village with 3 main routes via a single lane, which causes a build-up of traffic. On the 5 sites that are allocated, there are no footpaths, there are flooding issues, poor pedestrian and cycle links to the village centre, more flooding issues, and too remote from the village centre. So I can't see how it's going to be sustainable to build an extra 300 odd houses in Wimple. I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you very much. So anybody else like to speak on 1 and 2? Eleanor, please, Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. I raised a wry eyebrow when I saw that paper copies were going to libraries, because for most of us, we have access to a library about 2 hours every fortnight, thanks to efficiency savings. So I'm just wondering whether we can also put them onto mobile libraries so that people in villages who are non-mobile can actually access them at some point during the consultation process. Is that possible?
Well, again, let's have a think about that. That's, strictly speaking, recommendation 3, I think, but that's worth noting about the consultation, absolutely. I mean, I do think it's worth all members in and out of the committee having a look at the report that came forward about how the communications were going to be done on this consultation, use of commonplace and so forth. It is pretty extraordinary stuff, and it's certainly unprecedented. And I take the point that people feel that there should be in-person meetings as well, although, you know, look how many people have turned up today. So, but that's a point well made. But go back to 1 and 2. Councillor Ledger, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just to move us on, I'm happy to recommend recommendations 1 and 2 as listed in the report. What I would like, though, is under recommendation 1, where it says to make those minor changes, is just to seek a bit of clarity from Ed and the team on just tidying up on how we present that, and just so that it is as easy to understand for members of the public as possible.
Okay, and luckily that will be you playing that role as well as the returning chair of strategic planning. Just can I ask if there's anybody who'd like to second that, just as a at this stage, or not at the moment? Okay, so Councillor Hayward seconding, thank you. Right, Councillor Bailey, I think it is, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions, not many, about the draft. And so one of the comments I'd make is that the tree policy on page 296, I don't think is a tree policy because it says there's going to be work. The green wedges refers to the work not being complete. It shows the currently adopted green wedges boundaries, excluding any sites now praised for allocation, but noting the number and extent of green wedges may change following the review. And my question for Ed really is, are you going to do more work, or are you going to send it out like this? I mean, I wanted to go out to consultation, but I think there is, you know, my fear would be that green wedges, you know, it's an important policy and it doesn't seem to have been quite finalised. And the other thing that I just want to question is about employment land for West Hill, because I'm not sure that there was ever any reference to employment land. I can't remember. I don't think there was, and there seems to be employment land in there now. So I would just a query on those 3 points, but just to be clear, I very much do want it to go out to consultation, and I very much do agree with the chair with extending the consultation to the 6th of January. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Ed, can you help Councillor Bailey with those 2 points there, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so there are some areas of the plan that are less developed than others. I think that's the nature of consulting on the draft plan, fundamentally, is that by definition it is draft, there's further work to be done. Should be a fluid process of progressing the plan alongside consultation and engagement. And so there are some areas where, rather than having a detailed wording of policy, which I think we have in most cases, but there are some areas where we have still a statement of intent of policy and an actual policy hasn't been drafted. The intention wasn't to change that in terms of this consultation. We would simply be seeking views on the intent wording, as it were, at this stage. I think particularly in terms of the green wedges, there's obviously a fair bit of work to be done in terms of defining the boundaries of green wedges, and we will need to consult on those at a later date. So that is acknowledged. But fundamentally, I think there's a huge amount in this draft plan and consultation to engage people in. There are some areas where further engagement will be needed in the future, and obviously we will bring that forward to you in due course next year to make sure we do that. But likewise, I don't see consultation as just being something to be done when we've answered all of the questions. This should be a fluid process of engaging people in our work to feed in, to further develop the work and take it forward, not presenting a fait accompli once we've done all of the work. So I'm trying to compromise in terms of that and sort of present a plan that's still emerging that people can still genuinely influence through their comments, through the consultation. Likewise, I suppose, in terms of references to employment land at West Hill, I think when we were reviewing the sites, we identified that a site had been put forward with that as a potential use, and given philosophy in terms of this plan of trying to promote self-containment and within settlements, there seemed to make some sense in potentially pursuing that and seeking views on that. So again, I think it's a case of including that plan in the plan. Let's seek views on that and take that forward through further discussion next year as the plan progresses. I think the other point was, I think Councillor Rylance was saying about libraries. I mean, I think that comes back to the sustainability of settlements and the settlement hierarchy, where we've considered access to libraries as part of that. I do see that work as being something that's, again, quite fluid and needs to be reviewed and updated at various stages as work progresses, because I'm conscious that that's not a static situation in terms of services and facilities. Access to things like libraries varies over time. Bus services are being reviewed in places as well, I understand it. And places like pubs and shops close from time to time, sadly, in rural communities as well. So we will need to revisit that work later in the plan making process to ensure that that's up to date. Wasn't intending to do that before this consultation, but no doubt we will get consultation responses through this consultation, and we can review that piece of work and evidence in light of the consultation responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I've got two more speakers to see at the moment, or three, in fact. So, Councillor Allen, I will come to you next. Just after Councillor Young, I need to go back outside. Thank you for your patience. Councillor Young, please.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Bailey did pick up the points that I made this morning about the lack of green infrastructure and issues. Regarding the tree policy, we are working on that at this moment. We're having a Devon-wide tree policy, and then that's going to then filter through for districts. So we are working on it, and it will come out in time for the final local plan, hopefully.
Thank you for that point of information, Councillor Young. Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to point out that we did agree that this draft would not be changed substantively from the previous meeting. Well, I was somewhat excluded from the previous meeting, and I didn't get a chance to talk about certain topics. But the one thing that I do note is that, for example, Strategy 8 has been extensively rewritten. And that, in terms of the Crest Valley Gypsy Traveller position, there seems to be a lot of changes there that I didn't think were there in the original draft and may have been debated in the last meeting, so I may have missed it.
But I did note that there are changes in Strategy 21 dealing with Honiton. And land to the west of Hayne Lane, which is referred to as Jitty 05, has been extensively altered from the original wording. There have been inclusion of Honey 01, which you heard Mr. Levy talk about in public speaking. Now, the one thing I would like to ask is, when you have dealt with an area twice before, written a 56-page document, Mr. Freeman, and still, despite national planning policy regulations of protecting the highest value areas, we still include an application by developers for Honey 1, which has deliberately been rejected twice by the town council. Why is it still included? Please, could we remove it?
Mr. Freeman, can we explain that, please?
Well, so Honey 1 was included in the site assessment work that members considered in August and September, and members have already resolved to include it in the consultation as a second choice site, would be my first point. In terms of its history, the previous applications, I think, were for a much larger scale of development, so what's being proposed now is about half the size of the original applications that were rejected. That's not to say that there are not still constraints in terms of the remaining site area, but we have removed the more sensitive part of the site, shall we say, in terms of constraints, and believe in terms of comparison with other options and other sites that we've been assessing that it is comparable with the other second choice sites identified elsewhere within the plan. I mean, there are a number of sites throughout the plan that have been subject to previous applications and been rejected for various reasons. Sometimes those may well be because they were contrary to the strategy of the adopted local plan. Well, that wouldn't stack up as a reason now because we're writing a new strategy, so we start again in terms of that. I note there are, and that was certainly one of the issues with Honey 1, and then one of the others was the AONB designation, and we have reduced the site area to the less sensitive parts of the site, but members will recall that there are other sites within AONBs, on the edges of AONBs in Sidmouth, for example, that we have included as second choice sites because we think despite that designation on balance, they are potentially as good options as we have to meet the housing numbers. So I think we've taken a consistent approach with that site assessment work. Members have already fully considered it in their meetings of August and September and agreed to include Honey 1. The only issue was that there was an error in the previous iteration of the draft that unfortunately meant that had been omitted and it's now been added back in, but it had been agreed for inclusion as a second choice site when the site assessments were gone through by the committee in August and September.
Can I come back, Chair?
Yes, briefly, please, thank you.
The thing is that despite what you said, there was no mention in the two previous presentations of this site of the previous rejections, and there was no mention of the key issue that you should only go into AONBs when there is absolutely no other alternative. That's NPPF. And you took out two others, that is Honey 04 and Honey 03, for those very reasons. Yet you did not take out Honey 1. And I'm simply asking for consistency. It should be removed and excluded from the plan. Thank you, Chair. That's a request, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bonetta, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come in on that point very briefly. Let me move my phone away from the microphone. I do apologise. So just adding on to Councillor Allen's point there about the Honey 01 site, I completely understand and respect the need to have consistency across the district. I think that is important. However, as Councillor Allen has rightly said, even though it was in a previous local plan iteration, this has been rejected twice. This has already gone through the council on different occasions and has been looked at and rejected. Even with the reduced site size itself, it's still expanding the built-up area boundary for Honiton to the south there. It's going up quite a significant hill. It will be protruding onto the landscape around it. I don't want to go into too many details now, but there are a lot of issues with that. But also, the idea that the smaller size of the site will make much of a difference, I don't fully accept, because what about road access? Road access, you're going to have to, well, you're probably going to have to take through the other areas of the site, so through the sort of wider Honey 15 area that was mentioned before. So actually, I don't quite agree there. Actually, I must say I completely agree with Councillor Allen that isn't really a reasonable site. I understand why it's been put there. I understand the consistency aim of it. However, I do think there are better areas for housing outside of AMBs on the same area. On a completely different note, just for the record, I just wanted to ask, I've looked through the policy document, looked at the biodiversity net gain of the document. I noticed that the biodiversity net gain requirements across the district are 20%. I remember there being some questions at earlier strategic planning meetings about whether this could be different in AONBs. I was just wondering whether those conversations have been had and whether any resolutions have been made about having a different policy for the AONB areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bonetta. As you'll know, and Councillor Allen knows, and Mr. Levy, who spoke brilliantly earlier, we've heard a lot on this particular Honey 01, and the advice that was given earlier, I think, obtains at the moment as well, which is all of the objections and all of the points are extremely well made, and they should come in through the consultation. I mean, and then at that point, if they're strong enough, they carry incredible weight, and you know, as I'm sure the next chair of the Strategic Planning Committee will confirm. Councillor Ledger.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come to Ed's defence a little bit. I feel like he's being hit with a stick for decisions that we've made. So, as part of when we were looking at the plan initially, and part of our the policy intent that all members, pretty much every single member here voted on, was that we would look at sites that adjoin and maybe creep into the AONB, but if they could be, we reduce the harm of it as much as possible, and they were sustainable sites, we would look at them as part of the consultation. So I don't think it's quite fair to be, hitting Ed with a stick when really he's just following our orders.
Very good. Okay, so do we have any other speakers on that? We don't. In which case, Councillor Egan, please. Thank you.
Recommend 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Try. Okay, that's better. So, for me, Chairman, part of the problem is that we've heard from Councillor Allen on his concerns on changes that are going on. I actually don't have too many problems with changes because this is going from draft to draft 2, 3, 4, 5. But what I do have a problem with is that if we're going to go to consultation now, I want the public to have, one, been involved somewhere or other through their communities, we've got neighbourhood plans, so that involves towns and parishes, and that hasn't happened. We've gone through policies and had them railroaded through when we find out today that key stakeholders in this have not been consulted previously. And why is that important? It's because when that policy goes forward to consultation, people will read that, what we've already got, and they'll say either yes or no. And then after the event, they'll read what Sally Basker, for example, has to say on Exeter Science Park. And then they'll read, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was important to the future of the Exeter Science Park. Oh, but the consultation's over. And that's what I consider to be high risk. This is because we're going too quickly in these stages. What we should be doing is the gathering and collating before we consult, not during or even after we've gone through the consultation process. And that's why I think what we're suggesting in 1 and 2 is dangerous, and I don't subscribe to it, Chair. We should have done this before. If we haven't done it already, let's stop, put that right, then move forward. But not what we're doing at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask, Councillor Ingham, do you accept that parish and town councils have the full ability and duty to respond to this consultation?
It's a question of leadership, perhaps, Chair. As I see it, if you want to be successful in any coherent strategy, you have to take people with you. And if you want to take people with you, then you have to have some kind of core agreement or understanding that you're going to do this together. If you fail to do that, you will fail to deliver, in my opinion, a coherent local plan. And that's why I think now is the time to double check what we've done, make sure everything is roughly ready for us to consult, and not consult with people and then change afterwards. You can change based on their observations, but don't change fundamentally what they've consulted on. And policy is one example of that. You really have to get everyone's buy-in beforehand, and we're not doing that. We're telling people this is what's going to happen unless you think we're wrong. And I don't think that's a good way forward. Not for long-term strategy. It's okay for a decision, but for long-term strategy, for 20 years, no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Hayward, please.
Thank you, Chair. Last week I attended a meeting of Hawkchurch Parish Council, and I would guess that they are atypical of parish and town councils, in that they are a group of grown adults who are intelligent. They've been elected to serve their members. They are eager to make a representation and to consult on this plan. They are arranging, as a sovereign parish council, their own drop-in events. They can do that because they understand that this is important and that apathy often reigns. And I take Councillor Ingham's point, but it reaches the point where, when do you consult? Because this is a draft plan. All the comments, and I very much hope that we get 100,000 responses. I very much doubt we will, but it would be lovely if we do, because that would show that people are interested in where they live, how they wish their district to be in the future. And you've got to start somewhere. So if you keep taking it back and saying, well, we'll refine it because we've asked this stakeholder, and then another stakeholder pops and says, we didn't ask me, therefore I think there's some flaws. Eventually you'll never get to that point, and it'll become something that can't be consulted on. So I think the time is appropriate to do this. Each town and parish council can be communicated with. We have a good comms machine here. Each ward member here can go out to their communities, can go out to their towns and their parishes, and can stress the importance of engagement, of consulting, of having that community buy-in. Because the message is, if you don't participate, you miss out. So don't miss out, participate. It's very easy. If then the message comes back that the whole of East Devon is broadly against what's being proposed, then there'll have to be revisions, there'll have to be changes. That's the purpose of a consultation. Hawkchurch, and I know Axminster, has reservations, and that's down to them. They're a sovereign authority, and the good people of Axminster will have their say. They want to see what's being proposed now. They're not saying they endorse this draft plan. They want to have a say. And so the time has come to have a say. And I do welcome, Chair, thank you for suggesting that there is an extension. That came out of Hawkchurch Parish Council meeting, that they felt whilst 6 weeks was permissible within the law and within the methods for doing consultation, they would appreciate an extension, simply because Christmas is a busy time. Families, you'd rather be, watching James Bond films and eating Quality Street than reading a 2,000 page document. So thank you for suggesting that. It will be broadly welcomed, I'm sure, by all the towns and parishes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. And this is so much chicken and egg, isn't it? It has to go out there at some point. You just have to hand your homework in, even if you think this round of homework isn't going to be the best thing. This is how kids do essays these days at university. They keep handing them in, and they get better and better and better. What I would really hate is the thought that anybody in this meeting is going to go out. Well, I know it's going to happen, so I might as well going to say it. I'm really going to dislike it when, on political grounds, people in this meeting that go out slagging off the local plan consultation process when we've had a couple of years to get this to this point in unity. Nobody says it's perfect, but it is where we are now. Anyway, Councillor Allen.
Yes, I think the point I made this morning, which of course the councillor over there was unable to hear because he was obviously on his own job. The issue I raised was, how do the town and parish councils get to sit at this committee and make their views known? That's not the same as consultation and a letter coming back. What happens, and it happened when we put the last local plan together, is that there was a discussion. People could interrogate, why did we do this, and so on. And I'm not saying that we hold up this process. What I'm saying is we ought to have a step in the process whereby town and parish councillors can come to this committee and discuss the content of the local plan. Now, I don't see a problem with that. It's just that it seems to be that you have to take it my way or the highway.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to come back on that, Councillor, and strictly speaking, that is recommendation 3 again. Look, and, let's face it, it was hugely facilitated by Zoom. Loads of parish councils have already been, and in our strategic planning meetings, in the public speaking part, and I'm certain under Councillor Ledger, they will be incredibly welcome to come here and do exactly the same and be heard and then be debated. So it looks inclusive from my point of view. But anyway, right, so I think we've got a proposer and a seconder for recommendations 1 and 2. So can we put those to the vote, please? All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favour.
Thank you. All against?
1, 2, 3 against.
And any abstentions?
None.
Okay, thank you members very much for that. Right, so now we now go to the third recommendation, which, as you remember, was the idea of having drop-in consultation events and so on. Well, from what I can hear, everybody's thinking that's a good idea. Councillor Ledger, please.
Yeah, I do think it's a good idea, Chair. I think having just one in Cliff St Mary, though, to encompass all the 3 options that are available for a new community isn't going to work. I think you're going to have a lot, well, you're just going to end up in a bun fight, really, I think, with all the different options being thrown in, and it's not going to have any coherent structure. If you want to hear about opinions of each individual options, you should do that for the individual communities that they're going to affect. So perhaps do one in Cliff St Mary, one in Farringdon, one in Woodbury, one in Exton, and one in Cliff St George, just so that encompasses every surrounding village. Cliffsfontein, and any other village that I may have missed. But I
think if you are doing all three options all in one meeting, I don't think you're going to have coherent kind of debate or get really good consultation out of it. That's my opinion on the matter.
Okay, thank you. So that's the idea of subdividing Cliff St Mary into other smaller settlements. Councillor Young, please, outside of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding consultations, I was going to suggest go for the 8th of January, which is a Sunday night rather than the Friday night. I don't think officers will be there on Saturday and Sunday. So, and regarding consultations, I think we've got to separate the towns, the new community, from the village assessments. Building on what Councillor Dan Ledger has said, it's going to be a bit of a bun fight with which new community goes forward. And then you've got the developments in Cliff St Mary, you've got the developments in Woodbury. It's going to be rather confusing to trying to split those out. So we do need to have consultations regarding the new community, where they're going to be, or if we just have one big one. And then as far as my villages are concerned, the parish council is arranging parish drop-in sessions, and they are very happy with that. And Ben and myself will be going to those meetings, finding out the facts, and coming back to this committee to report on how we envisage how the communities feel about the development. So that's fine. But for a new big community of 8,000, that's another matter.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bailey, please, then Councillor Hayward.
The last item, but can I just ask, I can't remember the name of the software that's being used for the consultation. Commonplace. Will we get to see it? I mean, as it actually is going out before you press live.
Through you, Chair, I think when we last met, I did say that I would try and show it to you, but I had envisaged that we'd be on Zoom, so I'd just be able to share my screen, and I don't think it's that straightforward in here. So if I could find a way to make that work, I'm happy to show you the test version, but I don't know that I can.
Councillor Bailey?
Maybe on Zoom, if we're still ever allowed to meet that way, then because it's not a meeting, maybe you could arrange to show it to us so that we can find our way before it launches, if that's okay.
Yep, we can certainly look at doing that.
That seems a good idea. It's not a matter of decision, is it? It's just a matter of information. And then maybe some more Conservatives will turn up to the meeting, as I'm just saying. Right, so Councillor Hayward, please, I think.
Thank you, Chair. It's really just to ask your leave. I have to be in Leicester, I'm afraid, so I must leave now. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. You definitely can't vote on the next item, that's for clear. Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
Chair, if we're going to consultation now, then I do support recommendation 3. It's got to be done to the best of our ability. Councillor Young's explained what we're doing in our ward, and it's up to others to do similar, I would suggest. I agree with the cut-off point being something like midnight of January the 8th, wasn't it?
I think probably Sunday the 13th.
Of 2025, yes.
That's Sunday the 13th of January 2023, at 23:59.
So with that in mind, Chair, I'd like to propose recommendation 3.
I'd like a second.
Okay, good. I'm just... So, Councillor Ingham, are you happy then that we just add that on to recommendation 3? Yes, or even that, let's have that recommendation 4, that the period of consultation responses will end at 23:59 on the 13th of January 2023. Somebody else had better check the calendar to make sure I've got that right. Oh no, the 15th actually is the Sunday. Sorry? Sorry? It's your birthday. Well, then you can fill in forms for your birthday, can't you? So the Sunday would be the 15th. Yes, of November. Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a very basic procedural point, as I know that in the past minutes haven't reflected the outcome of the meeting. Recommendation 3 currently reads that the committee decide whether they would wish to proceed with proposals. I presume that Councillor Ingham believes they should, so I think the recommendation needs to read that they're deciding that the committee does wish to proceed with those face-to-face proposals. I don't want to get caught out by a recommendation that isn't implemented properly. Thank you.
Because we said the main towns and either, so we need to clarify the actual villages.
Or do you want to?
Members, I was just saying, my understanding is we've got at the moment that the Strategic Planning Committee wish to proceed with face-to-face drop-in consultation events in each of the main towns, and then we need the list of the villages that you wish to include on that to vote upon, and then we can have that separate recommendation if members wish in relation to the cut-off period. So shall we?
I think it was just
take a vote on the third one. I don't know.
Yes,
we need someone to propose some villages.
Oh, I didn't see. I thought you were just waving at me. Okay, yes, please.
Can I put in a word for Clist Honiton and Farringdon, please? And Clist St Mary, since Councillor Howe's not here. And Clist St George.
I think Councillor Ledger had captured the subdivisions, hadn't you, of Clist St Mary?
Yes, Clist St George, Exton, Woodbury, Farringdon, Clist St Mary, Clist Honiton.
Not Plymtree.
Yeah, and
Hang on. This isn't intended to be a bartering session. So, sorry.
So can we just encompass it with surrounding villages? And then that's the easiest way of doing it.
Can we just take advice from Ed on this?
Well, through Chair, I just wanted to flag up that the longer this list becomes, obviously, the more resources that it's going to take.
Yeah.
And I've already flagged up the resource implications in the report.
Yeah.
I had flagged up Clist St Mary as potentially a central location for the new community because it has, I feel, by far the biggest village hall to accommodate that. And I think it is quite close to all of these other settlements for people to be able to access. So I hear what members say, but I just raise a question about the resource implications of going to all of these different villages around the new community, and whether that's going to achieve more engagement necessarily, given that Clist St Mary is quite accessible, I think, to all of those villages to have a centralised event there. But I mean, I'd obviously take members' view, we would do what you want to do, but that is a lot of resources if we're going to, what was it, about 6 additional villages, I think, that were listed.
Yeah, Councillor Bailey.
It's going up.
It's
supposed to go the other way.
I do think we probably need to stick to the main
Can I just make one suggestion then, that we stick with just Clist St Mary, but we do 3 different events, one for option 1, one for option 2, and one for option 3, so that the outside, any village that's interested can go specifically for their option.
And that's not what.
Okay, Councillor Young.
Yeah, can we just say a meeting for a special meeting for any villages being affected by the new community, and then we can decide which ones, because Aylesbury, Benetton, Woodbury, Salterton are all affected. that we can decide at a later now and then invite everyone to one meeting, maybe at Westminster.
St Mary's, see what everyone thinks.
Chair, we have an extant proposal and seconded, and members seem to be wanting to manipulate and change it. They're very welcome to put amendments, but can we please stick to procedure?
I have a deal of sympathy with what you're saying, Councillor Allen. What were you? Remind me, what was your proposal? It was basically, it was recommendation 3. It was as printed with the change, yeah.
So sorry, members, is that then, so each of the main towns and Fennerton, Wimpole and Clis St Mary? Yeah. And then that period of consultation will end on that date that you...
15th, Sunday the 15th at midnight. 23:15, 23:59.
Are you happy with that? That's your proposal. So then we need a seconder for that then, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
And then I think we can capture all the comments that are coming about trying to do some big meetings in Clis St Mary. That's clearly the serious one, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we've got proposer, seconder. Thank you very much for accepting all the amendments. Can we go to a vote on that then, please? All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, thank you. Against? Abstain? Right, thank you very... Yes. Yep. So we've decided to, we've hired 2 fields in Plymtree and a couple of marquees, and we're going to have a... Right, okay, so thank you very much, members. We're nearly there. Agenda item 11 then, and again, the proposed response to the consultation on the evolving local plan for Torbay, pages 2137 to 2141. Ed, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is to advise members of consultation Torbay Council are doing on their local plan. Members will be aware that in commenting on our issues and options consultation last year, Torbay Council advised that they were concerned about their ability to meet their housing need and likely to be looking to pursue options to potentially accommodate some of their need outside of their district, which was brought to members' attention, which is part of the reason we bring this to members' attention here in terms of just understanding the implications of what's happening in Torbay, because we are, well, most of East Devon is part of the Exeter housing market area, which extends as far, believe it or not, as the edge of Torbay and the boundary with Teignbridge. So Torbay are consulting on their local plan. They are proposing as part of that to effectively propose housing numbers that do not meet the standard method. They're saying that they propose 720 dwellings a year in their plan, which is not sufficient to meet their housing need. That leaves them with a shortfall between from what the standard method generates for their district, but the consultation is a bit vague in terms of how they're proposing to address that, other than advising that they have taken the decision to challenge the standard method. As previously discussed in terms of this council's views in terms of the standard method, we're not aware of authorities that have been successful in doing that or particular arguments for doing so. So it would be interesting to see how they progress with that and also how they seek to address that. mindful that in order to comply with the duty to cooperate, they potentially need to demonstrate how the need is being met overall. However, no doubt those discussions will be picked up outside of the consultation under the duty to cooperate. In terms of the consultation, it largely focuses on their sites that they're proposing within their plan. Members may recall that the scope of their plan is quite limited. They're basically just reviewing their housing policies and their housing allocations. It's not a full plan review. So in terms of the individual sites, we're saying from an East Devon perspective, there should be no need really for us to comment on individual sites in Torbay. It's not our concern which sites they allocate specifically, it's the implications for us. So largely the comments that we feel need to be made in terms of this consultation reflect those we made in terms of their previous consultation, in terms of the need for them to explore all options for meeting their need within their own administrative boundaries, fundamentally. And that's the approach that we're proposing to take in terms of this response. To our minds as officers, the evidence for any kind of approach that suggests that their housing numbers be met outside of their district is fundamentally inadequate at this stage. There just isn't the evidence there for us to assess and scrutinise and comment on that at this stage. So the proposal is that we put forward the comment at paragraph 3.2 in the report, thanking them for the opportunity to comment, and advising that we have no additional specific comments really to those previously made, noting that there appears to be no evidence published to support the approach to housing numbers or how the proposed shortfall would be addressed. So we're unable to comment in more detail at this stage, and simply reiterate the comments that were made in response to their previous consultation, which are detailed at paragraph 2.2 in the report. And so that is the recommendation that Strategic Planning Committee agree that this council respond to the Torbay local plan consultation, advising of our concerns around their current policy position in respect of housing provision in line with the text set out in this committee report.
Thank you. That's very clear. Councillor Rylance, please.
I'd like to propose that recommendation and also wonder out loud why they're so obsessed with us. We've just spent the whole day talking about the 20-minute neighbourhood, and they're trying to make us take on a 40-mile commute. I mean, it's incoherent. So I think I completely support what your response would be.
Councillor Ledger.
Could not agree more, Chair. Happy to second that. I'm sure that their planning officers are absolutely tearing their hair out of this.
Lovely, Councillor Skinner.
Well, I'd like to keep you all here for another hour because I've been out there for 6. So because I've been out there for 6, I'm going to keep you lot here for a good hour. So anyway.
You can stay here if you wish.
I am actually I'm actually really interested in this actually because actually there's more to this than meets the eye, and I know people could look at Torbay North. That's all. Well, let's wrap it up. Let's get on them, and that's fine. And if it ends up just me and Ed here and a new chair, then that's the way it'll be. But the question I like to ask is, I understand the bit about the housing numbers and it being within our remit of area. I don't understand. I would understand why we wouldn't comment specifically about Torbay because it's not our business, not our authority in one stretch. But there is something going on here which is really quite an interesting anomaly, and that is they are far short of their housing supply. And I think if there's anything I'd like to learn from that is somebody who's far short from the housing supply because they just don't have the ability to have land space to be able to get the numbers up. Not like we do, we've got acres and acres of land, but they haven't got anything really, and they're really constrained. And I'm really interested in that debate because actually some of the similarities, although talking about it in the bigger picture of the numbers, it does actually have the same sort of effect as we may have on some of our towns. So let's take Exmouth as an example. How do you actually get outside Exmouth being constrained like it is, doesn't have acres and acres of land per se, being constrained like it is, having the same sort of implications as what Torbay may, being 2 seaside towns, what Torbay may have. And I think a conversation around understanding what their issues are is a learning curve for us without having the effect of the downside of that, that doesn't actually implement on us per se, but what it does do is give us the opportunity to try to learn something new. And I think that I've read this through actually, because if I go down to Torquay, I go down there and I sort of nearly screamed thinking, oh my God, what a wonderful place this could be. It could be absolutely fantastic. And for some unknown reason, it's not got hold of and dealt with. I mean, perhaps that's a criticism of me, but I do think there's a lot to be learned here. I understand we're just going to make a note, but I personally would like to see us understand, have an opportunity to talk to Torbay, even if it's just a few or whatever, whether if it's not this group, but in some way, because I would really like to understand what their issues are, because I think collectively, like the old grandmother used to say, 2 heads are better than one. I'm always a big believer that some way we may be able to add, maybe not in a formal way, but maybe add something. And I think there's something we could learn here from this sort of discussion. Sorry, Chair, if I'm sort of going, but I do think this is a bit more than just propose and second and let's get on home.
Although obviously we are looking at a specific recommendation about one letter is the only thing. I mean, it's a great discussion, but now it's not necessary.
But I wonder if anybody had the same sort of enthusiasm that I do.
Well,
Probably not.
If they do, it would be a wonderful debate for another time.
I can't hear Councillor Violence, you were talking.
Never mind. Councillor Ingham, please.
Yeah. I think historically, for sure, they haven't always taken the decisions they should have been taking. And do bear in mind, when you keep failing to meet the requirements set by national government, that's when you end up with a unitary authority. So don't be too forgiving on them. Well, if you don't understand, that's your problem. But I think...
All right, I think let's end this debate here, because we've all done so well today. Because this isn't about unitary authorities or guests or anything else, is it? It's about this. So we have we haven't even voted on this yet, have we? We've got a proposer and a seconder for the very courteous wording and respectful wording from Ed back to Torbay. All those in favour of us sending that in a lovely pink envelope with a strawberry on the back.
That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Right. Yes. So before everybody goes, and although I'm afraid I have no bunch of flowers, this is and God, I'm envious. This is Mrs. Shaw's last day, or last meeting here, running the strategic planning. So like an absolute superb puppet master from the back there. There are literally strings going into the back of Damien here. Next time Pinocchio has to do it on his own. But anyway, just to say thank you, Shirley, for all of that, and lots of love from all of us. You may now all go home. Thank you. Although you may still be on YouTube. Are we still transmitting? We are, so go home in a discreet way, please.